morning, students. So welcome to the ICMAI final marathon session. So today we will be covering strategic performance management. So the marathon session for this strategic performance management will be around for 5 hours to 6 hours. So in these 6 hours, we'll be covering all the important areas in all the 4 modules. Okay, so I will be going in order: first module, then second module, then third module, and fourth module. So I will be covering all the theory and problems which are important from an examination point of view. And do remember one thing, irrespective of the subject, the critical point when it comes to qualifying CMA, whether it's inter or final, is MCQs. MCQs. You should be scoring minimum 20, not less than that. Minimum 20. Then you can qualify the course comfortably. Okay. And the easy part is that here when it comes to MCQs, they are proper MCQs. They are not some comprehensive question. They are proper MCQs. And majority of the MCQs are picked from institute, which are given in the institute material. Okay. So apart from this content that I'm going to cover today, you please go through the MCQ part also. MCQ means it covers MCQs, true or false, blanks, everything now. In the examination, they will only ask MCQs, but they may convert a true or false into an MCQ or blank into an MCQ. Okay, so do keep that thing in mind. It's very, very important for qualifying CMA, that is MCQ. You should be able to score good number of marks in MCQ. Okay, because when it comes to descriptive part, we can't guarantee anything. No. Some content may be given in suggest answer, you may end up writing something else. So you may get full marks or you may not get full marks. But when it comes to MCQ, there is 100% assurance that you can score full number of marks. Do keep that thing in mind. Okay, if 15 MCQs are asked, around 6 to 7 are directly picked from institute material. Okay, remaining, if you have overall knowledge about the subject, you can easily score more than 20, if not 25, 26, something like that. Am I clear? Right. So let us go through the chapters that I have covered here. So basically, the first module is nothing but introduction to performance management, completely theoretical base. If you get a problem from this chapter, you will get it from financial performance analysis. That part where they will give some balance sheet information, ask you to analyze the performance of an organization. Remaining everything is completely theoretical. You may get some descriptive questions or you may not get some descriptive questions. There is no guarantee that you will be getting a question from the first chapter. So I have chosen some questions basing on the importance or relevance given in the other sources, I mean to say. Okay, let us go through each question one by one. So question number 1. What is question number 1? What is the key aspects of performance management, and discuss the performance management and its features. So what is meant by performance management? What are the key features of performance management and what are its features? That's what they have asked here. Okay, so I request one of you to please read the content now. You please take the turns and read the content. So I will be explaining it.
Key aspect of performance management. The key differentiating resources between the successful and unsuccessful firms is people.
Yes, Nana. When it comes to differentiating a successful and unsuccessful firm is people. Unfortunately, the same thing is not reflected in the financial statements. But the success or the failure of the organization depends upon how well we are able to utilize the resources. And one of the key resources for any organization are the people who are employed in that particular organization. Now, people may defend that today we have technology also. Even there is technology to implement, to use the technology, we need to have people. The people play a very important role. Next, Nana.
Traditional accounting system often overlook this, but evaluating people's productivity and their contribution to success is a key aspect of performance management.
Yes, Nana. When we talk about traditional accounting system, they're completely focusing on what financial aspects and completely ignoring this human side of the business. So to overcome this problem, we have come up with this particular concept, but evaluating the people's productivity and their contribution to success, to what extent they are contributing to the success of the organization. That means in simple terms, how efficient the workers are. How efficient the workers are definitely will help the performance of the organization. Next, Nana, definition.
Performance management is defined as a continuous process of identifying, measuring, and developing the performance of individuals and aligning performance with the strategic goals of the organization.
So here we are concerned about one thing, Nana. First of all, when we talk about performance management, it's not a one-time activity. It's a continuous process. It's a never-ending process. You have to keep on doing it continuously. Now, what you need to do continuously? First, you have to identify, then measure, then develop the performance of whom, Nana? Individuals. Because you should not forget one thing. At the end of the day, see, management will design everything. But that whatever the thing that was designed should be implemented by whom, my dear? Employees. So at the end of the day, how well the employees have understood the plan of the management and to what extent they are able to follow and implement it. All those things. So defined as continuous process of identifying, measuring, developing the performance of individual and aligning. And we have to make sure that the performance of these individuals is in line with the goals of the organization. Is in line with the goals of the organization. So have these employees understood what organization wants? And depending on that, are they working or not? See, organization wants one thing, but if they are working in some other thing, it will not at all be useful. So we have to make sure that everything is in line. Next now.
Following are the two issues of performance management.
Okay.
Continuous process.
It's a continuous process, not a one-time activity. It's a continuous process. You have to do it. You have to keep on doing it again and again and again. Next, Nana.
Performance management is a loop which starts with setting of objectives and ends with measuring performance, training, and feedback.
You have to set objectives. That means the management has to define the objectives, what they want to achieve. Basing on these objectives, they have to again define how the employees are expected to work. Then after what they have to do, basing on the standards set, they have to measure the performance and they have to compare it. They have to measure the performance and they have to compare it. They have to measure the performance and then after none, depending on that, they have to give training and feedback to the employees. No. Okay, training and feedback to the employees. Next, my dear.
Alignment with strategic goals.
Okay.
Performance management links employee performance with organizational goals.
That's what I have said, Nana. Aligning means nothing but linking whose performance, employees' performance with organization goals. Next round.
Thus, a well-defined performance management system helps the management to understand employees' contribution to the organization.
Yes, Nana. That's I already explained it. Next question number 2. What is the difference between performance appraisal and performance management? Appraisal means what? Appraisal means what? Assessing. Appraisal means what, my dear? Assessing. Okay, evaluating, appraisal, assessing, all means one and the same. So to be explaining in simple terms or layman terminology, performance appraisal is part of performance management. Okay, that's the key difference between the two. Apart from this, what else we have, Nana? Let us go through the points one by one. Please read the points, my dear. So performance appraisal, performance management.
It is a top-down assessment.
Top-down assessment means what now? Generally, the work of subordinate will be assessed by whom? Superior. The work of a subordinate will be assessed by whom, my dear? Superior. Okay, the manager will appraise the work of his assistant or his or her subordinate. So that is called as top-down assessment. Next, Nana.
It is a joint process involving dialogue.
Okay, Nana. Here, everyone is involved. The top level is involved as well as bottom level is involved, Nana, and they are talking about and they discuss everything. What should be done, how should be done, etc. So here there will be dialogue between top level and middle level. Next, Nana.
It is mostly done once a year.
Once a year, Nana. Maximum appraisal will be done at the end of the year. Why, sir? So as to give appropriate increment to the workers. Next, my dear.
It is done continuously throughout the year.
Next, my dear.
It is monolithic.
That means inflexible. Monolithic means inflexible. There is no such flexibility. Everything is predetermined basing on the rules and regulations set. The work of the person will be appraised. Okay, so it is monolithic or inflexible system. That is, it is a structured system, not open to change. So everything will be based on facts. Some standards are set. Against those standards, your work will be appraised or evaluated. Next, Nano.
It is flexible process.
That means as and when required, the management can change the performance standards. Next, my dear.
It focuses on quantified objectives.
Okay.
It focuses on values, behaviors, and objectives.
Next, Nana.
Complex paperwork is needed.
That is, it is bureaucratic in nature. That means bureaucratic means what? It is administrative or procedural in nature, Nana. Documentation kept to a minimum level. Okay. Next, Nana. Point number 6. It is done by whom? HRD, Human Resource Development. That means simply, to put it in a simple terms, the HR department will evaluate the performance of people working in different departments. Okay. And it is done by whom, my dear? Line managers. When it comes to appraisal, you have to rate the performance of the individual. So involves rating, Nana. Here we will use ratings very less. So it is part of performance management that I have already explained. It includes performance appraisal and beyond. Okay, so there is a key difference between performance appraisal and performance management, my dear. Next round. Write about the different approaches for measurement of productivity and efficiency in performance management. What is the difference between productivity and efficiency? What is the difference between productivity and efficiency? When we say productivity, we are simply explaining the relationship between input and output. For 1 kg of input, how much output we are producing? That is productivity. Okay, when we talk about efficiency, is it maximum level of output or not? Am I clear? When we say productivity, for 1 hour, how many units we are producing? That is productivity. When we say efficiency, is this output the maximum that we can produce or not? If it is maximum, that means we are efficient. Okay, so in simple terms, when we talk about efficiency, we talk about reducing the wastage. We talk about reducing the wastage. So efficiency is somewhat broader when compared to productivity, Nana. So here we have discussed about different approaches of productivity and efficiency in performance management. So when we are talking about productivity and efficiency, if we take into consideration one input factor, it is called as partial factor productivity. If I explain the relationship between one input and output, it is called as partial factor productivity. If you are taking more than one input into consideration, it is called as total factor productivity. In simple terms, to produce anything, we need more than one factors of production, isn't it, Nana? To produce anything, we need more than one factor of production. But in ancient times, in classical times, what they have done, they have taken only one factor of production, that is labor. That is labor, Nana. But after that, what they started doing, they not only started taking labor into consideration, but also they started taking capital into consideration. So if you're taking only one input, it is called as partial factor productivity. If you're taking all the inputs or more than one input, it is called as total factor productivity. Read it, my dear.
Total factor productivity. It refers to the change.
Start from the first one. Approaches
to the measurement of productivity and efficiency.
Okay.
Productivity and efficiency can be measured on a partial factor and total factor basis.
Okay.
Partial factor productivity. It refers to the change in output owing to the change in the quantity of one input.
So here basically when we say productivity, we are talking about relationship between input and output, isn't it, my dear? When we say, just now I have explained, Anna, when we say productivity, we are talking about input and output. While explaining that relationship, if I are taking only one input into consideration, it is called as partial factor productivity. Factor means nothing but factors of production. Factor means factors of production. Okay, since you're not taking all the factors of production, since you're taking only one factor of production, it is called as partial factor productivity. How many factors of production we have? 4. Land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurial organization. Again, these 4 are regrouped into 2, labor and capital. So if you're taking both the labor and capital, that means you're taking all the factors of production. But if you're taking only one factor, either labor or capital, it is called as partial factor productivity. Now, since it has certain limitations, we came up with total factor productivity. Okay, read it, Nana.
Total factor productivity. It refers to the change in output owing to changes in the quantity of more than one input.
When you're taking more than one input, Nana, that is called as total factor. Example, return on investment. Basically, you can take DuPont analysis. DuPont analysis can be explained either in 2 component or 3 component or 5 component. I hope people remember it now. 2 component means nothing but we're talking about profit margin into asset turnover. 3 component means profit margin into asset turnover into equity multiply. The same 3 component can be again divided into 5. So since you are using multiple formulas, you are using multiple bases. That means you are using multiple inputs. So when you're using multiple inputs, it's called as total factor productivity. Nana. What are the limitations of partial factor productivity? Just now I explained. When it comes to partial factor productivity, we take all the factors or one factor. But in reality, to produce anything, we use one factor or multiple factors. That is a limitation when it comes to partial factor productivity. To overcome that, we came up with total factor productivity. Okay, Nana. So these are some basic points. Next, the key aspects or key areas that we need to cover when it comes to module 1 are supply chain management. SCM, supply chain management. Next, you have customer relationship management. If you refer to the MQPs or previous examination, definitely he is touching 1 or 2 questions from these particular areas. Supply chain management, vendor relationship management, customer relationship management. Am I clear, my dear? So you should have some sort of idea when it comes to these areas. So question number 4 will be your what are the objectives of supply chain management? First of all, what is supply chain management? That you need to understand. Supply chain management. Management means managing something. Now, what we need to manage? We're talking about supply chain. Whenever you use a chain, Nana, it means that it involves different components, not a single component. Now here, what different components are we talking about? In simple terms, whatever the units or whatever the enterprises or whatever the organizations that are involved, till the good is delivered to the customer, together called as supply chain management. Whatever the organizations or whatever the units that are involved, till the good is delivered to the customer, together called as supply chain management. In simple terms, we are talking about here suppliers of raw material. Suppliers of raw material. From suppliers of raw material, then we will take manufacturers, then we will take distributors, then we will take wholesalers, then we will take retailers, then we will take e-retailers. All these things together called as supply chain management. Those days are gone by where we used to compare one company with another company. As of now, success of an organization is not alone dependent on a company. It is dependent on the entire supply chain. Why Amazon is successful? Why not other e-commerce people? Because Amazon has strong supply chain management. The kind of assurance that the Amazon can do when it comes to delivery, others can't provide it. When Amazon says that it will be delivered in 4 days, they will make sure that it is delivered on 4th day or before that, but not later than that. Okay. And if there is any change, immediately they will inform you and they will take the confirmation from you. Do you want to continue with the order or you want to cancel the order so that we can refund it back? Okay, that's the kind of hold they have when it comes to supply chain. You can't say the same thing with the other e-commerce, like JioMart or Tata Click, whatever the case may be. Okay. So that's the reason why, as of now, if you want to know whether, if you want to be successful in the market, you should not think about yourself. You should think about the entire supply chain. The supply should be able to deliver right quantity of raw material. Okay. The manufacturer should be able to produce these goods. Simply mere production does not guarantee anything. These goods should be delivered to the customer in right quantity on right time. Or else it will be waste of resources, whatever the resource that you have used for producing the goods. So everyone has to play their important role. The manufacturer, the supplier has supplied raw material correctly. The manufacturer has produced it, but unfortunately transporter was unable to deliver raw material on time. Obviously everyone who are involved in the production activity will get affected. So nowadays supply chain plays a very important role. Okay, so here what is meant by supply chain, or what are the objectives of supply chain management? Read it, my dear.
Supply chain. A supply chain is a network of connected companies that work together to produce and deliver products to consumers.
Very clearly given, Anna. It's a network of what? So here we are not talking about a single company. We are talking about multiple companies. So it's a network of connected companies that work together to produce and deliver products to whom, my dear? Consumers. Now, next round.
These companies depend on each other for material and services, adding value at each stage from raw material to finished product.
Supplier will deliver goods to manufacturer. That means manufacturer is adding some sort of value to the raw material by converting raw material into finished goods. Now these goods again will be delivered to distributor. Distributor will add some value to the finished goods by making sure that these goods are delivered to right people on right time. Wholesalers will again add some value to it. How, sir? By purchasing in large quantity and repacking it. Retailers will also add some sort of value by again repacking whatever the quantity that they have purchased from wholesaler. So in this way, all these people are adding some sort of value to the product, Nana. That's why everyone plays a very important role. Next, Nana.
Objectives of supply chain management. Supply chain management involves overseeing and improving how different companies of the supply chain work together.
That is very important. All these organizations have to work together. Even if there is a weakness in one particular organization, all the organizations which are involved in that will be adversely affected. Just imagine the transport is unable to supply raw material on time. Everyone from supplier to everyone will be affected. Next row.
It includes managing of facilities that affect cost and help meet customer needs, from suppliers and manufacturers to warehouses, distribution centers and retailers.
Yes, Nana, we have to manage what on everyone: suppliers, manufacturer, wholesaler, distribution centers and retailers. Next row.
The goal is to make the supply chain efficient and cost effective, reducing overall cost related to transportation, distribution and inventory.
Next, my dear.
Effective supply chain management integrates supplier, manufacturers, warehouse and stores, and involves planning at strategic, tactical and operational levels.
So everyone should be involved properly. The entire supply chain management is important. Why, sir? Because it helps us in planning for strategic, tactical and operational. What do you mean by strategic? What do you mean by tactical? What do you mean by operational? What do you mean by strategic? Planning. See, planning at strategic level. Yes, strategy means planning. Tactical also means planning. Operational also means planning. But the duration of time varies here. When we say strategic, we are talking about long-term planning, more than 4 years or 5 years. When it comes to tactical, we are talking about middle-term plan. That means 1 to 3 years or 1 to 2 years. Operational planning means day-to-day activities. Now, that means less than 1 year. Okay. Generally, operational planning will be done by lower level. Tactical planning will be done by middle level, and strategic planning will be done by top level. Am I clear, my dear? The entire management can be divided into 3 different categories: top level management, middle level management, and lower level management. Top level management, basing on vision and mission, they will define a strategy that is to be followed for the coming 5 or 6 years now. Basing on the strategy defined by the top level management, the middle level management will again define some targets which is to be achieved in coming 1 or 2 years. Basing on that, the operational level management define what are the things that they want to achieve on day-to-day basis. It is operational level. Next one, what are the components of supply chain management? When we say supply chain management, what we are concerned about? Read it, my dear.
It's important to differentiate between supply chain management and traditional logistics, even though they seem similar.
Very simple. Nana. When we say logistic, we are only concerned about one company, either receiving or giving, inwards or outwards. But when we say supply chain management, are we talking about a single organization or all the organizations working together? We're talking about all the organizations working together. Nana. So there's a key difference between logistics and supply chain. When we say supply chain, generally what people assume that is as similar as logistics is completely different. Logistics means we're talking about a single organization. Supply means we're talking about different organizations working for a common objective. Read it, my dear.
Logistics deals with activities within a single organization,
Okay.
while supply chain management involves a network of companies working together to deliver quality products to customers.
Next.
Supply chain management covers a broader range of activities, with logistics being
In
just
simple
one
terms,
part of
supply
it.
chain management is much broader than logistics. Supply chain management is much broader than logistics. No. Okay. In fact, logistics is part of supply chain management. Next, no.
Effective supply chain management focuses on 2 main goals:
What are those? First one,
ensuring customer satisfaction.
ultimate objective of any organization to survive is to be able to fulfill the requirements of the customer. That is the first objective. The second objective, my dear,
Improving internal operating efficiency.
yes, every organization should try to improve their respective efficiency. You don't want to be a burden on another organization. That is the reason why you have to make sure that you are improving along with other organizations. Okay, so these are the two points that the supply chain management has to focus on. Next, my dear.
Components of supply chain management.
Mm.
Companies in the supply chain, referred as links, have to make effective decision regarding the 5 specific
When we
areas.
talk about supply chain management, we have to take several decisions, and all these companies have to take respective decisions. Now, what are these decisions? These decisions have been broadly classified into 5 types. First one, production. What is to be produced? How much is to be produced? When it is to be produced? So, whatever things that you have learned in material cost chapter, all those things will be covered here. That means we're talking about what now? What is the quantity? What is the quantity that is to be produced? When it is to be produced? All those things. Okay. Next, Nana, inventory. Okay, when the raw material is to be procured, how much is to be stored, all those things here. Location, where our warehouse is to be located, where factory is to be located. Generally, what we say, factory is to be located near source of raw material, and warehouse is to be located near markets. Okay, that decision plays a very important role. And last but not least, what we're talking about now, transportation. Okay, when we are saying that different organizations are involved, definitely transportation plays a very important role. So, are we transporting goods effectively or not? Is there any wastage? And when we are multiple organizations, there should be a continuous flow of information between these organizations, because you have to understand one thing. Supplier does not interact with customers directly. Retailers interact with customers directly. Manufacturer does not interact with customers directly. Who interact with customers directly? Retailers will interact with customers directly. So what customers want, what are their requirements, are the present products able to fulfill these requirements? That information can be easily collected by whom? Retailers. Now, once that information is collected without any filtration, that information should be passed on to the supply chain. I mean to say, from retailer to wholesaler, from wholesaler to distributor, from distributor to... So that information, without any filtration in that information, that is to be transferred from one organization to another organization. Then only manufacturer and supplier can take appropriate decisions whether to continue with the product or not. So these are the areas in which they need to focus on. First one, production.
Supply chain management must focus on meeting market demands through precise planning.
Yes, what is to be produced? When is to be produced? They have to plan accordingly. They have to plan accordingly. For example, they're estimating that there will be demand for 1 lakh units in this year. Now, are they going to produce all the 1 lakh units at a time, or when? Are there any seasons and unseasons or not? All these things have to be properly planned, and they have to define it properly. Next, Nana.
This involves creating detailed production schedules that consider plant capacities, balancing workloads, quality control, and equipment
That is called as
maintenance.
production schedule. Whatever the revision exam schedule that you get, in the same way, organizations will prepare production schedule, Nana, basing on the nature of business. If it is seasonal, they have to plan according. In season, how many units we have to produce? Do we have that capacity or not? If we don't have that capacity, why can't we produce in off season? For doing so, the product should be non-perishable in nature. So all these things have to be planned accordingly by the company. Next, Nana.
Inventory. In supply chain management, deciding how much inventory to hold at each stage is crucial.
Very good, Nana. 1 minute, my dear. How much inventory to hold at each stage? What we say, each stage. How much inventory to hold at each stage? That means how much inventory. Inventory means here raw material or finished goods or work in progress, whatever the case may be. How much raw material is to be held by supplier as closing stock? How much finished goods is to be held? How much closing stock of finished goods is to be held by manufacturer? How much stock should be held by distributor, wholesaler, retailer? None. Everyone has to maintain stock. Everyone has to maintain stock. If retailers are maintaining 5%, then wholesaler has to maintain 10%. Why retailers are maintaining 5% of stock? In anticipation that the sales may increase next month. That's why they're maintaining some 5% or 10% of stock. Now, when retailers are maintaining 5%, obviously wholesaler will also have to maintain more, because one wholesaler will be providing goods to multiple retailers. So obviously the stock held by wholesaler will be much higher than the retailers. In the same way, when wholesaler is maintaining 10%, the distributor has to maintain 13% or 14%. When distributors are maintaining 13 or 14%, the manufacturer has to maintain even more. So do the supplier. You can clearly see that if one organization decides to maintain inventory, automatically it is having a chain reaction on other organization. This is called as bullwhip effect. This is called as bullwhip effect. Whip idea on the korada. ఇటు మూమెంట్ తక్కువ ఉంటుంది, ఎండ్ మూమెంట్ ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది. If customer increases demand by 1%, a retailer will maintain stock by 5%, wholesaler 10%. So you can clearly see a small change in demand by customer having a larger change in inventory till it reaches the supplier. It is called as bullwhip effect. And if things happen as expected, everyone will be earning good amount of profits. But if things do not happen as expected, that means everyone ended up holding huge amount of stock. They will suffer from losses. So stock of inventory plays a very important role. How much stock is to be maintained? No stock, also a problem. Maintaining huge stock is also a problem. So it's very important now. Continue, my dear.
Because poor decisions can affect the entire chain.
Poor decision by a retailer can affect the entire chain. Just imagine that a retailer has estimated the demand false wrongly. Obviously, it will affect the entire supply chain. Next, Nana.
While inventory helps manage uncertainties, holding too much increased costs.
Okay.
Therefore, finding the right inventory levels is important for benefiting all parts of supply chain.
Next, my dear, location. Here, location means we're talking about where the factory is to be located, where the warehouse to be located, so that our transportation cost is as low as possible. Read it, Nana.
Another key decision in supply chain management is choosing where to produce and store inventory. The goal is to be cost efficient, which helps ensure that products move smoothly through the supply chain to the
final
customer.
customer. Next, my dear, transportation. Choosing the
Right mode of transportation is crucial because it affects how quickly and reliably products move.
Yes, Nana. There is a key point here. How quickly and reliable. Is it better to transport it by rail or road? All those decisions are to be taken by the organization. Okay, Nana. For example, when it comes to retailer, he may not use rail transport, but when it comes to distributor or wholesaler, they can easily use rail transport because they need to transfer in bulk. Okay, my dear. So if rail transport is available, why don't you choose rail transport? Because it is safest mode, and nowadays it is the quickest mode also compared to road transport. Next, Nana.
A cost-effective transportation mode may lead to delays and uncertainty.
Okay.
Selecting the right transportation is vital.
A cost-effective transportation mode may lead to delays. See,
Uncertainty, which might require
make a correction. An ineffective transportation mode. An ineffective transportation mode may lead to delays and uncertainty, which may require high inventory levels to manage. This increases inventory cost. Therefore, selecting the right transportation mode is vital for successful supply chain. Last one, my dear, information.
Smooth information flow is crucial for successful supply chain management.
Information is wealth.
Good information helps in making effective decisions on production, inventory location, and transportation.
That's why we say that information is wealth. That's why management information system, transaction processing system, decision support system, executive information system. We have these many number of information systems which different levels of organization use. Because at the end of the day, everything depends upon information. Whatever the decision you may take, all those things depends upon information. So information, no matter the system that we are talking about, information is core thing now. So in the same way, in supply chain management also, information plays a very important role. Effectively addressing the above issues is crucial for supply chain management. That is about supply chain management. Question number 6. What do you mean by reverse mapping? First of all, before understanding reverse mapping, we have to understand what do you mean by traditional mapping. Traditional mapping. Okay, here mapping means nothing but linking, Nana. Linking one variable to another variable. When we say mapping, here we talk about linking objectives with resources. Objectives with resources. Nana. Okay. Initially, in the olden days, what the organization used to do, Nana, they used to fix an objective, what they want to achieve. Basing on vision and mission. What is vision? What is mission? What is vision? What is mission? What they want to achieve is called as vision or mission. Vision. Where they want to see themselves after a certain period of time is called as what? Vision, Nana. And what they are doing now is called as mission. Am I clear, my dear? What they want to achieve after 10 years, vision. What they are doing now to achieve that is called as mission. So basing on this vision and mission, the organization will set an objective. Now, once the objective is set, they will look for different alternatives. What are the different ways of achieving these objectives, alternatives? And basing on, after analyzing these alternatives, they will choose one particular alternative. And once they have chosen that particular alternative, then they will start utilizing the resources. Am I clear? And that is what organizations generally do. They will fix an objective, then they will decide how this objective can be achieved. Now, basing once they will have multiple alternatives, my dear. They will have multiple alternatives. Once they have chosen one particular alternative, basing on that alternative, they will start utilizing the resources. This is also called as end, ways, means. End means objective. Way means how you want to, the way we want to achieve it. And means nothing but what sort of resources and how well you are going to utilize these resources. That is what we generally used to do. Now, the problem in this that they have forgot the key aspect of business, that is customers. They are so much focused on their objective that they forgot about the market. They forgot about the market. Because the success and failure of the organization depends upon how well you are able to fulfill the requirements of the customers. Without taking customers into consideration, the organization has set an objective, they have come up with different ways, they have chosen one particular way, and then they have decided how the resources are to be used. There is a major drawback when it comes to traditional mapping. To overcome this, we have come up with reverse mapping, where everything starts with customers. First, gather the information from the customers, what they want. Basing on that, you decide how to utilize the resources, what are the different, and can we achieve the objective or not. But everything should start from the fulfilling the requirements of the customer. That is called as reverse mapping. వాడికి ఏం కావాలో తెలుసుకో, తయారు చేసి అమ్మటం కాదు మార్కెట్లో. ముందు వాడికి ఏం కావాలో తెలుసుకుంటే, if you make goods as per their requirements, his or her requirements, then it becomes quite easy for you to sell the goods. Then you can easily achieve whatever the objective you have. Now, that is basically earning profits. But without knowing the requirements of the customer, if you keep on thinking about earning profits, you may or may not be able to earn the profits. That's why knowing about the requirements of the customer plays a very important role. So rather than starting from objectives, start from the information that you gather from the customers. The same thing is explained here, my dear. Read it, Nana.
Reverse mapping is a bottom-up approach to business strategy, contrasting with the traditional top-down approach.
1 minute, Nana. So reverse mapping is what? Bottom up. That means we are starting from customers to inside the organization. Customers, resources, alternative, objectives. Traditionally, what we used to do, Nana, we used to start from top to down. That means we used to start with objectives, ways, and means, Nana. Reverse mapping is completely opposite to it. Next, Ra.
Instead of setting objectives first and then figuring out how to achieve them, reverse mapping starts with customer feedback to shape the strategy.
We'll start with customer feedback. Basing on the feedback that we have received, then we will define the strategy. Then we will define the strategy. Now, next, Ra.
Use of business analytics in reverse mapping.
What do you mean by analytics? Analysis. Analytics means what, my dear? See, 20 years back, collecting information was the secret of success of any organization. Now, there is no need to collect information because information is available everywhere. Now the success depends on analysis. How well you are able to interpret, analyze the data or information. Okay. 20 years back, that means when I was of your age, collection of data used to play a very important role. Now, because of internet, everything is happening through internet. Okay, so now we are not focusing on collection of data because without knowingly everyone is posting their information on the net. Everything is available on it. Now the key point is how you are able to analyze that data. So customer feedback is readily available in the net. It's a different story that you are unable to gather it. Okay. Knowingly or unknowingly, we are giving feedbacks about different things. When we are using a net or when we are using when we are watching any video, we'll get some ads, and knowingly unknowingly we are giving our feedback regarding that particular product or service now. But information is available. It's all about analyzing the information. So use of business analytics in reverse mapping. Read it, my dear.
Business analytics is crucial for making sense of data and improving performance.
Okay.
It involves extracting valuable insights from data to aid strategy formulation.
It involves extracting valuable insights from data. Nothing but we're talking about information. Data is raw form, information is refined format. Refined form of data. In simple terms, the transactions that you get before preparation of financial accounts is called as data. The trail balance or financial statements is nothing but your information. So from that data, if you are able to extract meaningful data, then that meaningful data is called as information, Nana. Next, here how business analytics help. It helps in what, Nana? Budgeting. And when you have that information, you can plan for future, right? Budgeting and forecasting are almost one and the same, but they're fundamental different. Forecasting means foreseeing the future without any objective. Okay, budgeting means what, Nana? You will fix an objective and you will try to plan what is to be done to achieve that particular objective. So both are for future, but one has an objective and that does not have any objective. Next, on a product development. Once you have information about the customer requirements, then you can think of how to develop the existing product. You can focus on marketing and sales. How we are marketing as of now, what sort of effect it has on the sales, what sort of improvements are to be done for the future. And last one is risk management. When you are doing business, that means you are taking the risk. Now, by collecting information, you can easily understand or you can easily take the steps to manage that particular risk. Nana. We have a separate chapter on risk management itself. Okay, analyzing risk data helps make cost-effective decisions to manage potential issues. If you are able to manage information, you can convert your threats into opportunities. So these are the advantages of business analytics. Now, type of business analytics. What are the questions that we have discussed? I'm talking about question number 3 and question number 6. Now, important from MCQ point of view. So types of business analytics. Descriptive analytics. Descriptive means describing. You describe what? Fact or fiction? Fact. Nana. That means we're talking about past. We're talking about past. When you go to the doctor when you are sick, what you do? You prescribe or describe? You will describe. He will prescribe. What you will describe? Facts. Facts. Problems, nothing. The sufferings that you are facing. That's something but fact. So here describes means which has already happened. Okay, so you'll take past data, you analyze the past data to know how well the organization performed in the past and what are the factors that are affected the organization. Now, diagnosing means what? Nothing but analyzing. Why? Okay, diagnosis will be done by whom? Yourself or doctor? Once you have given him all the facts, then he will diagnose and he will come up with some reasons because you ate so and so, and that too without any limit. Today you are suffering from so and so problem. There's nothing wrong in eating, but the issue is that without any limit you have consumed it. ఎక్కడైతే ఒక స్వీట్ తినాలో ఒక కేజీ స్వీట్స్ తిన్నావు, ఏమవుద్ది? బాడీ విల్ ఫ్లష్ అవుట్ ఎవ్రీథింగ్. ఓకే, స్వీట్స్ ఎలాంటిదని తినే కొద్దీ, especially when you are starving, when you are living somewhere else and someone offers you a sweet, you plan, basically what you will do, plan to eat for a weekdays, but in a matter of half an hour the entire box will be empty. Okay, so doctor will diagnose what has happened. Next, Nana, predictive means predicting. That means we're talking about future, using past data to predict what? future outcomes. So obviously to think about future, you need some base. That base will be past data. And after these analysis, you will prescribe, Nana, what should be done. So recommendations means what, Nana? What should be done? Recommending specific actions to achieve future goals. So descriptive is about past, predictive is about future, and prescribing means nothing but suggestions, giving suggestions. Okay, we are expecting that in future you are going to face so and so problem. So reduce the impact of it, or to overcome that problem from now onwards, you please follow these things. That is called as prescribing, nothing but suggestions, recommendations. So these are the 4 types of business analytics now. All these types of analytics help organization leverage. Leverage means what? Use data to achieve strategic goals and gain a competitive advantage. Okay, na? Am I clear, my dear? Right, so this is about business analytics. Next, Nana, CRM. Write a short note on customer relationship management. See, when we talk about customer relation, see, supply chain management means we are starting from supplier, then manufacturer, then distributor, then wholesaler, then retailer. This is supply chain management. The first part is called as vendor relationship management. Vendor, from whom we are purchasing. Okay. The last part, retailer, and from here customer. The retailer last part is called as customer relationship management. Understood, my dear? So both vendor relationship management and customer relationship management are part of supply chain management. In fact, customer is not part of supply chain management, but for the sake of understanding, I have written in that manner. Supplier, manufacturer, distributor, wholesaler, retailer, all these are part of supply chain management. When you're talking about interaction between supplier and manufacturer, we're talking about vendor relationship management. He is my vendor. Do I need to have a good relationship with him, Nana? Do I need to maintain one vendor or multiple vendors? Multiple, not more, but few. So that if I am facing a problem with one particular supplier, I can easily switch back to other suppliers. That's why big companies, what they do, rather than placing an order to a single company, even though they can do it, they will not do it, Nana. They will give orders to different companies so that they can maintain good relationship with everyone. ఇంటి పక్కన 4 షాప్స్ ఉన్నాయి అనుకోరా, ఒకే షాప్లో వెళ్ళి కొన్నాం అనుకో బాగోదు. కొంత ఇటు దగ్గర, కొంత ఆడ దగ్గర, ఆడ దగ్గర, అందరితో రిలేషన్షిప్ మెయింటైన్ చేయాలి. ఒకటి దగ్గర మెయింటైన్ చేసాం, వాటికి మనకి ఇష్యూ అయిందనుకో మళ్ళీ ఇబ్బంది పడతాం. Same thing. Now coming back to customer relationship, and the name itself suggests, Nana, we need to maintain good relationship with the customer, because at the end of the day, he is the one who buys product from us. The success or failure of the organization depends upon how well we are having this kind of relationship with the customer. So here we are going to discuss about customer relationship management. Okay, Nana? Right. Customer relationship management. Did it, my dear?
CRM is a business strategy comprising of process, organizational, and technical changes whereby a company seeks to better manage its enterprise around its customer behavior.
This is the key point, Nana, where company seeks to manage its enterprise around customers. So simply that's why we have discussed about reverse mapping first before discussing about customer relationship management. First, you understand what customers need. Basing on that, you plan how you want to do business. First, to understand what customers need. When we say customers, obviously we'll be targeting one particular segment of society, right? You want to target one particular segment of society. You can take the example of Zudio. I hope you know the brand, Nana. Zudio. Everything is less than 9. Okay, 1000 or greater than, less than or equal to 999. Have they targeted everyone or especially teens? Teens. Majority are teens. Because when it comes to teens, Nana, reusable rate is very, very low. Reusable rate is very, very low. Teens, that to feminine gender. Reusable rate is very, very low. So they have understood that concept. People want new things regularly for 2 months or 3 months. Everyone, irrespective of the gender, irrespective of the age. No one wants to keep on wearing the same dress for multiple years. Okay, they will wear it for 4 months or 5 months or 6 months, and if they get faded off, then we want to replace it, right? The issue here is that the cost. We don't want to spend more than 1,000 rupees on a pair which we are not going to use it for more than 2 months or 3 months. That means you should get a pair for less than 1,000. That means it is quite reasonable. This preference of customer was tapped by Zudio. And to do that, what they have done, they have spent very less amount on advertisement. As of now, whatever the reputation Zudio has in the market, it's all because of mouth publicity. You will very scarcely find any ad regarding Zudio. Okay, and when teens are happy with something, they will easily spread that information as a wildfire. They will easily share it with your friends. Okay, that's what Zudio did. So they designed that entire concept, that apparel concept around customer preference. Okay, this segment of society are fond about these things. They want new clothes, but they don't want to spend too much amount of money because they have their own constraints. Why majority of them are not still in earning stage. Once they start earning stage, they want to go for brand because they want to show off their earning capacity. But till that point, they still want to buy new clothes, but they don't want to spend huge amount of money. Basing on that preference, they have come up with this new concept that is called as Zudio. Okay. So, which is quite different from whatever the apparel platforms that we have in the market. Mitra, all these things. They sell everything, but Zudio only focus on a particular segment. They have taken window shopping to next level. See, most of the people go for window shopping. When the prices are low, automatically what will happen? You will end up buying that particular product. The same strategy about but DMart also. You go to DMart to buy one thing, you ended up putting 2 or 3 things in the trolley. Why? The key factor is price. అది కూడా ఏ గూడ్స్ కొంటాం మనం? బిస్కెట్స్, జామ్, బ్రెడ్ ఇయే కదా. అందుకే స్టార్టింగ్ అయ్యే ఉంటాయి చూడండి. మన ఇంటెన్షన్ అది కాదు, బట్ తినాల్సిందే అలాగో. అదే నువ్వు గ్రోసరీ షాప్లో అయితే కనుక ఒక్కడ కొనుక్కొని బయటకు వచ్చేస్తావు. చక్కగా ఎంటర్ అవ్వగానే పెడతారు అన్నమాట. ఇప్పుడు డ్రై ఫ్రూట్స్ కూడా పెడతాడు. హెల్త్ కాన్షియస్ అయ్యారు కోవిడ్ తర్వాత జనాలందరూ కూడా డ్రై ఫ్రూట్స్ పెడతారు 50% ఆఫ్. నేనే కొన్నామన్నా కాజు కేజీ 600 రూపీస్ అన్నాడు. మార్కెట్లో 820 అంత ఉంది. కొనేది 2 కిలోలు తీసేసుకున్నాను నేను. పడుంటుంది ఇంట్లో పాడవదు కదా, అది ఎక్స్పైరీ డేట్ ఎక్కడో ఉంది. ఇంట్లో పడుతుందని ఎంత స్పెండ్ చేశాను? 1200 రూపీస్ స్పెండ్ చేశాను. దానికోసం వెళ్ళా నేను. ఐ వెంట్ ఫర్ సంథింగ్ ఎల్స్. ఐ ఎండ్ అప్ బయింగ్ 2 kgs ఆఫ్ క్యాష్యూ. Okay, the same strategy was applied by Zudio also. People want so many things. So if you're able to offer it lower price, even though they're coming for window shopping, they will end up buying one or two items, my dear. So here also, everything should be designed around customer behavior. Next, my dear. It is an
integrated approach of identifying, acquiring, and retaining customers.
Yes, that is a key point. The last point is very key, Nana. Identifying, acquiring is easy. But once the customer has purchased a product from you, you have to make sure that again he has to come back and buy your same brand. Okay, so acquisition plays a very important, retaining plays a very important role. Next, Nana.
It entails acquiring and deploying knowledge.
Deploying means use. Entail means involves. It involves acquiring and using knowledge about
customers and using this information across the various customers touch points to increase revenue and achieve cost reduction through operational efficiencies.
So you have to acquire, you have to use knowledge about customers and using this information across various customer touch points. What do you mean by customer touch points? Not the points on the customer body, my dear. We are talking about departments which are interacting with customers. Sales department, marketing department, service department, post-sales service department. Okay, customer care department. All these are the departments which interact with the customers directly. So these departments have some readily available information about the customers. So when this information is there, this information should not only be shared between all these departments, but should be gathered and forward to the management, so that management can get to know what is the requirement of the customer. Next, Nana.
CRM helps in understand the customer,
retain
customer through better customer experience, attract new customer, win new clients and contracts, increase profitability, decrease customer management costs.
See, when you are able to attract new customers, retain customers, automatically your spending on advertisement will decrease. Because as a loyalty in the customers keep on increasing, there is no need to spend huge amount of money on advertisement. Am I clear, my dear? So these are the points in which CRM will help you out. Now, next one, what list out the advantages of CRM? Same thing, Ra.
Satisfied customer does not consider leaving.
Hmm.
Product development can be identified according to current customer
Yes,
needs.
Nana. Development can be done according to requirements of the customer. What customer needs, basing on that, we can develop the product. Next, Ra.
A rapid increase in quality of products and
Obviously,
services.
when you are able to gather the information from the customer, you can increase the quality of the product that too rapidly. Because you know that as of now, customer is expecting so and so thing from the particular product. So rather than waiting for the time, you will immediately spend on research and development, try to improve the quality as quickly as possible. Because we are in a monopoly market or competitive market? Competitive market. So if we are so, automatically we are giving a chance to our competitors to take advantage of the situation. Next, Nana.
The ability to sell more products.
Okay.
Optimization of communication costs.
That means what? Reduction. Reduction in communication cost.
Proper selection of marketing tools.
Okay. Marketing, how to advertise the product. How to advertise the product. That is called as marketing tools here. Next, Nana.
Trouble-free run of business
Okay.
process.
Next.
Greater number of individual contacts with customers.
Hmm.
More time for customer.
Hmm.
Differentiation from competition.
When you are able to attract the loyalty of the customers, you can create your own niche. Nothing but different. You can differentiate from the competition. You can create your own image in the market. That's what Maruti is enjoying as of now. Maruti Suzuki. Tata has come up with different products. Tata has come up with different cars. One of the safest cars, if not the safest cars in India. Still, Maruti has that upper hand when it comes to market share. People know that Maruti cars are the least safest car. Maruti cars are the least safest cars. But still, they are purchasing it. Example, Wagoner. Zero safety. Zero safety. But still people are purchasing it. Why? That the kind of loyalty that the company is able to enjoy. Okay, so no matter what other companies are doing, without any much effort, these companies are able to sell the same cars or old cars in much higher quantity now. Because they were able to understand one particular thing about Indian market. Indian people, majority of them are not concerned about safety. They are only concerned about one thing, mileage. ఎంత తాగుతుంది చివరికి యాడ్ కూడా అయింది సుజుకి అదే యాడ్ తక్కువ తాగుతుందని చెప్పేసి ఐడియా ఉందా చూసారు ఎప్పుడన్నా మారుతి వాజ్ ఏబుల్ టు అండర్స్టాండ్ నాన్న వెరీ ఫ్యూ పీపుల్ కేర్ అబౌట్ సేఫ్టీ అదర్స్ ఆర్ ఎవ్రీ వన్ కన్సర్న్ అబౌట్ mileage. They focused only on that. That's why Maruti cars are the best in mileage, Nana. And that company is not at all thinking about safety. Now, since people are shifting from mileage to safety, recently they have come up with the first safest car in Maruti brand. It's not as safe as other brands, but comparatively, it's a starting point for them. I think they have got 4 stars, something like that. Other cars in India have 5 stars, Anna. But for the first time in the history of Maruti Suzuki, they have launched a car which is safe and that which offers more mileage. Till now, they did not offer that one because they were in comfort zone and people showed loyalty also. Okay, they are saying that their car does not offer safety, Nana. But whatever things that they are saying apart from safety, all those things are being fulfilled by the Maruti company. Once you enjoy that loyalty, you can differentiate your products in the market. Next, Nana.
Real-time access to information.
Okay.
Fast and reliable prediction.
When you have real-time access to information, automatically you can take decisions quickly and reliably. Next, Nana.
Communication between marketing, sales and services.
All these are what, my dear, touch points. Touch point. That means these are the departments which interact with the customers. So they gather different types of data. All these data will be shared not only by these 3 departments, but will be transferred to the entire top of the management. Next, Nana.
Increase in effectiveness and of teamwork.
Okay. And increase in staff motivation. So these are some of the advantages of CRM, my dear. Next, Nana. Question number 9. Summarize the 5 misrepresentations of customer relationship management. Misrepresentations nothing but misunderstandings. Misrepresentation nothing but misunderstanding. So what is CRM? When we say CRM, generally people will misunderstand with marketing, misunderstand with marketing process, misunderstand with information technology, misunderstand that it can be implemented by any company and misunderstand it as a loyalty scheme. No. It's beyond that. It's beyond that. CRM is not merely a marketing. In fact, marketing is part of CRM. What do you mean by marketing? Gathering information from the customers. Gathering information from the customers. But CRM is more than marketing, Nana. It's not only gathering information from the customers, selling goods to the customers. It's all about what you do after sale also. What you do after sale. As of now, in the present generation, post-sale service play a very important role. If company fails to provide post-sale service, see, you may argue that your product is reliable, it will not suffer from any defects. Still, the people will not buy your product because they are worried. Yes, as you said, our company does not suffer from any sort of product, any sort of defects. But if we face a problem, is there a way to rectify it quickly or not? If not, then why I have to take the risk and invest so much amount of money in your product? Ola, the prime example in front of you. Okay, they wanted to sell electric vehicles like laptops, but they forgot that even laptop companies have post-sale service. They want to make that two-wheeler sales as easy as possible. Assemble it, sell it as laptop. That's what laptops are made and sold now. They will assemble it simply and they will sell it off. But he forgot one thing. Even laptop companies have service centers. And they do provide services promptly. Okay, if there are no service centers also, even spare part, at least spare parts are available in the market. So anyone can service it. But that's not the case when it comes to Ola bikes. It's not about marketing. You may market, you may fool people for a short period of time, but in the long run, through personal experience, people will realize what is the mistake that they have done. And as I said, when it comes to marketing, the more strongest one is the mouth publicity. So they will start teaching others not to buy electric vehicles. As of now, you can clearly see that irrespective of the two-wheeler, when it comes to electric vehicles, sale of almost all the electric vehicles have dipped drastically. It's not increasing as expected. Now, one, the prices are very, very high. Two, the government is not giving any sort of subsidy. And three, the reliability. They are worried about it. No matter how reputed the organization may be, the reliability aspect. Okay, so for example, if there is any issue with the electric vehicle, can it be repaired as easily as other vehicles or not? That kind of assurance the companies are unable to provide. That's the issue with. That's why still people are willing to shift to keep on using the traditional vehicle. That's why even car manufacturing companies are not fully into electric vehicles. They are still producing the traditional vehicles also, conventional vehicles also. Okay, hybrid gasnaru. And petrol plus electric, where because of acceleration, deceleration power will be generated. I mean to say the battery will be recharged and they will be using it. Okay, so you can clearly understand from that companies does not have confidence in electric vehicles completely. When the manufacturer himself does not have any confidence in electric vehicles, how can you expect the people have confidence in that? Still, there are some companies who do not want to manufacture anything, want to manufacture anything related to electric vehicles. Maruti, Suzuki, Japanese companies. Japanese companies don't want to invest too much into electric vehicles because they are working on some other engines. So it hydrogen, I think. Hydrogen or some other hybrid engines. Okay, where you can still use the conventional fuel and you will get much power or more mileage compared to earlier vehicles. So it is spending huge amount of money. They don't want to invest in electric vehicles. Okay, so CRM is more than marketing, Nana. So in order to zero down on the concept of CRM, and elucidation about the misinterpretations or misunderstandings or misrepresentation about CRM is required, which are put forward in the following few lines. What is the first misrepresentation? CRM is merely database marketing. It's not database marketing. What do you mean by database marketing? Collecting data and selling the data. Collecting data from the customers and selling the data to companies. It's not database marketing. Database marketing means marketing of data. Marketing of data. When we say marketing, it's not advertisement. Advertisement is part of marketing. You will collect first and you will use it later on, either for your own purpose or you will sell it off now. So it's merely database. It's a misconception, a misrepresentation. The scope of CRM is much broader than database marketing. Though the success of CRM depends much on database, strategic and operational CRM is not merely database marketing. Database marketing, as I said, collecting and selling it off. Yes, just like any other information system, CRM also is based on database, but it's more than that. Next one, a misrepresentation 2. CRM is merely marketing process. The scope of CRM extends beyond the nuances. Nuances means details of marketing activities. That is, when we say marketing, Nana, here we talk about market segmentation, customer acquisition, customer retention, customer development. It is more than that. CRM extends into selling and service functions also. Okay, it's not only concerned about dividing the entire market in different segments, acquiring some customers, retaining customers, developing. It's more than that. It's after whatever the things that we do after sales, also all those things are covered under CRM. Now, misrepresentation 3. CRM is merely an information technology issue. No. Okay, yes, we use information technology to gather information, but it's more than information technology. Without the advent of IT, CRM would not be possible. That we know that. IT may be said to be an enabler of CRM. It will help in implementation of CRM, but it is not CRM. However, the two other important parts of most CRM projects are and process. CRM, customer relationship management. Whenever we use the term management, we are talking about a process, step by step process. Nana. And merely using IT does not guarantee anything. To implement the IT, we need to use people also. While the architect on which it is developed is IT. So we need to have IT, information technology, people to implement it, and process to be followed, Nana. Then only it will be effective. Now CRM can be implemented by any company. No, it can't be implemented by any company. Though strategic CRM and operation CRM can be implemented in any company, implementation of analytic CRM is not possible in all companies. Analytical CRM is based on customer related data, and in smaller companies or companies in which such customer related data is not readily available, implementation of the same is not possible. In simple terms, when we talk about CRM, customer relationship management, it's all about data. Since small companies are unable to collect data, they will not be in a position to implement CRM. And last one, Nana, some companies, to attract customers, what they will do, they will give loyalty schemes, especially airlines. If you are a frequent flyer, you will get miles, free miles. Free miles. Air distance is measured in miles generally. If you are a frequent flyer, you will get points now. For example, I am using Cred app, my dear. Cred app, okay. When you keep on doing transaction, you will get coins. Using those coins, you can shop. You can shop. For example, if you refer to the Amazon, Neiman's company is selling shoes. Okay. A cheaper version of Skechers. A cheaper version of Skechers, reliable, good quality. A shoe is sold in Neiman's in Amazon platform for 1100 rupees. The same shoe will be sold in Cred app for 729 rupees, provided you need to use some coins. Okay. So this Cred company, what is doing, Nana? It is asking me, since I am being loyal to that particular app, it is giving me some sort of benefits. Okay, where the same shoe is priced at 1100 rupees, I'm getting it for 800 rupees, something like that. Okay. Okay, so it is offering that scheme to me so that I'm loyal to it, right? Since I keep on purchasing, since I do most of the transactions, I don't use PhonePe. I use only Cred app. Since almost all the transactions are done through Cred. Okay, I'm being loyal to it. So for that, it is offering some schemes. No, is it CRM? No, it's part of CRM. So loyalty schemes given by the companies is not CRM. Loyalty schemes is all about retaining the customers. Why I'm not using PhonePe? I'm not getting any sort of benefit in that. Why I'm not using Google Pay? I'm not getting any benefit in that. And why I'm using Cred? I don't have any personal attachment to Cred. The only thing that is encouraging me to use Cred is I'm getting some sort of benefit from it. So loyalty programs are meant to retain customers. Retention of customers alone is not your CRM. It's more than that. The same thing is covered here. CRM is a technical name for loyalty schemes. That's what people assume, but it's completely wrong. To acquire new customers or retain old customers, business houses often offer loyalty schemes like air miles, reward points, lunch coupons, free train fare passage. All these are benefits which are given to frequent flyers or frequent users now. These are redeemed by the customers in future. These are distributed to loyal customers, my dear. Some CRM implementations are likely to linked to loyalty schemes. Not all of them are. And it would not be wise to intermingle two concepts. Both are completely different. In fact, loyalty scheme is part of CRM. Rather, loyalty schemes are subset of. It means loyalty schemes are part of CRM. Okay. What are the different types of CRM we have? What are the different types of CRM we have now? Basically, we have strategic CRM and operational. Strategic related to what now? Top level or lower level? Top level. Operations means here we talk about day-to-day operations now. Okay. With that, I will stop for the moment. Okay. Let us complete that question now. Read it, Nana.
There are four main forms of CRM are strategic, operational, analytical, collaborative.
Don't miss any. Strategic, operational, analytical, and collaborative. Now, next round.
Strategic CRM. It is a management approach that focuses on building long-term value and loyalty with customers.
Okay.
Instead of just aiming for sales or marketing gains, it works on creating strong lasting relationship by understanding customer needs and behaviors.
Okay. So strategic means nothing but long term. Nana. It involves fostering. Fostering means nothing but encouraging. Okay. It involves fostering a customer focused culture in the company. So it's up to the top level management to create such kind of culture where customer preference is given utmost importance. Nana. Okay, so everything will be determined from customer point of view. So it's up to the top level. It involves fostering or encouraging a customer focused culture in the company, which is reflected in the leadership actions and formal company systems. Okay, that is your strategic CRM. Next, Nana.
Operational CRM focus on automating customer interactions like sales, marketing, and after sales services. It helps front office workers by automating sales and marketing
What is
process.
front office and what is back office now? Accounts department comes under back office. Your sales department comes under front. Means office which interacts with customers directly are called as front office now. So if you automate the systems or procedures that are done in front office, then it will improve the efficiency of the workers, reduce the time and delivery also. Next, Nana.
It tracks and stores all customer communication, making it easy for employees to access and use this information.
Okay.
So customers feel like they are being handled by one person even if different employees are involved.
Yes, Nana. So generally when you go to a showroom, a separate person is designated to you. Okay, they will ask all the questions. Even if you go to McD or somewhere else, especially in McDonald's, it's there now. They have separate kiosk machines and also they have people who will interact with you one by one. Okay, so they will guide you also what are the things that are available in our stores and how well you can get it. First, they will listen. If you go to a electronic showroom or bike showroom or a car showroom, first they will ask what are your preferences, sir. They will listen to you and then they will give you suggestions. But this will be done by a single person, or there may be change in person also. Still, you will feel that you are having one-to-one interaction, so that the customer satisfaction increases. You have went to the showroom, you have waited there for half an hour, no one has interacted with you, definitely it will not be a good experience. Okay, as soon as you enter in the showroom, a person immediately approaches you and he asks for your preferences, etc., etc. You will feel that you are being taken care of. బట్టల షోరూమ్కి వెళ్ళినా అంతే కదా, మేడం రండి అంటారు. ఓకే, మీరేం అడిగారు అది కాకుండా మిగతా కూడా చూపిస్తారు. ఓకే, వెళ్ళిన తర్వాత అరగంట పట్టించుకోవట్లేదు ఎవరు కూడా, ఏం చేసినా పట్టించుకోవట్లేదు. నెక్స్ట్ టైం వెళ్ళము. ఓకే, కొంతమంది ఇంకో ఒక స్టెప్ ముందుకు వెళ్తారు, చీరలు ఎక్కువ కొనే కొద్ది మేడం గారు రాగండి భోజనం చేసి వెళ్తారు. కానీ చూసి They have given the confidence to South India showroom that we will buy everything here today itself. ఫ్రీ అయిపోయింది కదా. మేనేజర్ పరుగుతుంది వచ్చాడు, అడిగాడు ఏంటి సిచ్యువేషన్ చెప్పి, సార్ ఇప్పటికి ఎంత కొన్నారు, కొంత బిల్ అయిపోయింది, పే కూడా చేస్తారంటే ఇమీడియట్లీ వితౌట్ ఎన్ హెసిటేషన్, సార్ బట్టలు ఎక్కడ పోవు, మీరు ఇక్కడే ఉండండి, ప్లీజ్ కమ్ విత్ అస్, లెట్ అస్ హ్యావ్ సమ్ లంచ్. మేము తెచ్చుకున్న బాక్సులు పెట్టాం సార్, యూ విల్ ఆఫర్ యూ ప్రాపర్ మీల్. అక్కడికి వెళ్దాం రండి, సెంటర్లో ఉంటాయి కదా పెద్ద పెద్ద అవన్నీ కూడా, అక్కడికి వెళ్దాం రండి, తినండి, వీళ్ళు మేమే పే చేసుకుంటాం సార్. మరి ఆ 2.5 కాంప్లిమెంటింగ్ అనమాట. ఒక స్టెప్ ముందుకు వెళ్తారు వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ టైం ఏమవుతుంది, వీడు వేరే మ్యారేజ్ అడుగుతారా ఎక్కడ కొన్నారని చెప్పేసి, చాలా బాగుందండి, మాకు భోజనం కూడా ఫ్రీగా, అరే 3 లక్షలు వదిలించుకున్నావు నువ్వు, నా కళ్ళ ముందు జరిగింది అది. అంటే లిఫ్ట్లో వెళ్తుంటే మాట అంటున్నారు, ఏంటమ్మా అంటే ఏంటండి అంటే, పొద్దున్న వచ్చారండి ఇంకా కొంటానున్నారండి వాళ్ళు, చూపించాలా అని చూపిస్తూ ఉన్నారు. అంటే వాళ్ళ పేషెన్స్ ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది, దే ఆర్ పెయిడ్ ఫర్ దట్, 50 శారీస్ తీసిన తర్వాత కూడా నచ్చలేదంటే నువ్వేం మాట్లాడకూడదు, ఎందుకు తీయించావు, మడతెట్టు నువ్వే మాట్లాడకూడదు, దే ఆర్ పెయిడ్ ఫర్ దట్ నాన్న. ఓకే, సో ఆపరేషన్ CRM నాన్న, ఇట్ ట్రాక్స్ ఎవ్రీథింగ్, ఇట్ రెడ్యూస్ ద టైమ్ వర్కర్స్ స్పెండ్ ఆన్ డేటా ఎంట్రీ, వీ డోంట్ వాంట్ దట్, దట్స్ వై దే యూస్ barcode system నాన్న. And administration by sharing information. See, it will be in 4 or 5 floors. Billing will be done in the top floor. Payment can be done in the or any of the floors, depending on the rush. There is no need that you have to do payment on the top. That means everything is centralized. For example, Sonovision showrooms are there. You can buy in one showroom, get it delivered from another showroom, because everything is centralized. I have Sonovision here. I have gone to it, Nana. My house is in Vijayawada. I can buy here. I can make payment here. I can ask that showroom to deliver there. This becomes quite easy. If they say that sir, names are same, but everything is completely different from one another, means I may simply shift to some other showroom also. Okay, or I may place an order on online. But in Sonovision, you have that facility. You can go to one particular showroom, you can buy it, and you can ask other showroom, same showroom, which is there in another place, deliver the same product to my home now. So that is your operational CRM. Then after we have what, my dear, analytical CRM and collaborate. Analytical CRM is, here we're talking about analysis of data. Whatever the data that we have gathered by different departments, that entire data will be analyzed. Now that is called as analytical CRM. And collaborative means what? Working differently or together. So there are different departments which are working with people, Nana. They gather different kinds of information. Sales department will gather one type of information. Service department will gather another type of information. Okay, Nana. When these different departments are interacting with the customers, definitely the data collected by these customers are different from one another. The data collected by these departments is different from one another. So what these departments have to do, they have to share this information with other departments. It is called as collaborating, working together. So collaborative CRM means the different departments will work together. They will share customer information with one another. So ultimately everyone is on the same page. It is called as collaborative CRM now. Am I clear? Okay, now next one, next topic, Nana. Briefly discuss the stages for successful implementation of customer profitability analysis. What do you mean by customer profitability analysis? As I said, Nana, company will not try to sell goods to everyone in the market. They will target one particular section of customers. So in such a case, they want to know how much profit they are earning from that particular section of customers. That is called as customer profitability analysis. So when here, as I said, the first step is to divide customers into different segments, either on the basis of age or on the basis of income or on the basis of gender, whatever the case may be. Okay, so when we talk about customer segmentation, there are two ways in which we'll segment, in which we'll differentiate or segment the customers. First one is demographic. Second one is psychographic, Nana. Demographic means here we'll divide the customers on the basis of age, sex or income level. Psychographic means here the division will be made on the basis of preferences, interest, attitudes of the customers. Okay. Second one is quite difficult to understand, Nana. But first classification, you can do that easily. Okay. So once you have divided the customers into different segments, then you will try to calculate revenue from each segment. So how much we are earning. See, when it comes to car manufacturing companies, they manufacture different models of cars or different types in a single model. Lower version, higher version, medium, low range, middle range, high range. Same model, different ranges. Basically, the features will change. The characteristic will remain the same, but features will change. Now, the company has to decide which type is to be manufactured more. Low range, middle range, or high range. How the decision will be taken basing on the profitability that they are earning. Obviously, low range will be for middle class society, middle range and high range will be for high class society. Now, if I are getting more profits from middle range and high range, that means the more and more high class society are buying their particular product. So obviously their focus will be on producing more and more middle range and high range. So here are same thing, revenue attributable to each segment. Next, Nana, calculation of profit of each segment. Once you calculate revenue, then you will try to calculate the profit. Next, you will try to analyze the profitability of customers. Okay, what are the reasons for earning so much, so and so profit? What are the reasons for increase in profit in one particular segment, and what are the reasons for decrease in profit in another particular segment? Now, then we have to develop strategies. What sort of strategies we are talking about, Nana? Basically, when it comes to strategies, we have two types of strategies. What are those? Either you try to eliminate the customers, or you try to include those customers. If you feel that by selling a product to that particular particular segment, you are unable to get as much profit as possible, there are two options in front of him now. Either to take steps to improve the profit or to stop selling that particular product. Okay, that is called a strategy. Company has two strategies in front of you. Either you try to sell more to that particular segment of society and try to increase the revenue and profits, or stop selling the product completely to that particular segment. Generally, these strategies will be taken when you are not getting as much profits as you are expecting. When you are getting more profits, you will not think about these strategies, my dear. Okay, and then once the strategy is taken, you have to review the strategy. Are there any changes to be made, amendments to be made in future or not? So when we say customer profitability analysis, here the customers are divided into different segments. For each segment, we will calculate the profit. Basing on that profit, we will decide, Nana, what type of strategy is to be taken. Do we need to retain these customers? If so, we have to make sure that we are able to increase the revenue and profit from that particular segment. Or do we want to dump these customers? That means stop selling the product to that particular customer. Those things are covered in this particular question. Read it, my dear. Read it, Nana.
The stages of successful implementation of CPAR. Customer segmentation. There are two basic approaches to customer segmentation that may be used by the company. Demographic segmentation is based either on geographical location of the customer or age, sex, and income level of the customer.
Location, age, sex, or income level, Nana. Most of the time, companies will go for either location or age or income level. Okay, next round.
Psychographic segmentation is based on the need and behavior of the customer, which are noted through the attitudes and interest of the customers.
So here we are focusing on what, my dear? Need and behavior. Need and behavior. Okay. It is based on what? On attitudes and interest. Basing on his interest, his behavior will change. Next, my dear.
Revenue attributable to each segment.
Next.
Once segments have been identified, the annual revenue is calculated per segment with specific reference to the products and services offered by the company.
Nana. So we will try to calculate revenue per segment with specific reference to the product, and that means what goods are sold to that particular section of customers, how much revenue we are getting. Am I clear, Nana? Right, next round.
Cash discount, bulk discounts, and service fees, if any, must be adjusted to the revenue.
Obviously, then you will get net revenue, Nana. You are concerned about net revenue. Next round.
Calculation of profit of each segment. To calculate profit, costs need to be apportioned to each segment.
Okay.
This will involve both directly attributable product or service costs and also consumer costs, including allocation of overheads, marketing, sales, and distribution costs.
So we are talking about total cost now. Total cost means what? Prime cost plus overhead. That's what he has talked in point number 1 and point number 2. Next, Nana.
In respect to customers, there are some costs that are not directly attributable, like quality control cost, inspection cost, cost of order picking and delivery, and cost of order fulfillment.
Okay.
ABC, which depends on cost drivers for allocation of cost, is an effective tool of assigning these costs to particular segment.
There is a possibility that you may get a question on ABC in the examination in SPM. I'm not talking about SCM. Okay, in SCM also you have a chapter called as ABC. Here also there is a possibility that you may get a problem on ABC. ABC costing, activity based costing. I think there is no need to explain you anything about activity based costing. People are well aware of it. Okay. So just keep in mind, Nana, they may give you some raw data and simply ask you to find out cost driver rate, and basing on that allocate the cost to the different activities. Okay, just keep that thing in mind. Okay, there is a possibility. Next, my dear.
Analysis of profitability of customers. Completing step 3 means the customer database is ready and sorted by profitability. Profitable customers are those whose revenue is higher than their costs.
Obviously, we know that this step highlights which customers are less profitable or damaging to the business, because we need to focus on these customers first, my dear. So whatever the strategy that we are developing is basically focusing on these section of customers from whom we are getting less profit or who are causing harm to the business. And harm in the sense, by selling goods to them, we are suffering from losses. So by stopping that sales, Sana, we can at least avoid those losses. Next, my dear.
Development of strategies. After sorting the customer database by profitability, the next step is to develop strategies to maximize profits from the most profitable customers and eliminate the least profitable ones, as they can harm the business.
As they can harm the business. Nana. We don't want to continue loss-making businesses. Why, sir? In fact, the loss-making businesses will eat into profits from another segments. If you are getting profits in one segment and loss in another segment, my advice is either to convert this loss-making segment into profit-making one, or ignore it completely. Why, sir? If you keep on incurring losses, this loss-making segment will be eat into profit-making segment, and slowly that profit-making will turn into loss-making. Okay, so create loyalty programs to retain less profitable customers. There are two main strategies for the company to deal with the least and non-profitable customers. What are those two strategies? First one, my dear.
Elimination of the customers.
Okay.
The non-profitable customers are value destroyers and needs to be eliminated from the database.
They are destroying the value of the product. We don't want to sell our product to such particular customers. So let us eliminate them from database. That means let us stop selling our products to such particular customers. Now, how to stop selling the products, sir? Simple reason: increase the price drastically or change the feature so that it is not usable to that particular segment of customers. Either increase the price or change the feature of the product in such a way that it is no longer useful to that particular segment, Nana. It may be useful for other segment, but is no longer useful to that particular segment. So change the feature in that particular manner. Next, Nana.
For this, company may take various routes like raising prices and making them unsuitable by changing the product design and otherwise.
Next, Nana.
Inclusion of customers.
Okay.
All the non-profitable customer groups can harm the business. They might be improved by increasing their revenue or reducing their cost.
Okay.
Strategies like product
Re-engineering.
changing packaging or modifying product design can help turn them around.
So try to understand what customers want, Nana. See, they are buying your product, but they don't want to keep on buying your product regularly. That's why you are suffering from losses. So why they are not willing to buy your product regularly or in large quantity? Because you are unable to fulfill their requirements. So what is the requirement? Understand that and try to, basing on that understanding, try to remodify your particular product. Either re-engineer the process or change the packaging or whatever thing it might be. Example, Dabur came up with squeezy bottle for honey. Okay, generally honey, most of the people use it while traveling, Nana. Who are health conscious, they will use it in place of sugar or jam. Okay. No, earlier honey used to be packed in a jar, right? Jar. So if you want to travel, if you want glass jar, on one side it is heavy. Okay, forget about the weight of it, Nana. While you're traveling, if it is in a jar, not only you have to carry the jar, but also you have to carry the spoon and other utensils so that you can apply the honey on the bread or loaf of bread, whatever the case may be. Now, when it is in squeezy bottle, you can avoid all these things, isn't it, Nana? So it becomes quite portable to you. Or if you want to make it in a jar, you make sure that it is not, it has some, it's in the shape of a jug rather than in the shape of a jar, so that you can simply pour it on on your glass or on your bread, nana. Like this, by making small changes, it will become quite attractive to the customers. Kisan Jam, instead of selling in large sizes, they started selling in small cups. Or Tetra packs. Ketchup, they started selling in Tetra packs. Pichku antam mano. Pichku. Okay, so that you can buy it. First of all, it's of small quantity, so less price. You can buy it, and it can fulfill your emergency requirements during the travel. That kind of, by doing such kind of things, you can increase the sales. Now, step 6 now.
Review of strategy.
Whatever the strategies that you have taken up, you have to review it from time to time, Nana. So the implementation of new strategy like change in price, cost reduction on customer service should be reviewed after an appropriate period to determine the impact on customer profitability. Next, Nana, question number 12. This is important from MCQ point of view. Into how many types we are classifying the customers? Into how many types we are classifying the customers? Losers, problem, potential, and winners. And this classification is basically done on 2 key factors. Nana, what are those 2 key factors? Sales volume and profit contribution. Sales volume and profit contribution. Basing on these 2 factors, sales volume and profit contribution, we have classified the customers into 4 different categories. Who are losers? Basing on the fulfillment of these 2 factors, Nana, we have classified some customers as losers, some are problems, some are what, Nana? Potential, and some are winners. Okay, let us see what is one by one. Read it, my dear.
State the importance of decision grid analysis in customer profitability analysis. In large organizations, the customer profitability database is extensive and simple strategies for managing customers may not be enough.
Okay.
To address this, decision grid analysis is used. It helps to determine what defines customer profitability and explains the difference between the profitable and non-profitable customers. DGA uses 2 key factors, sales volume and profit contribution percentage.
Since the data is very, very huge, to make our classification easy, we are focusing on 2 factors. One is sales volume, how much quantity we are selling to them. Another one is what is the profitability. Do remember one thing, Nana, it does not mean that if you are able to sell more, your profitability is high. When we say profit contribution, we're talking about contribution per unit. Profit contribution per unit. Sometimes your sales may be high, but profit contribution may be low. Sometimes sales may be low, but profit contribution may be very, very high. If you want to know this difference, Anna, you can, rather than looking at big organization, you can simply look at small business people, Nana, fruit sellers or whatever the case may be. But different people, they will be selling at different prices. Now that person will be quite happy when he's selling the fruits to a person who is coming out of a car. So they will buy small quantity, but we can sell them at higher prices. Whereas when it comes to us, we may buy large quantity, but we'll definitely press for discount. Okay, so we are buying large quantity, but profit per kg is less. When it comes to other segments of rich people, quantity sold is less, but profit per kg is high. So basing on these 2 features, we have classified the customers into 4. Let us go to the classification. The first one is losers. Read it, my dear.
Loser. This is a segment where the sales volume generated by the customer is low. Along with this, the contribution as a percentage of sales is also negative.
So sales is low and contribution is negative. That's why they are called as losers. In both the cases, we are suffering now. On one hand, we are unable to sell more quantity. On the other hand, whatever the quantity that we have sold, even in that we are suffering from losses. That's why they are called as losers. By selling our product to them, they are not losers, but we are losing our business. Okay, that's why that particular segment is called as losers. Now, next round.
The customers in such segment are the least profitable one, and the strategy is surely to eliminate such
It's
customers.
better to eliminate such resources. That means rather than wasting our resources on such customers, let us divert these resources where we are earning more profits. Am I clear? That means focus on creamy layer or below that now, rather than focusing on such particular section of society. Next, my dear.
Problem. This segment comprises customers who generate negative percentage contribution, but the sales volume is on the higher side.
1 minute, Nana. So here, if you observe carefully, which segment is categorized as problem? Who can be categorized as problem? On one hand, your contribution is negative, but sales is high, my dear. You are able to sell more number of units to them, Nana, but contribution margin is very negative here. So here, rather than eliminating them, what we have to do, we have to take a turnaround strategy. That means what? How to convert this negative contribution into positive contribution. That is called as turnaround. How to convert a loss making into profit making. In the same way, here we are suffering from negative contribution. How to convert this into positive contribution. That is called as turnaround strategy. Rather than eliminate them, let us turn them around. Next, Nana. But the customers?
But the customers also destroy value, and the company sometimes prefer elimination strategy, especially when the company is optimistic about acquisition of new customers.
Even after taking the turnaround strategy, if you are unable to convert this negative contribution to positive contribution, it is better to eliminate them and focus your resources on somewhere else of attracting new customers. These are existing customers. They are buying in large quantity, but they are buying only when there is huge amount of discount. That is the issue here. They are not your regular customers, Nana. They are buying only when there is huge discount. And when the company is offering discount, automatically your profits will be very, very low. That is the problem that they are suffering, Nana, here. Okay. Whenever there is discount, people are hurrying and buying your product. That means they are waiting for clearance sale. They are not your genuine customers. Am I clear? So if you are off, sales are only high when there is discount. Discount means your sales revenue will be very, very low. You may suffer from losses. See whether you are able to attract customers even when you are not offering any discount. If you are able to do, continue with the strategy. If not, try to eliminate that particular segment from the database. Next, Nana, potential.
This segment comprises of a group of customers who generate positive contribution and thus classified as profitable, but their contribution to the total sales volume is low.
Sales volume is low, but contribution is positive. Okay, next, my dear.
And thus they are referred as potential, as various promotional schemes including loyalty programs would help increase the volume of sales to these customers, which would make them winners.
Biscuit. Okay, through some loyalty program, try to attract them. Example, cashback offer. Initially give him, for making 500 rupees, giving 500 rupees cashback. Now, only once in his lifetime. That is more than sufficient to keep him hooked onto the app. ఒక్కసారి 500 రూపీస్కి 500 రూపీస్ క్యాష్ బ్యాక్. జీవితంతా నీ యాపే వాడుతూ ఉంటాడు. వస్తుందేమో మధ్య మధ్యలో 2 rupees, 1 rupee, or some vouchers which is of no use at all. See, the benefit of vouchers is that it will force you to buy which you have not thought of buying earlier. It forced you to buy. For example, recently I purchased some t-shirts from my father. Okay, generally he wears t-shirt at his home, Nana. So there was a small scratch, small tone on the tone part on the t-shirt. Okay, you can get it mussed up. But as soon as I got that voucher, immediately I purchased the t-shirt which was there for 700 rupees. It was sold for 350 rupees. Purchase చేశాను voucherతో. ఎంతసేపు వేసుకుంటారు, ఎన్నిసార్లు వేసుకుంటారు? 350 రూపీస్ వోచర్ అవసరం అంటే టీ-షర్ట్ అవసరమా? మనకి కాంబో ప్యాక్స్ వస్తాయిగా, కొనుక్కోవచ్చు కదా. వోచర్స్ కొన్న బెనిఫిట్ అదే అన్నమాట. లేకపోతే ఏం చేస్తారు, డామినోస్ వోచర్ విల్ బి గివెన్. యూ ఆర్ నాట్ ప్లాన్ టు గో అవుట్ అండ్ ఈట్, బట్ బికాస్ ఆఫ్ దిస్ వోచర్ వాట్ యూ విల్ డూ, యూ విల్ ఎండ్ అప్ బయింగ్ ఇట్. It means you may get 50% discount, but in first place you don't have any intention to spend that 50% also. But because of that voucher you are spending extra 50%. Earlier you did not have any plan of spending. See, 500 rupees worth of pizza will be given for 250 rupees. That's the voucher that you got. In first place itself you don't want to spend anything on pizza, but because of this voucher you ended up spending. That means how much extra you are spending? 250. So by giving such kind of schemes, you try to earn the loyalty of the customers. So obviously what will happen, the sales will gradually increase. This potential will turn into winners. Next, Nana.
Winner. This segment comprises customers who generate positive contribution as well as sales volume is the highest.
Very good.
These are the top profitable customers, and the company's strategy is to retain customers.
Retain the customers. So with this we have completed all the theory part in the first module, Nana. In first module, supply chain management, customer relationship management are very, very important from theory point of view. MCQs, without any hesitation, you have to go through all the MCQs given at the end of each module in your institute material. Am I clear, Nana? In first module itself, when it comes to theory part, SCM and CRM are more than sufficient. Right. There is a problem given here when it comes to module 1, Nana. Is basically a comparative statement. Okay. The following are the extracts of the income statement of A Limited for the year ended 31/3/2023 and 31/3/2024. That means we're talking about two different years here, 22/23 and 23/24. So basically P&L account is given here, my dear. So net sales is given, less cost of goods sold. You will get obviously gross profit. From that I have subtracted other expenses, that is selling and distribution expenses and admin expenses. Now then I got what, my dear? Operating profit. After from operating profit, I have added some more. I have adjusted what, Nana? Other incomes and other expenses. Then I got what, my dear? Profit before tax. Then I adjusted taxes, and then I got profit after tax. So 2 years information is given. From this information, what you have understood? That is a question. Illustrate and prepare a comparative income statement and interpret the performance of the company. To compare the information of these 2 years, and what you have to see now, you have to, basing on that comparison, you have to interpret the results. You have to carry out basic analysis, my dear. And your entire analysis will be based on profits. Okay, why there is increase in profits? What are the reasons? Because they have given only the income statement, not the balance sheet. Am I clear, Ra? So what we have done, as usual, I have posted the information for the both the years, and I have prepared a column showing amount of increase or decrease. Okay, so this is my previous year and this is my current year, Nana. It is my previous year, that is my current year, Nana. So basically what I have done here, I compared the current year with previous year and I have shown increase or decrease. If you observe carefully, net sales has increased in Nana, and the cost of goods sold has increased. So obviously gross profit will increase. So in this way I have shown all these things. Now not only have shown in absolute amounts but also in percentage. How to calculate percentage, my dear? Increase divided by base value into 100. 20,400 divided by base value. Base value will be the information of previous year, right? 20,400 divided by 1,70,000 into 100. How much you got, Nana? 12%. So 12% is the increase in sales. What is the increase in cost of goods sold, my dear? 14.3%. And what is the increase in gross profit, my dear? 8.3%. Okay, so in this way we have calculated everything. If you observe the entire information, Nana, advertisement expenses have increased by how much? 33%. Other expenses by 2.5%. What about other incomes, my dear? Other incomes have increased drastically. How much, sir? From 6,400 to 9,200. So 43.8%, Nana. 43.8%. The profit after tax has increased by 84.7%. This is the information in front of you. Using this information, you have to interpret. So basically, when they ask you to interpret something, they are asking about one thing, Nana. What are the reasons for increase in profit? What are the reasons for increase in profit? Is it because of sale price? It is because of quantity? Is it because of operating income? Is it because of non-operating income? That we have to see. The first thing that highlights here is the other incomes. Other incomes means operating income or non-operating income, my dear? Non-operating income has increased by how much, my dear? 40. And other expenses means non-operating expenses has decreased by how much, Nana? 29%. So out of all the things, I can say that in this profit, non-operating income plays a very important role. Isn't it? In this profit, non-operating income plays a very important. Just imagine, Ra, if this 6,400 is not there, 9,200 is not there, these will be negatives, right? Isn't it, Nana? Okay, if that non-operating income is not there, we would have suffered from losses in both the years. That means company as of now is too much dependent on operating activities or non-operating activities. They are selling something else. It is not at all related to the business operations. That's why they are earning huge amount of income. If that other incomes are not there, the company will suffer from losses. The same thing is explained below. Nana. I think we have picked up this question from. Okay, that's not given there. It's from institute material itself. Okay, so what we have mentioned here now, calculate the percentage increase or decrease, Nana. So first one is 12%, second one is what is this first one increase in, Nana? Sales. Sales, how much increased? 12%. And cost of goods sold increased how much, my dear? 14.3%. That we have already calculated. We have mentioned these two. Now from this, what we can interpret? Okay, comparative income statement shows the income and expense of two periods of same company Absolute changes of each item for the year ended 31/3/2024 over 31/3/2023, and also shows the percent. Not only we are showing the absolute numbers, absolute amounts, but also we are converting it to percentages. Okay. Now, from that, what we can understand, sales of A Limited has increased by how much, Nana? 20,400 during the year 23/24 over 2023. But the cost of goods sold has increased by 15,000, Nana, in the same period. That is, sales has improved by 12% and cost of goods sold has increased by how much, my dear? 14.3%. So gross profit has not improved, that means drastically. It has not improved drastically. Because you can clearly see that increase in cost of goods sold is much higher than increase in sales. That's why the gross profit has not increased drastically. What is the increase in gross profit, Nana? It's only in single digit, 8.3%. It is first interpretation or analysis that we can do. Next, my dear, from there they have explained in different way. As sales value has increased, so it is clear cost of goods sold has increased as sales value has increased. Okay, from here, right? Cost of goods sold may increase due to higher quantity of sales or due to higher input cost. Cost of goods sold can increase because of two things. One, because of increase in quantity of raw material, or because of increase in cost, or both. Okay, there is a reason, Nana. As sales value has increased, so it is clear cost of goods sold has increased due to higher quantity of sales. Okay, that's an assumption that they have taken, Anna. If sales quantity has not increased, then we would have assumed that quantity has remained the same. But here sales quantity has also increased. So they are simply assuming that as cost of goods sold increased, sales value also increased. That means this increase is because of higher quantity of sales. If such quantity has been sold at previous price, the sales value have been increased yet with higher amounts. But here sales value has not increased significantly. It indicates that the addition in sales has been due to lowering the sale price. Addition in sales is because of what, Nana? Higher sales price or lower sales price? Lower sales price. What he's saying is that when cost of goods sold increases in terms of quantity, sales should also increase. Okay. If selling price per unit is same, you should have sold at much higher price, or sales value will be much higher than compared to previous year. Okay, but since sales value has decreased considerably, that means what? This year to sell more quantity, we have reduced selling price per unit, Nana. We have reduced selling price per unit. So that is what they have interpreted. The increase in advertisement expenses has been much higher than the present increase in net sales. So net sales has increased by how much, my dear? 12%. But advertisement has increased how much, Nana? Basic logic, you spend advertisement expenditure to make sure that there is increase in sales. If you are spending 1 rupee on advertisement, how much you want to get on sales? More than 1 rupee or less than 1 rupee? So if you have spent 33.3% more on advertisement, you want your sales should be more than 33.3%. But that's not the case. You have spent 33.3% on advertisement. You want your sales to be more than 33.3%, but unfortunately it is less than that. That means what? Even after spending that much amount of advertisement, you are unable to sell at higher price. So obviously what you have done, you have reduced the selling price per unit, Nana. Okay. So that is a point that they have explained. There has been a substantial improvement in other incomes, both in relative terms and in absolute terms. Similarly, there has been considerable reduction in other expenses, as well as absolute terms. Thus, these items have been responsible for increase in profit for the period under the study by how much, Nana? 84.7. That point I have already explained it. That point I have already explained, Nana. If you simply remove other incomes, in both the years will be suffering from losses. That means as of now, whatever the profit that the company is earning is because of business operations or other incomes. It is because of other. That means there is some serious problem with the business operations. Now company has to decide what is the problem. If it is able to rectify it, well and good, or it's better to shut down the business operations. Because as of now, you are getting other incomes. There is no guarantee that in future also you will keep on getting the other incomes. Okay. So it implies that more emphasis has been given by the management of the company on earning non-operating profits as compared to the operating profit. That's a simple. If you write it, this point also, it is more than sufficient. Few points links ఉంటాయి అన్ని కూడా చూసుకోవాలి మనం. ఏంటిదిరా అంటే ఇదొకటి. నెక్స్ట్ ఏంట్రా, ఇఫ్ దేర్ ఈజ్ అడ్వర్టైజ్మెంట్ ఎక్స్పెండిచర్ ఇంక్రీజ్ బై 33.3%, you want your sales to be more than 33 point. But Anton, less than half adi. That means whatever the money that you have spent on advertisement is not working, and moreover, to get that sales, you must have given some sort of discount. See, one problems on manaki. So with this, we have completed module 1, Nana. Next module is about performance management, evaluation and improvement tools. This model is very, very, very important from examination point of view, especially from theory point of view. Descriptive questions, my dear, as well as MCQs. Okay, in one particular exam, I think in the exam that you people have written, in one particular exam, they have given around 20 marks from this particular module, including choice. Okay. So please be careful, Nana. Right. So what is the first topic here? Question number 1. Explain about balance scorecard. Balance scorecard. Now this can be divided into 2 parts, Nana. Scorecard and balance. What do you mean by balance? Forget about balance. Let us understand what you mean by scorecard. Before understanding scorecard, I hope you know the meaning of report card. Report card shows the performance of you in one subject or multiple subjects. Multiple subjects. But just imagine that you are written examination for group 3, you have qualified it. You have qualified it, Nana. Group 3, you have qualified. How many papers we have in group 3? 3 or 4? 4. You have qualified, so you should know how many papers you have in group 3. Okay, now just observe the mark sheet or report card. If in all the subjects you got an average of 50, that means you have a balanced approach, right? You have a balanced approach. In all subjects you got an average 50 marks, Nana. 49, 51, like this you got an average 50 marks. That means your preparation was balanced. That's why you are able to get that much marks in such particular manner. But if in one paper you got 70, another papers you got 41, 42, 44. In one paper you got 70. In other papers you got around 41, 42, 46 in this particular manner. That means, is it a balanced mark sheet or imbalanced mark sheet? That clearly shows that you favor one particular subject over other subjects. Okay. Here also same thing, Nana. When we talk about performance of an organization, generally we focus on financial aspects only. But in today's world, not only you have to focus on financial aspect, but also you have to focus on other aspects. That means you need to understand business from financial point of view, from customer point of view, and from different point of views. Okay. And basing on that, you will try to measure the performance of an organization. In olden days, when we talk about measuring the performance, we used to focus only on financial parameters. What is the profit? What is the return on investment? That's it. But that alone is not sufficient as of now, because as I said in the previous chapter, customers play a very important role. So you have to understand the business from customer point of view also. And from that point of view, to what extent you are performing, that also you need to measure. In simple terms, you have to measure the performance of an organization from different point of views. If the performance from different point of views is balanced, that is called as balance scorecard. So balance scorecard is a tool which will help you to understand the performance of a organization from different point of views. Am I clear? So what are those different point of views? The organization can be studied from 4 different point of views, Nana. From customer point of view, from internal business perspective, from learning and growth, and financial point of view. An organization can be understood from 4 different point of views. This is the organization. Now you can understand the organization either from customer point of view or from financial point of view or from internal process point of view, how well you are processing, or from learning and growth point of view. If the performance from these 4 point of views is balanced, okay, how you will know whether it is balanced or not? We will measure it, Nana. From customer point of view, we will measure it. Example, market share. If the market share is increasing, that means we are able to fulfill the requirements of the customer. So from customer point of view, we are doing business, good business, Nana. From financial point of view, how you are going to measure the performance? Using profits, using return on investment. From internal process point of view, how we are going to measure the performance? What is the production cycle time? It is what is the time taken from accepting the order to delivering the product to the customers. That is called as production cycle time or delivery cycle time. Is it increasing or decreasing. If it is decreasing, that means it is improving. And learning and growth now. To what extent we are able to improve the skills of employees? To what extent we are able to adopt advanced technology? All those things. In simple terms, this is completely quantitative, whereas remaining everything is qualitative. Yet we try to measure it using different parameters. So if the measurement against these four perspectives or point of views is balanced, then we can say that the performance of the organization is balanced. To measure that only, we will use the tool that called as balance scorecard. Am I clear? No, before proceeding any further, we have, so altogether we have four different perspectives, right? We will start with learning and growth. We'll start with learning and growth. In simple terms, if the skills of the employees increases their efficiency, if the skills of the employees increases, the efficiency will, when the efficiency increases, productivity, internal processing will increase. Am I clear? It starts with learning and growth. If in simple terms, if you want to make any change, you need to change from within. Okay? Rather than focusing on customers, others, Nana, try to focus on areas where you can improve. Let us use advanced technology. Let us improve the skills of the employees by giving them appropriate training. Obviously, the skill of the employees will increase. Efficiency increase. Production will, or productivity quality will increase. That means internal process increases. When the internal process increases, you will be able to produce substandard goods or qualitative goods. Quality, you can provide qualitative services to the customers. So customer satisfaction will increase. When customer satisfaction increases, your sales will over. That is balanced scorecard. All these are interlinked. That means what? I have linked up four different perspectives, right? This is called as mapping. I have linked up four different perspectives. This is called as what, my dear? Mapping. All these are interlinked. Yes, we are trying to understand the business from four different point of view, but all these four are interlinked. If you are able to successfully learn and grow the skill of the employees and the technology within the organization, it will definitely help the processing within the organization. You will be able to produce and deliver better qualitative services and goods to the customers. So customer satisfaction will increase. Ultimately, market share increases, revenue increases, profits will also increases, financial. This is called as balanced scorecard now. Okay, right. Let me go to the questions given there.
Explain about balance scorecard.
Okay.
Introduction. A company's success depends on realizing the vision and mission. The balance scorecard helps translate a company's vision, mission, and strategy into clear objectives and measures. It emphasizes using both financial and non-financial measures for performance evaluation at both strategic and operational levels.
Right now, it uses both financial as well as non-financial. Financial, we have seen. Remaining three, Nana. Remaining three means what? Customer, internal process, learning and growth. All these three are what, my dear? Non-financial. Next, Nana.
The following are the characteristics of balance scorecard.
Okay.
Holistic
means what, Nana? It should focus on the entire organization, not on one perspective. It should focus on all the four perspective. Holistic means entire. It's a comprehensive system that balances financial measures as well as non-financial. Next, Nana.
Balance measures. The balance scorecard aims to balance financial measures and internal processes.
Yes, Nana. Financial measures, operational measures, and internal. That means it wants to maintain balance between all the perspectives. Next, Ra.
Key success factors.
Okay.
It includes financial and non-financial measures related to a company's
Nana.
critical success factors.
Key success factors can also be called as critical success factors. Key success factors can also be called as critical success factors. For an organization to be successful, what are the factors which are most important? Okay, with the help of balance scorecard, you can focus on those critical success factors. Next, Nana.
Management tool. As a management tool, balance scorecard helps companies assess overall performance, improve operations, and develop better improvement plans. Offering a balanced balanced view of the
It's a
organization.
tool which is available to the organization to give a balanced review to to get a balanced review of the organization from financial point of view, how we are performing, from customer point of view, how we are performing, from employee point of view, learning and growth, how we are performing. All those things can be easily understood by the management. Next, Nana.
Beyond financial goals.
That means what? Here we not only focus on financial but also on non-financial. Okay, Nana. Next, strategic management.
Strategic management. Balanced scorecard is more than just a
Tactical.
tactical or operational measurement system.
Hmm.
It is a strategic management tool for long-term success.
It is used as a strategic management tool for long-term success now. Okay, it's not tactical, it's not operational. As I said, operational means day-to-day, tactical means 1 to 2 years, Nana. But here we're talking about long-term. In order to understand this thing, first you need to understand the first sentence given here. This company success depends on what, Nana? Realizing. And you will define your vision and mission for a long period of time. To achieve your vision and mission, balanced scorecard will help you. So balanced scorecard is all about strategic rather than tactical and operational. It will try to help you achieve your vision and mission. So we're not talking about short term or 1 or 2 years. We're talking about very, very long term. Next, my dear. 4 key.
4 key management processes. Balanced scorecard helps companies with clarifying and translating vision and strategy.
What do you mean by clarifying and translating vision and strategy? Generally, vision and strategy is defined by whom? Office boy or the owner? Top level, Nana. Whether you believe it or not, generally, apart from top level, others find it difficult to understand vision and mission. Because they are at the top of the summit or mountain, and so they have different view. Others are at the bottom of the mountain, so we have different view. So it's the duty of the top level management to translate, to help others understand what is their vision and mission. Am I clear? That is a point you need to understand. Next, Nana.
Communicating and linking strategic objectives and measures.
What is strategic objective and measures? The entire thing will be divided into, entire strategy will be divided into small components. See how this thing works. Company has vision and mission, right? Basing on this vision and mission, they will define the strategy. Now, this strategy will be divided into different things called as strategic themes. Strategic themes. I will show you a diagram, Nana. You can understand it easily, okay? Okay, that means entire strategy will be divided into smaller parts. Okay, and for each part, they will define an objective which is called as strategic objective. If you achieve the strategic objectives of each theme, then you can easily achieve your strategy, where in turn you can achieve your vision and mission. Am I clear, Nana? Okay. There is an institute called as Balanced Scorecard Institute, which has come up with this entire thing in a proper flow chart. Once we go to that flow chart, you will understand what I am talking about. Vision and mission will be translated to strategy. Strategy will be translated to strategic themes. For each strategic theme, we will have an objective. All these things are done wiser so that others apart from top level can understand what they want to achieve. A lower level manager may not be able to understand vision, Nana, but if you translate the same thing into a meaningful form, he can focus on that. Next, my dear.
Planning, setting targets, and aligning strategic
Initiatives. Next round.
Enhancing strategic feedback and learning.
Next.
The goal of Balanced Scorecard is to create a comprehensive framework for translating strategic objectives into meaningful performance measures.
Right, Nana. So this is about Balanced Scorecard. Question number 2. Discuss the information to be required for performance measurement under Balanced Scorecard. So here we try to what sort of information is required, Nana. Since we are trying to understand business from 4 different point of view, that is customer perspective, internal business perspective, learning and growth perspective, financial perspective, we need different kinds of information. Let us focus on first financial perspective, Nana, so that it becomes quite easy for you. When we talk about financial perspective, what sort of information we need? How do we look to shareholders, or what shareholders think of us? What shareholders think of us? What investors think of us? That kind of information is required. There is nothing but sales, cost of sales, all these things will be used there. Okay. Now, when we talk about learning and growth, Can we continue to improve and create value? Here, create value means benefit. To whom? To employees. Employees will stick on with the organization as long as you're creating benefit to them, not only in financial terms, but also in other terms, Nana. Your salary is increasing, but you feel that you are not at all happy with the job, or there is no value addition in terms of knowledge, definitely you will look for some other job. That means you're losing the experience. So from learning and growth, you try to think from employee point of view. Okay. Technology leadership, cost leadership, market leadership, research and development, and cost reduction. In what way we are able to create value to the people in the organization. Next, Nana, internal business perspective. Here, what must we excel? Excel means improve it. What are things that we need to improve? We focus on efficiency of manufacturing process, sales penetration, new production into skilled manpower, all those things. Am I clear? And last one is customer perspective. How do customers see us? Okay, when we talk about one particular brand, what are the things that you imagine? That is called as customer perspective. Here we talk about price, quality, delivery, customer support, all those things. So when we say what is the information that is required, Nana, since in balance scorecard, we try to understand the business from 4 different perspectives. We need information related to these 4 different perspectives. Okay, then after we have what? Summarize the 4 perspectives of the balance scorecard, Nana. Okay, let us go to this particular question, Ra.
Overview of Balanced Scorecard. Traditional and new measures. Balanced Scorecard combines traditional financial measures with a new drivers of future performance. It includes 4 prospective: financial, customer, internal businesses, process, and learning and growth. These perspectives help translate organization strategy into tangible objective and measures.
Yes, these 4 perspectives help translate what? Strategy into meaningful objectives, and tangible means meaningful. In simple terms, vision and mission. Basing on that, we have strategy. And this strategy, balanced scorecard will help us in converting this strategy into meaningful objectives and measures. Okay. Before proceeding, Nana, let me show that particular thing, then it will be easy for you. Okay. It's based on vision and mission, right? What is meant by vision, Nana? Where you want to see yourself in the future. So they have taken an example here. You can see it, Nana. Vision. Be a world revolutionizing provider of energy products. Be a world revolutionizing provider of energy products. So whatever the energy products that they are producing, Nana, they want to be forefront of it. They want to be revolutionary in that regard, Nana. That is vision. Okay, that they can do it in long term. Mission. Efficient. That means what they are doing as of now. Efficiently deliver the highest standard of services, providing energy products and expertise to our customers. Okay. Just imagine that this is the vision and mission of a solar company. Solar power generating company. Okay. What is its vision, Nana? Be a world leader in provider of energy products. They are manufacturing solar panels. So their vision is be a world leader in providing of energy products. Mission, Nana, efficiently deliver the highest standard of services, providing these products and expertise to our customers. That is vision and mission. But generally, many of us will not be able to understand what does this vision and mission mean. Let us see. Basing on this vision and mission, they have come up with a strategy, and that strategy has been divided into 3 different themes. 3 different parts. Those parts are called as themes. What is the first part, Nana? International growth. Why international growth, sir? In vision, they have clearly mentioned be a world revolutionizing provider. That means they are thinking about Indian market or world market. So they want to focus on international growth. That is one segment of their particular vision. Second, Nana, operational expenses. Deliver highest standard services, providing energy products and expertise to our customers. That means you can do that only when you are excellent in your operations. You can provide good services to your customers. Okay. And last one, energy leader. Obviously, world's revolutionizing provider of energy. You want to be the leader when it comes to energy products. So basing on this vision and mission, we have defined a strategy, and that strategy divided into 3 different parts. Okay, in technical terms, the objectives of the organization is to have international growth, to have operational excellence, to have energy leadership. No, I'm not concerned about vision and mission. No, this strategic theme is more meaningful. Now, basing on this strategic theme, they have come up with results or objectives. Now, what they want to achieve: increase in size and shareholder value through acquisition, organic growth, and asset optimization. Okay, by doing so, they can achieve international growth. When we say operational excellence, what objective they want to achieve? Strategic theme, and below that, strategic results, nothing but strategic objective. Nana. Okay, process and services are executed in timely, accurate, value added, and cost effective manner that exceeds stakeholder expectation. Okay, and when it comes to energy leadership, Nana, worldwide recognition for thought leadership and energy service expertise. Okay, now these four you people are already aware of it, Nana. Okay, to achieve that, we need to understand business from four different points of financial, customer, business process. Business process nothing but internal processing, Nana. And organization capacity. Organization capacity means what, Nana? Learning and growth. As I said, everything starts from bottom, Nana, within the organization. Learning and growth. If there is learning and growth, definitely there will be business process. If there is business process, customers will be happy. Ultimately, you will get profits. If you observe carefully, everything has started from bottom. See, first they want to increase employee expertise, optimize technology. When this is done, what will happen, Nana? Optimizing human capital. When human capital increases, knowledge sharing will be there. When there is knowledge sharing, automatically what will happen, Nana? Customer experience will increase. So when there is change in one particular variable, automatic other variables are also changing. Now, to see whether we are able to do what we want to do through financially, customer and business process and organized strategy, there are some measures, there are some targets, and there are some initiatives. This is called as dashboard. Why, sir? By looking at a single page, you can understand everything about the system. A dashboard under. By looking at a single page, okay, you can simply educate anyone about balance scorecard. What is the vision? What is the mission? How we have divided the vision and mission into different themes, and how we are interlinking different perspectives, and how to measure each perspective. Measures are given. When it comes to financial, profit, operating costs are given. Targets are also given. Profit, you have set the profit you have taken as a measure. No, what is the target? How much profit you want to see? Increase by how much percentage? 15% per year. That is the target that you have set. That means that is a standard. Target means what? Standard. Against that standard, you will measure the actual. Okay. And what do you mean by initiatives, sir? Out of all the points, which is the most important point? That one should be initiated first. Out of all the objectives, which is the most important? That one should be implemented or tried to achieve first, Nana. Implement new financial system and benchmark result. That is called as initiative. Initiative means starting. Of all the things which is the most important, that should be started first. So this is how balance scorecard works. In simple terms, vision and mission will be divided into more meaningful form now. So basing on that, we have four perspectives. Read it, my dear. Financial.
The four perspectives: financial, focus, measure the profitability of the enterprise. Key metrics: operating profit, ROI, revenue growth, cost reduction, asset utilization.
Metric means nothing but measures, Nana. So to see whether we are working financially okay or not, we will use these measures: operating profit, etc., or return on investment, all those things. Next, Nana.
Purpose: provides feedback on whether operational improvements are leading to better financial results and whether the strategic adds value for shareholders.
Next, Nana.
Customer. Focus: evaluates business performance from the customer's viewpoint.
So from customer perspective, what we are concerned about, Nana, are we able to fulfill the requirements of the customer or not? To know that, what are the factors that we have to measure it? Okay, first one will be your market share. If there is increase in market share, that means customers are happy with your product or not happy with your product? Happy. If the customers are happy with the product, that means what, Nana? You are able to fulfill the requirements of the customer. Okay, now purpose.
Purpose: measures how well the organization meets customer expectation and delivers quality products and services.
Next, Nana.
Internal business processes: Focus assesses internal processes that contribute to financial success and customer
Okay,
satisfaction.
assess means nothing but analyze, internal process. So here what are the key areas? First one, innovation process. Innovation process means what, Nana? Are we able to innovate new things or not, so that we are able to fulfill the requirements of the customer? Operation process. Are we able to improve the efficiency of our operations or not? Okay, efficient and timely delivery, Nana. And post-service processes. And once the good is sold, to what extent we are able to provide services to the customers. Okay, these three areas will be covered here. Purpose, Nana?
Purpose ensure key business process are monitored to meet organizational and customer expectations.
So whatever the processes that are there in the organization, are these processes are able to meet the requirements of the organization and customer or not? Last one, my dear.
Learning and growth.
Hmm.
Focus looks at employees' capabilities, information systems, and organizational
Here we are
alignment.
talking about learning and growth, Nana. That means what? Is there any possibility that employees can learn and improve their skill or not? So here we look at employees' capability, information system, and organization alignment. What do you mean by organization alignment? Aligning the objectives of the organization with the employees. It's not a one-time activity, it's a continuous activity, Nana. It's a continuous act. Time and time again, you have to make sure that employees are in line with organization requirement. It means they are able to understand what organization wants to achieve. Then only they will work in a proper way. Key aspects here.
Key aspects employee skills.
So to know whether there is any learning and growth or not, you have to see on employee skills. Employee is working for the past 5 years in our organization. What is his skill level? Is the same or it has increased? If the employee is for 5 years with your organization and his skill level is same, that it means slowly he will become a burden on the organization. So either you try to improve his skill or you appoint some more skilled person in place of that particular person. Generally organizer does not want to leave such kind of employees now, lose such kind of employees, because he is accustomed to it and organization is also accustomed to that particular employee. So what they will do, rather than removing him, they will try to train him in some diploma course or something like that, which is funded by the organization itself. Okay, so to what extent employee skills have increased? What is the level of motivation of the employees? To what extent they want to put in the effort in the organization? Access to accurate information. Whatever the information that we are generating, is it accurate or not? Is there any way of improving this accuracy or not? Is there a need to implement a new management information system or not? Ability to adapt to new responsibilities and to what extent employees are able to adapt to any changes in the organization. All those things will be studied here. Purpose, Nana?
Purpose builds the infrastructure needed for long-term growth and improvement, focusing on employee capability, productivity, satisfaction, and retention.
Balanced scorecard is all about long term, because here we are concerned about strategy. Okay, what are the advantages of balanced scorecard? Enhanced strategy planning. How it will enhance the strategy planning, sir? So because here we can convert vision and mission into more meaningful form, also called as strategic themes now, and we can link up different objectives. How one objective will affect the other objectives. Read it, my dear.
Benefit of the balanced scorecard. Enhanced strategic planning provides a clear framework for developing and communicating strategic through a strategic map. Improved communication.
What
and
is strategy
execution.
map, sir? This is strategy map, Nana. Map means nothing but linking different variables. How one variable affects other variables. Okay, next, my dear.
Better alignment of projects. Helps map projects.
Improved communication execution. Improved communication and execution, Nana. One page visual. This is one page visual, also called as dashboard. Okay, so since everything is there in a single page, anyone can easily understand it. If you simply say vision and mission, no one will be able to understand it, Nana. But since everything is there in a single page, you know what is your role, how you have to perform, etc. Okay, so one page visual help easily share the strategy internally and make it easier to understand and engage with. Use it. Better alignment of projects. Help map projects and initiatives to strategy objectives. Okay, we can link up different projects with, so that we are able to achieve our objective. Next, my dear.
Effective management information aids in designing key performance indicators for strategic goals.
What are key performance indicators, my dear? What are key performance indicators? Measures are called as key performance indicators. You have identified key performance indicators for each perspective, and you will focus on it now when it comes to measuring. Next,
Improve performance reporting.
guide the
Guides-
creation of performance report and dashboards. No, this is dashboard. Next, organization alignment aligns the organized structure with the strategic objectives. That means you make sure that everyone within the organized structure means everyone within the organization is working as per the objectives set by the organization. Next, process alignment.
Ensure process like budgeting and risk management support strategic priorities, fostering a strategic focused organization.
Okay, now so these are some of the advantages. Limitations, my dear. What are the limitations? When it comes to balance scorecard, are we focusing on one thing or multiple things, Ra? Multiple things. When you're focusing on too many things, basically you may lose control of it also. You will lose control of it. Okay. No matter what you say, at the end of the day, when we say business, we are concerned about to what extent we are able to create value to shareholders. Shareholders, Nana. But here in balance scorecard, are we focusing only on shareholders or shareholders plus others? Shareholders plus others. That means we're talking about stakeholders. So somewhere down the line, we are ignoring shareholders. There is no clear relationship between balance scorecard and shareholders value. Okay, to measure, the measures may give conflicting signals and confuse the management. If you look at this particular dashboard, it's too little information or too much information. Too much information in one place, and moreover, you are focusing on a single aspect or multiple aspects. So sometimes these aspects may be conflicting one another. For example, on one hand, you are earning profits, by the other hand, your market share is decreasing. That is their possibility. As of now, you are earning profits, Nana, but slowly your market share is decreasing compared to earlier years. Conflicting signal. Conflicting signal. Now you are earning profits. Why? Because of loyal customers and you have increased the selling price. But on the other hand, your market share is decreasing. Now the company will be in dilemma. Which one is correct and which one is more reliable? Do they need to continue with the same process, or do they need to focus on increasing the market share? Next, Nana, it involves substantial shift in. See, here we are talking about change in entire organization. Change in entire organization. When you're talking about change in entire organization, the corporate culture has to change. It's not that easy to change a corporate culture. It takes a huge amount of time and huge amount of investment also, Nana. So it's another limitation when it comes to balance scorecard. Okay. Question number 6 is important. What are the 9 steps involved when it comes to implementation of balance scorecard? Read it, my dear.
Balance Scorecard Institute. Purpose: education and research. Business.
Balance Scorecard Institute specializes in balance scorecard research and education. It provides consultancy services also, that is developing balanced strategic plans and scorecards, creating meaningful performance measure, nothing but key performance indicators. What are key performance indicators? These are the indicators which we need to use to know the performance of an organization. Out of all the indicators, these are the most important indicators. This will help us in assessing the performance of an organization. Aligning day-to-day work with strategy. Balance scorecard will help us in creating meaningful link between strategy and operations. It will help us in creating meaningful link between strategy and operations. For example, as a finance manager, if you talk about vision and mission, I may not be able to understand. But when you say that you have to focus on these 3: profits, operating cost, revenue in targeted market, then I will be able to understand that one properly. Am I clear, my dear? If you talk about these objectives, sir, you don't worry about vision and mission. You focus on reducing cost, increasing profits, increase revenue. Then as a finance manager, as a production manager, as a sales manager, I will be able to understand these things and I can plan accordingly. If you ask HR manager to focus on vision and mission, they may not be able to understand. But if you say focus on increasing employee expertise, focus on optimizing technology. The technical department, the chief operating officer or HR department will be able to understand these things easily. So in simple terms, business is balanced scorecard is trying to link up strategy with operation. It is making vision and mission more meaningful. Next, my dear, creating strategic plans as part of, it's not a one-time activity, it's a continuous activity, and you have to do it again and again and again. Every year, my dear. So what are the steps involved when it comes to implementation of balanced scorecard? First one is assess. What you have to assess? Current situation. Before implementing balanced scorecard, you have to see to what extent we are performing as of now. What is the current situation of the organization, both internally as well as externally? How things are being done within the organization and how we are reacting to the outside changes. Nana. Assessment. First, we have to evaluate. What we have to evaluate? Review current internal and external environments of the organization. Within the organization, what is the situation? Outside the organization, what is the situation? Revalidate. Revalidate means what? Once you have done reconfirming. Revalidating means nothing but reconfirming. Confirm strategic elements before formulating new strategies. What is the present strategy? Confirm with the management. What is the present strategy? And do remember one thing, Nana, balanced scorecard cannot be implemented by any layman, Nana. You have to appoint professionals, third party, to implement it within the organization. They will do all these things. So they will form a team where majority of the members will be experts of balanced scorecard and few members from within the organization, so that they help out the balanced scorecard professionals. Okay, so what these people will do, Nana, they will try to understand whether they will try to confirm the existing strategy before formulating a new strategy. If the management is happy with the current strategy, they will try to stick on with the current strategy, Nana. But they will, before coming to conclusion, in sort of conclusion, they will ask the management, are you happy with the current strategy or not? If you are happy with that, then basing on that only we'll prepare the balanced scorecard. If not, if you want to make changes, you please make the changes, because strategy is to be defined by whom? Management. Me define change. Basing on that, we'll come up with the balanced scorecard. Next on a strategy. Formulate, develop or clarify the strategy based on assessment. Develop or clarify. Either you develop a new strategy or clarify whether you stick on to the existing strategy or not. Strategy themes. Just now I have shown what is strategy themes. This is strategy theme, isn't it, Nana? International growth, operational excellence. Am I clear, Nana? So this, in between these two, there is strategy. They have not mentioned it. Okay. So strategic themes, Nana. So identify key focus areas necessary for achieving vision and mission. So according to this example, these are the 3 key focus areas. Okay. Next, Nana, perspective adaptation. Adjust to balance scorecard perspectives as needed. It is example stakeholders instead of customers. Stakeholders means everyone, Nana, who are getting affected because of the organization. Employees, investors, customers, everyone. Okay, right. That is the second step, Nana. Third step, Nana, define strategic objectives. Create core objectives that form the basis of strategy plan. Core strategy objectives are given here. Okay, all right. Once the objectives are defined, then you need to map them. Link these objectives. Linkage. Establish cause and effect relationship between objectives. I have explained cause and effect relationship. What is it, cause and effect relationship, Nana? If you increase employee expertise, optimize technology, human capital will be optimized. Because of this, what will happen, Nana? Increasing consultancy knowledge sharing. And because of that, what will happen? Improved customized customer experience. So this is called as cause and effect. What is causing it and what sort of effect it will have? That is called as strategy mapping, Nana. Create maps. Next, performance measure, Nana. Once you have created maps, you have to define performance measure. Develop key indicators to track process. What are the key indicators which will help us in measuring the performance? Emphasize measures that drive desired outcomes. Then after, we have to define what, Nana? Strategic initiatives. What do you mean by strategic initiatives? Identify and implement most important projects. Identify to achieve that strategic objective. What are the different things do we need to do? Out of these things, which one is most important? Do that thing first. Execution focus, Nana. Concentrate on top priorities to avoid strategy execution issues. Whatever things that are more important, focus on that, Nana. Once these 6 steps are completed, you will get this particular sheet. Once this sheet is ready, you have to implement. That is called a scorecard rollout. That means you need to implement it in the organization. Integration. Implement the scorecard system organization. We have to implement what, Nana? In the entire organization. Encourage employees to use it. Not only you have to implement, but you have to encourage employees to use it, because whenever you implement something new into the organization, employees will be reluctant to use it because they need to come out of their comfort zone. Then after, we need to do what on a performance analysis. When you start encouraging employees to use it, automatically you will get actual performance, right? You can compare the actuals with the standards. That is key performance indicators. Use data to improve decision making, strategic outcomes, assess what works and what needs adjustments. So in which point we are successful and which points need to be changed. Alignment. Cascade strategy. What do you mean by cascading effect? Okay, double effect and a chinka. Single effect. Similar to double effect. Okay, inka cascading. Chain reaction చెప్పొచ్చుగా. Cascading అంటే అదే domino effect, cascading effect. డబుల్ ఎఫెక్ట్ ఎందుకు అంటున్నావు అంటే మళ్ళీ అంటే ఆ ట్యాక్స్ ఈ ట్యాక్స్ని మళ్ళీ ఎఫెక్ట్ చేస్తుంది కదా. ట్యాక్స్ మళ్ళీ ట్యాక్సే కదా నాన్న. అంటే అది ఆ ట్యాక్స్ మళ్ళీ ట్యాక్స్ని ఎఫెక్ట్, అంటే ఈ అమౌంట్ మీద మళ్ళీ ట్యాక్స్ పడుతుంది. దట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ as ఎఫెక్ట్. Cascading and the chain reaction అన్నమాట. Here that means transfer of effect basically. Cascading effect means nothing but transfer of effect. Okay, here cascading strategy means what, Nana? High level strategy to all levels of organization. Strategy to operational. Strategy to operational, Nana. Scorecards. You have to create scorecards for business units and individuals. Scorecards create cheyali. And last one, Nana, evaluation. What do you mean by once all these things are done, you have to keep on evaluating this balance scorecard regularly. Assess performance and refine the strategy. Ensure system involves and integrate into daily operations. At the end of the day, balance scorecard is all about converting strategy into operations. So whatever the top level management wants to achieve with the help of a strategy, you converting into more meaningful form so that operations level management is able to understand it. That's why we are defining strategy basing on vision and mission. The strategies again divided into strategy themes. Basing on the strategy themes, we have strategic objectives, strategy maps, all those things. The entire purpose is to make sure that lower level people are able to understand what management wants to achieve. This is about balance scorecard. Then after, we have 3-component DuPont analysis. I'm not going to explain each and every point in there. When it comes to DuPont analysis, here we are talking about which perspective. When it comes to balance scorecard, how many perspectives we have? Financial, customer, learning and growth. So when we talk about DuPont analysis, we are talking about which perspective? Financial. You talk about DuPont analysis, which perspective? Because out of all those perspectives, which one is quantitative, which one is qualitative? Financial is quantitative, remaining 3 are qualitative. Okay, so when we talk about DuPont analysis, we're talking about which perspective, my dear? Financial perspective. Here, when it comes to DuPont analysis, we have 3 different formulas. 2-component, 3-component, 5-component. Most important is 3-component. Most important is 3-component, my dear. Okay, so here what we are going to study? We are going to study about return on equity. When it comes to return on equity, it can be measured using this particular formula. That is profitability, productivity, and equity multiplier. Equity multiplier can also be called as leverage. Which leverage? Financial leverage. Okay, so what is the formula for that one? Net profit divided by sales. Net profit means what? PBT or PAT? Net profit means what? PBT or PAT? Profit after tax divided by sales. Okay, that is your profit margin. Asset turnover. What is the meaning of asset turnover? What is the formula for asset turnover? Sales divided by asset. Total assets. That means what? How well you are utilizing the assets. That is the meaning of it. For generating revenue. How well you are utilizing the assets for generating revenue. For example, if you are using 1 rupee of asset, how many rupees of sales you are getting? More the better. Less means you are not utilizing the assets properly. It is asset turnover. And last one is equity multiplier. What is the formula for that one? Total assets divided by equity. That means for 1 rupee of equity, how many rupees of assets? For 1 rupee of equity, if assets are equal to 0.5, that means you are not utilizing equity properly. For 1 rupee of equity, if assets are 5 rupees, that means remaining 4 rupees of assets are purchased using debt. Let me repeat it once again. That's why it is called as leverage also. Leverage means to what extent you are using debt. Leverage means use. What you are using? Debt. For 1 rupee of equity, if assets are 5 rupees, that means remaining 4 rupees of assets are purchased using debt. Am I clear, Nana? Let me repeat it once again so that I can link it up. For 1 rupee of equity, 1 rupee of equity, you are using it, Nana. For 1 rupee of equity, you can buy only 1 rupee of asset. But you have 5 rupees of assets. That means remaining 4 rupees of assets are purchased from debt. So as of now, equity multiplier will be high, 5. But investor should be very careful. Why, sir? Here, hidden information is that the debt burden on the company is also high. So as of now, return on equity is high. But the major reason for increase in return on equity is not only your profit margin, asset turnover, but also what? Usage of higher debt. For that purpose, the DuPont analysis will be helpful, Nana. This is 3-component DuPont analysis. Then after we have what, my dear? 4-component DuPont analysis. Okay, whatever the content that is given there, that you can understand it easily, Nana. Financial aspects already, you people are well aware of it. Okay, just give it a reading. DuPont analysis question is very, very important. Not theoretical, but problematic. Either you may get an MCQ or you may get a question, 4 marks question. Entire data will be given. Just you need to write down the formula, substitute the values, and come up with a conclusion. What conclusion, sir? You have to give this conclusion, Nana. Why the return on equity has improved? What are the limitations? You should be able to write these things in a brief manner. Return on equity. What are the reasons for increase in return on equity? Either there may be increase in profit margin, or there may be increase in asset turnover, or there may be increase in equity multiplier. That's a good thing. When net profit margin increases, it's a good thing, Nana. When asset turnover also increases, it's a good thing. But if equity multiplier increases, it's not a good thing. Your return on equity may increase, but it is not good for investor in the long term. Those things are mentioned in the leverage limitations, my dear. What is the limitation of ROE? Leverage impact. A highly leveraged company. What do you mean by highly leveraged company? Company which is having more debt or less debt? More debt. May show higher return on equity compared to less leveraged company, which is misleading. Which is misleading. Now, on paper, a company may be having more return on equity, but if you observe carefully, the return on equity is because of increase in equity multiplier. That means the debt burden of the company is also very, very high. Cash generation. Now, moreover, here when it comes to return on equity, a DuPont analysis, there is one more limitation. What is the limitation? Return on equity does not reflect on company's cash generation ability. We are not concerned about cash inflow and cash outflow. PAT, that's the profit after tax. Now, out of that total profit, how much is realized? You don't know that one. You don't know that one. That means we are not concerned about cash flows, cash inflow and cash outflow. No. Okay, which is another limitation. So that is about DuPont analysis. Am I clear, my dear? I don't want to go through line by line. Can I move on to the next question, Ra? Next question is what, my dear? 5-component DuPont analysis. Here, profit margin is split into 3. 3-component DuPont analysis. What is 3-component DuPont analysis, Nana? When it comes to 3-component DuPont analysis, return on equity is nothing but your profit margin, okay, into asset turnover, into equity multiplier, right? Now, this profit margin is again divided into 3 different parts, my dear. That is your operational efficiency, plus interest burden, plus interest burden, plus tax burden, or into interest burden, into tax burden. So 5-component DuPont analysis is nothing but advancement of 3-component DuPont analysis. Do remember one thing, just you should be able to understand the question, find out the values, write down the formula, substitute the values in that particular formula. That's it. That's more than sufficient. Yes, you need to interpret what you have calculated. What do you mean by interpretation, sir? Basically, he will give 2 companies information, Nana, and he will ask you to calculate return on equity. Once you calculate return on equity, problem is not at over. You have to explain why one company's return on equity is high and another company's return on equity is low. And as an expert, what will be your suggestion for the investor? You can't blindly say that for whichever company return on equity is high, you invest in that particular company. Now you have to analyze carefully. Generally, we will be using 3 component rather than using 5 component. What is the formula when it comes to 5 component, my dear? I think it is given here. Okay, EBIT by sales divided by EBT by EBIT into EAT by EBIT. At the end of the day, what you will get, Nana? EAT by sales. EAT nothing but PAT, isn't it? Ra? Earnings after tax or profit after tax is one and the same. Now, EBIT by sales. It's all about what, Nana? This ratio approximate the net margin by using earnings before interest and tax instead of net profit. It shows the efficiency of the company's operations. EBIT means nothing but we're talking about operating efficiency. EBIT means we're talking about what, Nana? Operating efficiency. So EBIT by sales talk about operating efficiency. Next, Nana. What is the next formula? This formula. This formula talks about what is the interest burden on the company. What is the interest burden on the company? And next formula talks about what, Nana? What is the tax burden on the company? Okay, what is the tax burden on the company? Okay, generally these two will have an inverse relationship with ROE. These two will have an inverse relationship with ROE. If interest burden increases, automatic numerator decreases. ROE will also decrease. Isn't it, my dear? Understood, Nana? The same thing is to be explained, is explained here now. What is RONA? Return on net assets. Here also, Nana, just remember the formulas. When it comes to RONA, we have 2 sets of formulas. One for normal companies, another one for manufacturing companies, my dear. Okay, let us go to that particular question. Read question number 9, my dear.
Return on net assets is measure of profitability by comparing net profit to the total of fixed assets and net working capital.
Okay.
Return on net asset is a variation of return on investment that includes working capital. It uses net profit after interest and taxes.
Net profit after interest and tax means we're talking about PAT, isn't it, my dear? Isn't it, Nana? So PAT divided by fixed assets plus net working capital, Nana. Read it, my dear.
Net assets equal to net profit divided by fixed asset plus net working capital.
Okay.
The return on net asset ratio shows how effectively a company is using its assets to generate profit. A high return on net asset means the company is getting more earnings from each dollar invested in assets.
So in simple terms, what is the total profit that we are getting from total assets? Isn't it, Nana? What is the profit that we are able to earn from total assets? Fixed assets plus net working capital. How to calculate net working capital, Nana? Current assets minus current liabilities. In simple terms, you are taking total assets, total net assets. So for every 1 rupee of asset, how much profit we are able to earn? That is the meaning of it. Total assets. I'm not simply taking fixed assets. I'm taking total assets, both fixed as well as net working capital, current assets minus current liabilities. So for every 1 rupee of total assets, what is the profit that I am getting? More the better. Okay. The same formula can be modified. So RONA helps compare companies' performance with others in the industry. How, sir? First point, Anna.
Return on net assets measures how well a company's net profit relate to its net assets.
Next,
A high return on net asset means the company is
efficiently using
its assets.
Okay.
Adjustment can be made to net income and fixed assets for unusual items to get a clear return on net asset
Okay, now, so just remember the formula, my dear. No need to by heart anything. Net profit means nothing but profit after tax. Divided by what? Only fixed assets or total assets? Let me fixed assets plus net working assets. No. You can't say that fixed assets plus current assets. When you take current assets, you have to subtract current liabilities also. Now, when it comes to manufacturing company, there will be small variation in that particular formula, Nana. Here, the formula will be return on net assets is equal to plant revenue minus cost. Plant revenue minus cost divided by net assets. Net assets means same, Nana. Net assets means again same here. Fixed assets plus net working capital. Plant revenue minus cost. Okay, what is plant revenue? What is cost? No need to worry. That will be given in the question. Plant revenue minus cost. Okay, divided by net assets. That is the formula when it comes to manufacturing companies, Nana. And when you calculate return on net assets. Okay. Right. From here on, what are the concepts that we are going to discuss is completely theoretical, my dear. Okay, let us complete this one. Okay, what is benchmarking? What is benchmarking, Nara? So completely theoretical, right? So I will explain these concepts briefly, my dear. No need to go through line by line. Am I clear? Benchmarking means marking on the bench, sir. Standard, setting a standard is called as benchmark. If someone has set a standard, that standard is called as benchmark. The process for that is called as benchmarking. Okay, now as an entrepreneur, I want to compare myself with the leaders or companies below me. With the leaders, because they have set a standard. Now they might have set standards in different ways. Now, whatever the case may be, I want to compare my standards, my actuals with their standards, my actuals with their standards. This process of comparing these actuals with standards is called as benchmarking. So what is benchmarking? You understood now. And types of benchmarking. Basing on business, benchmarking can be divided into 4 types. That is internal benchmarking, competitive benchmarking, industry benchmarking, and generic benchmarking. Basing on the production process, benchmarking can be divided into 4. Product benchmarking, process benchmarking, performance benchmarking, and strategic benchmarking. Let us see one by one. What do you mean by internal benchmarking? No need to go through the entire country. If you observe the example, you can understand it easily now. Internal benchmarking. Within the organization, performance of one department will be compared with the performance of another department. For example, sales department, service department, both interact with customers. Both interact with customers. Am I clear, Nana? When customers are interacting with both the departments, when we take the customer's feedback, Nana, the customer's feedback of service department is much better than the sales department. That means service department has set a standard. The sales department will compare their performance with the service department performance to understand how they are able to perform much better than us. Why customer feedback is much better for service department than the sales. That is called as internal benchmark. That means within the same organization, one department will be comparing with another department. Nana. What do you mean by competitive benchmarking, Nana? Competitive benchmarking means one department in one organization comparing with the same department in another organization. It is called as competitive benchmarking. Am I clear? Production department in Maruti company will be comparing, okay, let's forget about production department. Design department in Maruti company will be comparing with design department in Tata company. Both are design departments. Both are different. Both are in different company. That is called as competitive benchmarking. Okay. Next, industry benchmarking. Nana. Here, industry benchmarking means what? Comparing practices of other colleagues. They do not compete directly with you for students. Example. KFC comparing their business with Domino's. KFC comparing their business with Domino's. Both menus are different. KFC menu is different, Domino's menu is different, but both are at the end of the day selling or targeting same set of customers, right? And if you observe carefully, generally Domino's and KFC are located side by side, if not nearby. Whatever the locality you take, either they may be located in the same building or 2 steps apart. 2 steps apart. That means basically they're targeting same localities, same set of customers, because both are selling what? Fast foods. Right? But menus are different. That means business are different, Nana, but still they will be comparing how well they are able to attract the customers than us. That is called as industry benchmarking. Comparing with organization the same industry, but not direct. Both are not direct competitors. Pizza Hut and Domino's are direct competitors. It is competitive benchmarking. Pizza Hut comparing with Domino's or Domino's comparing with Pizza Hut. But KFC and Domino's are not direct competitors, because both are not selling same products. Okay, generically, term is one and the same, fast food, but items are completely different. What do you mean by generic benchmarking, my dear? Generic benchmarking means general. Let me take an example. A hospital industry learning from hotel industry. A hospital industry learning from, both are completely different, nowhere related to one another. Okay, but both are into service sector. Both are into service sector. Hospital industry wants to learn how a hotel is able to fulfill the requirements of the customer. How ITC Kakatiya is able to fulfill the requirements of the customer. Now, there are several hospitals who want to provide the same kind of services that hotels do. You come here, get treated, be here till you get completely cured, then you can go. Either it can be 1 month or 15 days or 45 days, whatever the case may be. Okay. Because there are so many rich people who don't want to take the extra burden on. So what they will do, they will want to simply pay a package to you. They want 5-star facilities, treatment, operative and post-operative treatment also. సర్జరీ అయిన తర్వాత కూడా 1 month మేము ఇక్కడే ఉంటాం. 1 month డబ్బులు ఉన్నాయి, ఇంట్లో చూసేవాళ్ళు ఎవరు లేరు, డబ్బులు ఉంటే ఎవరు ఉంటారుగా, దగ్గర రానివ్వం కదా. ఓకే, సో ఐ హ్యావ్ మనీ, ఐ వాంట్ టాప్ నాచ్ సర్వీసెస్. ఓకే, so that's why big hospitals, what they do, Nana, not only they have a main hospital, but they also have a huge space they have where they have cottages for recovery other purposes. AC cottages anni untayi annamata. Pay cheyandi every day 15,000. They are ready to pay 25,000 also in a single day. Does not matter to them. Okay, but the thing is that they need services. So hospital industry, what they started doing, they started turning to hotel industry. How hotel industry? How Tata, that means Taj Group. Tata owns Taj Group. Taj Banjara or Taj, whatever the case may be. Whenever you come across the term Taj in front of a big hotel, it is owned by Tata. Taj Falaknuma. How they are able to provide such kind of services to? They charge very high amount. Falaknuma Palace is there in Hyderabad, operated by Tata Group, Taj. If you want to conduct some sort of occasion there, per day I think they charge around 1 lakh or 1.5 lakh, Nana. That is that expensive. Amma 8 to 10 lakhs. In takku cheppanu inka 8 to 10 lakhs anta per day, 24 hours. డబ్బులు నుంచి చూడండి మీ దగ్గర ఎవరన్నా కదా ఉన్నారు కాబట్టి చార్జ్ చేస్తున్నాడు. People are there, Nana. If you want to have a meal, not stay. If you want to have a meal, it will cost around 15,000 to 25,000. Meal, and people are going there to have meals. So hospital industry is looking at hotel industry, how they are able to. That is called as generic benchmarking, comparing unrelated business processes that are similar across different industry. They are also providing services to customers. I am also providing services. Yes, businesses are completely different. Businesses are completely different, Nana. I am into hospital industry, they are into hotel industry. Yet, I want to learn how they are providing these services to the customers or clients. Nana. That is generic benchmarking. A type of benchmarking based on practices or processes. Nana. First one is product benchmarking, where you will compare one product with another product. Process benchmarking means you will compare the process of process in one industry with another industry. Are you able to understand, my dear? Here we are comparing the product. How you will compare the product, Nana? I will simply buy my competitor product, reverse engineer it. I will open up the entire product and will compare part by part with my product, Nana. It is called as product benchmarking. Process benchmarking, I will compare the production process of my industry with another industry. It is called as process benchmarking. How they are able to produce such fine quality of sugar, which I am unable to produce. What is the difference? Is the difference in raw material or production process? In this way, I'll compare the process benchmarking. Performance, more into service sector. Gathering and comparing quantitative data or key performance indicators to assess performance. Example, comparing metrics like sales numbers or production efficiency with industry standards. Okay, performance of sales representatives, my dear. Okay, why my sales people are unable to perform just like any other, just like that particular company? What is the difference? Are they offering better incentives than me, or what is the case? Last one is strategic benchmarking. What do you mean by strategic benchmarking? Comparing strategic performance improvements with leaders in the same field and against your own past performance. So here what will be comparing, my dear? Strategic performance improvements. Over a period of time, what are the improvements that we have made? It is called a strategic performance. Important from MCQ point of view. Okay, from business point of view, what are the 4 classifications? From process point of view, what are the process or practice point of view, what are the 4 classifications of benchmarking? Okay, next one, explain the process of benchmarking. How you are going to implement benchmarking process? Basically, it has 3 stages, my dear. First one is internal preparation. Second one, data comparison. Third one, my dear, improvements. Read the question, Nana. Just read the page.
Phase 1, internal preparation, involves creating a proposal for benchmarking study. This phase is crucial because it reflects how important management views the benchmarking process.
Have you understood this particular point? That means what? First, you need to understand to what extent management is serious about benchmarking. To what extent management is serious about benchmarking. Are they willing to implement this benchmarking process or not? Okay, that is called as phase 1, internal preparation. Next.
The proposal should include the study's purpose, objectives, performance indicators, timelines, and participants.
So what they want to compare, purpose, Nana. What they want to achieve with this particular comparison. What are the key factors that we need to focus on? Timelines, deadline, Nana. By which time this comparison is to be completed. That is called as timeline or deadline. And last one, participants. When it comes to, it's a process, right? So who are to be involved in this particular process within the organization, who are to be involved? Okay, all those things will be mentioned in phase 1. First, we have to see whether the management is willing to implement the system or not. If so, then we'll take up next step now. Next round.
Phase 2, data comparison has two parts.
When we in phase 2, we talk about data comparison. What data is to be compared? It again divided two parts, Nana. First one.
Part 1, finalize study details with participants and refine the initial plan.
Refine the initial plan. First, we need to compare. First, we need to study what, Nana? We need to study details with participants. That means we have to sit with the team members of the organization and we have to discuss what things are to be compared. ఏం కంపేర్ చేయాలో వాళ్ళతో ముందు మాట్లాడాలి. Okay, and if there is any change in the plan or refinement, you have to make it now. You have to make it now. Next, part 2.
Collect, validate data and write the report.
Right, Nana. Initially, you have sat with the team and you have decided what is to be compared. Once it is done, then you have to collect the data in the respective areas and you have to compare that actual with the standards. That is part 2. Next, phase 3, Nana.
Phase 3, improvement involves.
You have actual data, you have standards, you will compare it and you will find out any differences. If there are any differences, you will make sure how to rectify these differences, how to improve the performance. So phase 3 is about improvement, involving what, Nana? Using the report findings to enhance. To enhance means what? Improve. To improve organization's own practice. The same thing is given in diagrammatic form here. Phase 1 is all about what, Nana? Planning, develop a project proposal. Okay, you have to plan, you have to develop. Now, before that, you have to take the willingness of you have to see the willingness of the organization. Phase 2, benchmarking performance recruits and work with participants, collect and compare data. Benchmarking performance recruit. You have to recruit people from the organization. You have to collect the data and compare the data with the standards. That is phase 2. Phase 3, Nana, basing on the information so collected, you have to make necessary improvements within the organization. That is your benchmarking process, Nana. What is the difference between benchmarking and bench trending? Forget about bench trending. What do you mean by trend? What do you mean by trend, Nana? Adi trend ra. What is an event? What is a trend? Event. Where are you going to an event, sir? It has become a trend that you keep on going to events like this. Trend means? Very good. Event means one-time activity. If the same event takes place again and again and again, it is called as, it will become into a trend. Trend setter. That means everyone is doing the same thing again and again and again. That means the person who started it is called as trend setter. అర్థం కాలేదారా? అర్థమైంది కదా? ఊహించుకుంటున్నా ఏదో. Understood, Nana? Bench trending. Benchmarking we have understood, Nana. Bench trending. If the same benchmarking process is done again and again continuously, it is called as bench trending. There is a difference between the two. That's it. In fact, there is no difference between the two. Bench trending is an advancement of benchmarking. Benchmarking is all about doing a thing once, Nana. Bench trending, the same thing is done continuously again and again and again. It is called as bench trending. The same thing is given. Bench trending is used for continuous monitoring the performance. You keep on doing the same thing again. Every time you define the standards, you will compare the actions with the standards. It's not a one-time activity, it's a continuous activity. Okay, and as of now, all the organizations are focusing on what, Nana? Bench trending. Okay, so there is a difference between benchmarking and bench trending, Nana. Now, what are the two methodologies of Six Sigma deployment? What is meant by Six Sigma? Six Sigma. important from MCQ point of view. I think already earlier batch students have already pointed out that one, Nana. 6 sigma. This sigma is nothing but your standard deviation. Sigma is nothing but your standard deviation. Okay, and 6 sigma is all about reducing the errors in the process. Reducing the errors in the process. And why it is called as 6 sigma? Why not 1 sigma, 2 sigma, 3 sigma, 4 sigma? Why it is 6 sigma now? What they have observed is that by doing a process 6 times, they can reduce the errors to the maximum possible extent. For example, I have done that work for the first time. Definitely there will be some chance of improvement, or there will be some errors. If I do the same work again, the errors will increase or decrease. Like this, if I keep on doing for 6 times, ultimately the sixth time, whatever the process that I am following, that is the optimum process. It means beyond that point, there is no question of reducing any errors. And whatever the errors that you get from there on is called as normal loss. That means it is avoidable or unavoidable? Unavoidable. Understood, Nana? That is 6 sigma. So Jack Welch describes 6 sigma as a quality program that enhances consumer experience, reduces cost, and develop better leaders. It is also known as what? Operational excellence, 0 defects, or customer perfection. 6 sigma uses a data-driven approach. It's a statistical thing, Nana. Everything is based on data. There is a formula for 6 sigma, Nana. We are not concerned about it. Data-driven means everything is based on facts. Statistical approach. To eliminate what, my dear? 6 sigma is concerned about what? Defects in product or defects in process? So it is only concerned about defects now. Reducing the defects either in product or process, my dear. There are 2 methodologies. There are 2. This is the key point. From here on, everything is important from MCQ point of view. There are 2 methodologies. What are those? When it comes to 6 sigma, we are talking about DMAIC and DMADV. These are the acronyms, my dear. DMAIC. Sorry. DMAIC. Next, DMADV. DMA, define, measure, analyze, improve, check, or control. Improve and control. Okay, focus on this part. Improve. Okay. Second method is design, measure, analyze, again design, again then what, Anna? Verify. Focus on this part. Define, measure, analyze. These 3 are common. Meanings may be different, but full forms are common, Anna. D, M, A. Design, measure, analyze. The last 2 are changing. Improve and control, and this side, Nana, design and verify. When we talk about improving, it means improving the already existing thing, right? Isn't it, Nana? When we talk about improving your marks, that means you are already a student and you are already learning the subject. That's why we are talking about improving. So improving means we are talking about already existing process. So DMAIC is concerned about improving existing process. Understood? And designing means designing completely a new thing. When you will use the term design, when we want to implement completely a new thing. So design, measure, analyze. So define, measure, analyze, design, verify is about develop a new process or product. It's about developing a new process or product. There is a key difference. There is nothing to remember more than that now. So when it comes to 6 sigma, we have 2 methods. Both methods are meant for same thing or different things? Different things. DMAIC is meant for existing products, improving the existing process. Okay. DMADV is related to developing a new product or new process. Am I clear now? Both are meant for 2 different purposes. Right. When it comes to execution of this 6 sigma, we have green belts and black belts, which are monitored by master black belts. Okay. Master black belt is an expert in 6 sigma. Below him there is green belt, and below him there is black belt and green belt. Okay. Now what are the steps involved in DMAIC? Define, measure, analyze. What we need to define and set improvement goals aligning with customer needs and company strategy. What we need to define, my dear? Improvement goals, where you want to improve. Then you have to collect data and measure it, Nana. Analyze the relationship between cause and effect. Let me repeat it once again, my dear. In DMAIC, first of all, DMAIC is concerned about new product or existing product? So here define means you have to define the areas that are to be improved. Define the areas that are to be improved, Nana. Then you have to collect the data and compare it with the standards. Okay. Then in case of any variations, you have to analyze what are the reasons for variations. Next, improvement, Nana. How to improve? Optimize the process using techniques like design of experiment. You have to take steps for improving. Sir, what do you mean by design of experiments? Trial and error. Trial and error. You will change one variable, you will see what is the end result. Like this, you will keep on changing different variables. At the end of the day, you will choose one particular alternative. Nothing but you're doing trial and error. So by carrying out trial and error, you will see how we can improve, Nana. And last, control. Correct variances, run projects. Pilots mean nothing but projects. Pilot run, project run. Okay, and establish control mechanism to ensure ongoing performance. You have to define certain control mechanism, Nana, or limits. Okay, if the standards are if the actuals are within those limits, no need to worry about it. Next, Nana, DMA DV. Here also D means what? Define. Define with more, Nana. Set goals for the designing activity aligning with customer needs. You have to give some targets to design department. This is the requirements of the customer. Basing on these requirements, you have to design a product. Next, Nana, measure. Identify critical quality factors, assess product, process capabilities, and evaluate the risk. What you have to measure once the design is completed, you have to see, Nana, to what extent the designing department was able to design. Is it as per the requirements of the customer or not? Okay, next one, analyze, develop and assess design alternatives to select the best one. What are the different alternatives that we can have, Nana? Last one, design. Finalize the design. Once you have to come up with different alternatives, what you need to do, you need to take a one particular alternative, optimize it, plan for verification, possibly using simulations. What do you mean by simulations, my dear? Imitation. Generally, you will take the help of a computer to calculate simulations, my dear. Okay, you will give all sorts of data and you will see how the market is reacting there. And then verify, test the design. Simulation and testing. Okay, before the bike is launched, what they will do? They will test it in different aspects in a controlled environment. That is called as simulation. For example, Bajaj came up with a new bike called as Freedom. Bajaj company came up with a new bike called as Freedom. It runs on CNG, petrol cum CNG. Now, first thing that the people have when it comes to CNG is security, safety, because you will be sitting on a cylinder, right? People have that worry. Is it safe or not? So what Bajaj company did, Nana, in a controlled environment, it carried out extensive testing. How, sir? By making that bike run over by a truck. A 10-ton truck ran over that particular bike to see whether the cylinder will burst or not. No, it did not burst. It was intact. Now, this is not done randomly. This is done in a controlled environment, in a particular place. That is called as simulation testing. So that you will get real data. Okay, if not accurate, at least reliable data. So that will be done, Nana. So testing the design, conduct pilot runs, implement the production process, and hand over to the process owners. The only thing that you need to remember is the difference, Nana. DMAIC is used for what? Improving existing process. And DMA DV will be used for what, Nana? Developing a new process. That is about 6 Sigma, my dear. Okay. Okay. Next, Nana. Explain about 5S. Sorry, not 5S. Okay. Explain about what, Nana? Lean manufacturing. What do you mean by lean manufacturing? I hope you people remember ABC. In ABC, activities are divided into two: value added, non-value added. Identifying non-value added and removing all those non-value added activities is called as lean manufacturing. Identifying non-value added and eliminating all those non-value added activities is called as lean manufacturing. That means we want our manufacturing process to be as simple as possible so that we can avoid unnecessary cost. Example, sir. If you go to DMart, once the billing is done, again at the security, they will be keep on checking everything. What is the use of it? DMart ki veltam kada. బిల్లింగ్ చేస్తాడు మొత్తం కూడా జాగ్రత్త చేస్తాడు నంబర్ ఆఫ్ చూసుకుని ట్రాలీలో 35 ఐటమ్స్ ఉంటాయిరా, ఎన్ని ఉంటాయి? 35. సెక్యూరిటీ గార్డ్కి ఏం తెలుస్తుందిరా? మళ్ళీ అక్కడ కూర్చొని మళ్ళీ చూస్తారు వాళ్ళు. ఈజ్ ఇట్ వాల్యూ యాడెడ్ ఆర్ నాన్ వాల్యూ యాడెడ్? నాన్ వాల్యూ యాడెడ్. బికాస్ ఆఫ్ దట్ people are getting stuck at the exit. Already they have waited for 10-15 minutes at the counter, nana. Again you are making them wait there. Does it add any value to the DMart? No. Does it add any value to the customer? No. Remove it completely. Once the billing is done, you keep the security person there, but no need to check everything. Just check whether the bill is there or not. That's it. తీసుకుంటారు, మళ్ళీ టిక్ కొడతా ఉంటారు దానిలో చేత్తో ఇలాగా. ఎందుకు అర్థం కాదు. పైగా డిమార్ట్ సంగతి తెలిసింది, ఒక బిస్కెట్ ప్యాక్ కోసం 10 మంది దోతారు లోపలికి. Eliminating such kind of activities is called as lean manufacturing. Lean means simple, nana. Quite opposite to me. Okay, lean manufacturing means quite opposite to me. Okay, it should not be complex. It should be as simple as possible. So when it comes to lean manufacturing, it's completely based on Toyota production system. Okay, and the core principles that this lean manufacturing is based on is these 3 concepts, my dear. Muda, Mura and Muri. All these are Japanese terms, my dear. Muda means what? Waste. That means anything that adds cost without adding value is called as Muda. Okay, it is creating cost but does not add any value now. Mura means what now we're talking about? Inconsistency and unevenness. Inconsistency and unevenness. Muri means what, Nana? Unreasonableness and overburden. Out of these 3, which one is quantifiable? Wastage is quantifiable. That's why when it comes to lean manufacturing, we focus on reducing the wastage. Reducing the wastage. So focus. Among these, wastage is the most crucial and tangible. Tangible means measurable. The tangible issue, Nana. Now when we talk about wastage, in which areas of business we will see wastage of money or wastage of resources? In which areas? First one, basic wastage is transportation. In transportation, we will see the wastage, Nana. How, sir? You may be booking a 10-ton truck to transport 1-ton material. Am I clear? That means what? You have wasted the money. Unnecessary movement of vehicles, parts or plant of the machinery. There is no need to move that particular truck, or there is no need to use that particular truck as of now. There is no urgency to transport that material, but still you are transporting that material. How, sir? Are you using appropriate truck? No, you are using 10-ton truck to transport 1-ton machinery. That means you are unnecessarily using that particular truck. You are paying very high fee for that one. That is wastage in terms of transportation. Inventory, storing too much, your storage cost will increase. Wastage of resources. Next one, motion. We don't want people to be moving from one place to another place. If you observe in big companies, people will not move. The product will move from one department to another department. Conveyor belt system. You will station in a single place. I don't want you to be moving from one place to another place. Why, sir? If you move from one place to another place, definitely there will be wastage. How, sir? Big boss. That's why I don't want movement. That's why in software companies also there will be no open office. There will be cubicle system. You stay in that particular place, you work, Nana, and I don't want you to be interacting with your opposite person. That's why cubicles and height untayi annamata. Maatadu nunchoni maatadali. Camera lo kanapadta untavu. Ra, come to my cabin. So motion, Nana, movement of people will also leads to wastage. Okay, just imagine, right? We can take example of ours, Nana. If we have classes in 4 different campuses, definitely I will not reach on time. But if I have classes side by side, Nana, definitely there is no question of any wastage. Ikkada bayata vachi lopaliki vella. Ikkada oka class, Balaji oka class. After completing here by 1 o'clock, I can't start a class by 1 there, right? Definitely there will be wastage of 5 to 10 minutes. Wastage is equal to productive time or unproductive time. Make sure that you can avoid such kind of wastage by having classes side by side or in the same building. Next, Nana, waiting time. We don't want people to be waiting for the material. Idle time. People are there, machines are there, but there is no raw material. Or raw material is also there, but management has failed to give instructions. It is waiting time, wastage, Nana. Overproduction. You have produced more than required. Over processing. కావాల్సిందంగా ఎక్కువ ప్రాసెస్ చేస్తావు. చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. అంటే ఎంతవరకు రాయాలి అంతవరకు రాయాలి క్వశ్చన్. ఎక్కువ రాసినా సరే అయ్యే మార్కులు. తక్కువ రాస్తే కూడా ప్రాబ్లమే. లాస్ట్ వన్, డిఫెక్ట్స్, faults or errors that need error has been created. So to rectify that error, again you will incur overheads, isn't it, Nana? Increase in cost, wastage of resources. So these are the different forms of wastage, Nana. Okay. And last one in this particular topic, Nana. Last one in this particular topic. Okay. Explain about 5S of lean manufacturing. When it comes to lean manufacturing, it's based on 5 principles. 5S, Nana. Again, these 5 are based on Japanese terms, but in the bracket I have given the English meaning of it. Okay. If you want to make sure that the manufacturing is quick, simple and efficient, these 5 are very, very important, and you can relate them to your day-to-day life also. First thing, what you have to sort what is needed, what is not needed. If you go and see in your room, you will have n number of books, but no one knows what are relevant and what are irrelevant. Okay, so before doing anything, you have to sort, Nana, what tools are required, what tools are not required. That is sort. Second one, set in order. Once you have sorted everything, you arrange whatever the tools that are required in a proper manner. You can take an example of a organized service center with a small mechanic. Small mechanic will have everything in a small box. He will search everything. If you go to a service center, they will hang tools on the wall so that anyone can easily access it. It is called as sorting and setting in order. Understood, my dear? అండర్స్టూడ్ నాన్న. అదే మెకానిక్ షాప్కి వెళ్ళా అనుకో, అన్నీ ఒకే బాక్స్లో వేస్తాడు. తయారు అంటే అన్ని ఎత్తుక్కుంటాడు వాడు. దట్ మీన్స్ వేస్టేజ్ ఆఫ్ టైం. ఓకే. షైన్, రెగ్యులర్లీ కీప్ ద ప్లేస్ clean. Generally, when people do that, we name them as OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder. పాపం క్లీన్గా పెట్టుకున్నా మనం ఆ మాట అంటాం, మనకి లేదు కాబట్టి. అంతేగా, వాళ్ళు క్లీన్గా, కొంతమంది చేతులు పెద్ద తుడుచుకుంటాం, మనం తుడుచుకోము. మనం ఏదైనా అంతేగా, వెళ్ళిపోద్ది లోపలికి. అంటే గుడ్ బ్యాక్టీరియా బ్యాడ్ బ్యాక్టీరియా మొత్తం లోపలికి అలా తీసారని చెప్పేసి. Shine and standardize, make that process, standardize the practice of sorting. You have to standardize these above 3 processes. That means everyone should do it regularly in a proper way. That means as soon as you open the shop or as soon as you are done for the day, stop the work half an hour before. That means by 6 you have to shut down everything, right? By 5:30 you stop everything. Okay, sort all the tools, set them in order. And before setting them in order, shine them properly so that tomorrow morning you can straight away use them. Standardize this process. Standardize this process. And last one is what? Sustain. Develop this habit. Make a habit. You force employees to make this a habit every day. Whether management is there or not, everyone should follow this thing. That is sorting, keeping things in order and shining it regularly. Okay, then only what will happen. Thus, 5S method is key to creating efficient, organized production process in the lean manufacturing. Okay, right now. Okay, Nana. Next topic. So we have completed. So we have completed up to 5 years of lean manufacturing, right? So series, Citon, Siso, Siketsu, and Sitsuke. Nothing but sort, set in order, shine, standardize the process, and sustain. Keep on repeating the same thing again and again. Okay, right. Next, Nana, write a brief note on importance of quality in the manufacturing process. In this regard, discuss the 8 basic elements of quality. Okay, so what is meant by quality? Is there any definition for quality? If so, define it. If not, how can you define quality? If there is no proper definition for it, then how can we define the term quality, Nana? See, the differentiation strategy involves offering a unique and high quality products that reach customers quickly, aiming to create sustainable competitive advantage through superior performance. Whenever you are offering a unique or differentiated product which is different from the competition, you will be able to survive in the competitive market because you have a competitive advantage. Now, for this purpose, quality is crucial for this strategy. Okay, as it helps meet customer expectations both at purchase and during use. Now, so you have to understand one thing: quality is always defined from consumer point of view. Quality is always defined from consumer point of view, Nana. Okay. Now, when say quality, not only we want quality to products at the time of purchase, but also during the usage of it. Okay. So, what are the 8 aspects of quality? Okay. Or when we talk about quality, we basically define it from these 8 point of views. So it differs from person to person. Quality differs from person to person, Nana. But whatever the case may be, we can define quality from these 8 different point of views. First one is performance. First one is performance. If the product is performing as expected or beyond that, then we can say that the good is a qualitative product. Okay. Next one, features. If it is offering much better features than its competitor, than other products, then we will say that the product is a qualitative product. Now, that means there is no straightforward definition for quality. We can define it from 8 different point of views. We're talking about performance. We're talking about features. We're talking about reliability. Reliability means what, Nana? For how long we can use the product without it failing. If you're able to use the product for 3 or 4 years without any repairs or damages, that means the product is reliable. Conformance. Is the product conforming with the requirements of the customer or not? Is the product conforming with the requirements of the customer or not? No. Okay, that is quality. Durability. What do you mean by durability? Without replacing the product, for how long can we use the product? Without replacing the product, for how long we can use the product? That is called as durability. For some people, durability is quality. Serviceability. Okay, when it breaks down, is it easily repairable or not? Okay, it should not break down, but if it breaks down, is it repairable or not? That means they're offering quality services. Aesthetics means looks. We're talking about looks. How the product appears. How the product appears. చూడంగానే అది క్వాలిటేటివ్ ప్రోడక్ట్ అనుకుంటాం మనం. స్వీట్ షాప్ నీట్గా కనబడతా ఉంటాయని కూడా నీట్గా కనబడుతున్నాను ఎలా తెరిచాడు తెలుసు. క్వాలిటీ ప్రొడక్ట్స్ అమ్ముతాడు రాడు. ఎలా డిఫైన్ చేసావు? షాప్ చూడు ఎంత నీట్గా ఉంది. ఓకే. Okay, so we have taken several assumptions there. The shop appears good, then you are assuming that it's a qualitative product. Aesthetics. Next, reputation. If the product enjoys a good reputation in the market, then we will say that it's a qualitative product. So basically, you can clearly see that there is no proper definition for quality. Some say if the performance is good, the product is a qualitative product. Some say if the product is reliable, it's a qualitative product. For some, if the product is durable, it's a qualitative product. For some, if the looks are good, it's a qualitative product. And for some, if the product enjoys a good amount of reputation in the market, okay, then it's a qualitative product. So there is no proper definition for quality. So these are the important. You should be expecting one MCQ from this particular part, my dear, if they want to test you about quality. Okay, out of the given options, which one is not a feature, which one is not a dimension of quality? Or rather than asking in that manner, what they will do, Nana, they will simply mention this particular point. The likelihood of the product failing over a time relates to reliability, durability, serviceability, conformance. You have to choose the appropriate option. Okay, so in that way, they have given MCQs, Nana, in MQP as well as the examination. So please be open-minded when it comes to MCQs, okay? So this is about quality, my dear. Next, Nana, what are the strategic objectives of management information system? When it comes to management, how many levels of management we have? 3 levels, right? Top level management, middle level management, lower level management. Each level of management requires a different type of information. Okay, for example, lower level of management requires operational information system, nothing but transaction processing system. Middle level management requires management information system, because middle level is the one which needs to manage everything, my dear. And top level is all about decision making, right? So they require decision support system or executive information system. So like this, different levels of management requires different information. That's why we have different information systems. Now, out of all these information systems, the most important one is the middle one, that is management information system, because it acts as a link between strategy and operational. Top level will simply come out with the plans, and who will implement those plans, my dear? Lower level. So there should be some sort of linkage between top level and lower level. That link is provided by whom, my dear? management information, nothing but middle level management, and they need the information for that purpose. For this, they will use which information system? Management information system. So what are the advantages or uses of management information system? Now, first one, they provide timely and accurate information for managers to control business. It is that should be the core objective of any information system, to provide timely and accurate information, right time, right person. Then only it will be useful. Okay. Highlights critical factors, important factors for making informed decisions. We want, when taking information, while taking any sort of decision, we should have as much information as possible. We don't want to be blindsided by any sort of situation in reality. We want as much information as possible. And that too, we should be able to identify what are the critical areas that we need to focus while taking appropriate decisions. Establish regular communication process within the organization about performance between different areas. Communication plays a very important role. Okay. Use system tools and techniques for structured decision making, step-by-step decision making. Offer excellent services to customer. Gain a competitive advantage when compared to your competitors. Support business planning for the future. So these are some of the uses of management information system now. Discuss the importance of MIS in a digital environment. As of now, we are living in a digital environment where the government, in fact, is thinking about coming with a digital currency called as central bank digital currency. Looking at the, what we say, the fame and craze of bitcoins and other cryptocurrencies, the central bank of our country has decided to come up with its own digital currency. So very soon down the line, government RBI will stop printing the currency. It will ask us to use digital currency. Anyway, majority of the population are using phone pay, Google Pay, etc. Right? So we are not using physical currency anymore. Most of the transactions are done through digital or digitally now. Okay. So we are living in an era of digitalization. So when we, yes, information is important, but to take maximum advantage of it, that information is should be digitalized. What do you mean by digitalized? Everything should be electronic form and it should be easily accessible to appropriate people. It does not mean that if you want any type of information, you have to go to a particular place and refer to so and so book. Nana. If it is on the net, it will be easily accessible to everyone who are allowed, and they can access that information and they can use that information as and when they require. Because of this, what will happen? The database increases, the analysis increases, the information will be easily available, the quality of decision making will increase. So discuss the importance of MIS in a digital environment, my dear. So here, when it comes to MCQ, these 3 points are very, very important. What do you mean by digitization? What do you mean by digitalization? What do you mean by digital transformation? All 3 are not one and the same. Digitization means converting hard copy into soft copy. It is called as digitization. Okay. This is digitization. This is digitization, Nana. So converting physical information into digital form. That is digitization. E-books is nothing but your digitization. What do you mean by digitalization? What do you mean by digitalization, Nana? Using digitized data and technologies to improve what? Business processes. Using digitization to improve your processes called as digitalization. Am I clear? Are you able to follow, Nana? Digitization means what, Nana? Physical form to electronic form. Now, by converting that, if you are able to improve your business process, it is called as digitalization. What do you mean by digital transformation? Where in the entire organization, everything will be converted into electronic form. Transformation. Transforming the company from physical form to digitalization form. Sorry, electronic form. Modernizing business activities and process to fully use digital technologies to boost efficiency and effectiveness. Entire organization will adopt digitalization. Okay, this is called as digitalization process. Just imagine RTC using digitalization process where they have stopped accepting physical currency and stopped giving physical tickets. Everything is done through electronic form. So when the entire organization is adopting digitalization, it is called as digital transformation. Am I clear, Nana? So these are the 3 points that we need to keep in mind. What are the or how the MIS information in the digital examples and examples of digital transformation business processes? Barcoding. Barcoding, Nana. Once the code is entered, you can take in as many units as possible of the similar nature. Barcoding. Next, Nana. Program logic controller. Okay, no need to worry about GPRS. As of now, we have GPS, right? Global Positioning System. Before that, we had GPRS. General Pocket Radio System. It helps in identifying the location. GPS uses satellites. GPRS uses radio signaling, Nana. Okay. Face recognition system for taking attendance, giving permits, everything, Nana. Earlier we used to use iris. Now we are using face recognition system. We started with biometric, then came iris. Now we are using entire face recognition system, Nana. Next, CAD, computer aided design, where design will be, rather than doing it on a paper, we will do everything on the system. Now. Next, computer aided manufacturing. Once the data is fed into the system, the machine will cut everything on its own. With the help of robotic arms, etc., it will weld everything. Next, enterprise resource planning, ERP. These are some of the examples of digital transformation business process, Nana. Okay. So discuss the potential impact of computers and management information system on different levels of management. So in what way computers and management information system will help top level management, middle level management, and supervisory or lower level management? Anna, please read it, my dear.
Discuss the potential impact of computers and MIS on different levels of management. Impact on top level management. Computers are expected to significantly influence top level management, particularly planning and decision making. Advances in computer science will enable future computers to create simulation models to assist top managers in their planning.
Basically, they can test everything in the system itself, Nana. It is called as simulation. In this way, computers will be useful for the top level management. These models can use sensitivity analysis. What do you mean by sensitivity analysis? If we change one variable, how the entire market will react. It is called as sensitivity analysis. That means there is no need to carry out real experiments, Nana. They can simply use computers. They can test everything on computers. Okay, if I increase the price, in what way market will react? Because entire data will be fed into the system. So by changing one variable, how the entire market will react, that you can easily understand. So this model can use sensitivity analysis to evaluate how changes in individual factors affect the overall result. As a result, top managers will benefit from accurate, reliable, and timely information to techniques like simulation and management sciences. Next, Anna, influence on middle level.
For middle level management, computers and management information system will bring notable changes in decision making process. Many routine decisions will be automated by computers, reducing the need for middle managers.
Almost, see, whenever we talk about automation, unique works are not automated, routine works are automated. Always remember that point. When the same work is to be done again and again and again, such kind of works will be automated, Nana. Unique works will never be automated. When you say unique, Nana, you need human involvement. When it's a routine work, there is no need of any human involvement. They will try to automate it as much as possible. Why, sir? Because when it is a routine work, machine can learn that work. That is called as machine learning. When machine learns it, it can take those routine decisions. That is called as artificial intelligence. When it's a day in, when you're doing that work day in, day out, that means you face the same issues, you take the same solutions. When everything is same, that is to be performed on day-to-day basis, machine can easily learn. That means you can easily code what is to be done every day. That means machine is learning there. The next step of machine learning is since everything is done in a routine manner, problems will be same and solutions will also be same. So entire data will be fed to the system and machine will take appropriate decisions depending on the situation, my dear. Because it's a routine work and everything is already fed to this. In simple terms, artificial is nothing but machine is learning from you. And since it's a routine work, you have fed the routine information to the system, machines are able to take the decisions. It is artificial intelligence, and you will find those things when the work is routine in nature. Next, Nana.
Effect on supervisory management. At supervisory level, computers and MIS have already made a significant impact. Supervisors are responsible for routine, day-to-day decisions and activities which are well suited to computerization. Computers provide accurate, timely and comprehensive reports enhancing control functions. In the future, the role of supervisory managers will be further streamlined, with many control functions handled by computers, reducing the need for
So, who is at risk of losing jobs, my dear? Supervisors. Because they perform unique work or routine works, my dear? Routine works. So, automation will be done at supervisory level. See, generally, when we talk about service sector, the automation will be done first in case of customer care centers. Why, sir? They have to ask routine questions or they will get routine complaints. When you know that everything is done in a routine manner, why can't you automate it? When it comes to automation, what will happen? There is no need to depend on human beings. You will create a WhatsApp number and everything will be fed in the system, Nana. So as soon as you purchase a product, you will get a message from the company's WhatsApp. And already there are predefined questions and predefined answers for it. You just need to click the numbers. This entire process is called as automation. Why it is possible to automate it? Because it's a routine work. It was done day in, day out now. Next, what are the characteristics of ERP? ERP stands for Enterprise Resource Planning, Nana. So in what are the characteristics of an ERP, or what are the characteristics that an ERP should possess, Nana? First, it should be flexible. That means as the requirement changes, they should be possible to change the ERP also. Comprehensive. It should be able to include all types of processes in it, Nana. Am I clear? Comprehensive means once you have purchased an ERP, it should be useful for the entire organization. It is called as comprehensive. And it should be best business practice. It includes best in business practices. That means it should have everything which are superior in nature. The technology should be superior. Whatever the procedure that we are following in enterprise resource planning should be superior. And everything should be best in business. Beyond the company. What do you mean by beyond the company? Not only ERP should help within the organization, but also to the external, to the people who are outside the organization. That means what? Once you have implemented ERP, it should become quite easy for the customers to interact with the business. Okay, the same thing, extend to external business entities through online connectivity. ERP should be in such a way. It should not only help the people who are within the organization, but it should also help the clients of the organization. Modular and open. That means what? If you want anything new to be added, it should be possible. If you want anything to be removed, it should be possible. That is called as modular and open. Problem solving. If you are facing any sort of issues like material shortage, productivity, all those should be easily solved. Reduction in information gap, Nana. Any purpose of any system is to reduce information gap. Enterprise resource planning. It's a system. Customer relationship management. It's a system. Supply chain management. It's a system. What is the objective of all these systems? To make sure that there is no information gap. That means what? Information should be same at all levels now. It depends how different people use it, but information should be same. There should be no filtration. Bridges information gap within the organization. Provide a unified view of data. Data will be same, but utility may change from department to department. Corporate image building. When you are using enterprise resource planning, it becomes quite easy to do any transaction with the organization. So automatically image of the organization will improve. Enhance customer service and improves the company's reputation through increased efficiency in core activities. Example for ERP, sir. You bought a mobile phone for 1,20,000. You are a rich kid. So you bought a mobile for 1,20,000 rupees, Nana. Upon purchase of the mobile phone, after 2 months, you got a software update. You updated the software. Unfortunately, the moment you updated the software, the mobile phone started suffering from errors. What is it? You saw some lines on the screen. Okay, you saw some lines on the screen, my dear. No, that's not done by you. As I said, as soon as you updated the software, you started seeing these lines. Next thing what you will do, Nana, you will call the customer care. This is the first thing that you do. Rather than going to service center, you will call a customer care. And they will raise a complaint, obviously. They will register your complaint and they will give you the complaint number. Complaint number. And they advise you to also go to the nearby service center. Sir, you're calling from which place? Vijayawada. Okay, there is service center near Ben Circle, sir. You please approach at Ben Circle tomorrow, or service center tomorrow. Okay, and just mention the complaint number. Okay, so next day, as instructed, I went to the service center and I mentioned the complaint number. Now, what those people are saying is that we don't see any sort of complaint number. We don't see any sort of complaint registered with that particular number. That sort of problem we don't want. Okay, I have all the details. I have all the mails. They have sent me the mail, everything, Nana. Even after showing the same thing to them, what they are saying is that it is not yet updated in our system. In fact, it's not at all a system. We don't want such kind of problems. Once the complaint is registered, it should be forwarded, automatically forward to all to that service center and everyone who are involved in that particular complaint. Everyone should be on same page. When that thing happens, as soon as there is a service center, I will mention the complaint number. Yes, sir, we have received your complaint. You please give us 2 hours of time. You can come back in the afternoon session to collect back your mobile phone. I will be happy with that. The complaint number is na dekira. Then what I have to do? I don't know, sir. Please wait, sir, till our server gets updated. That does not leave a good taste to you, Nana. So we don't want such kind of image here. So if the ERP is good, the corporate image will be good, my dear. We should be able to use latest technology. That means there should be automated updations. We should be able to use advanced business tools like decision support system, executive information system, data mining. Data mining means what? Collecting data. Collecting data. You simply feed some, what we say, core points or core words, hashtags to the system. Relevant data will be extracted by the system itself. That is called as data mining. Okay, you will simply mention some main words. That's it, not the entire sentence, main words. That's what ChatGPT does. Or Gemini or Copilot. No. We'll simply mention the term there. Everything will be extracted by them and they will mention the reference also. From so and so website, we have taken this data. That is called as data. Man, that means you are not visiting each and every site, Nana. You have simply mentioned the term in ChatGPT. That ChatGPT is extracting the entire information and they mention the reference also from which website we have taken this particular information. That is called as data mining. It becomes quite easy and it should be multifaceted, Nana. That means what? Support multiple platforms, facilities, manufacturing modes, currencies and languages. Okay, so these are some of the characteristics of ERP. What is the difference between a characteristics and feature? Characteristic ante enti, feature ante enti. What is the difference between characteristic and feature? Okay, a car is there. Car is there, Nana. Car runs on fuel. Which fuel, my dear? Petrol. This is a characteristics. It has sunroof. Feature. Which one is more important? Character or feature? Beauty lies within. Which one is more important, Anna? Characteristic or feature? Characteristic. Characteristic means what it is or what it should have. Okay, and feature means what it has. Additional, Nana, is called as feature. Without characteristic, we can't define that particular product. Apart from that characteristic, whatever the extra that we have is nothing but a feature. So what it is characteristic, Nana. What it has extra is nothing but your feature. So these are some of the features that a ERP should possess. It should be flexible. That means what? We should be able to adopt any changes, the comprehensive. It should be helpful in implementing in implementing the entire organization. Supports various functions in the entire organization. Best business practices means what? Whatever the best that is available, Nana, we should be able to use it using this ERP. In this way, we have defined the characteristics of ERP. Now, this question is important, Nana. Write about 6 major losses of total productive maintenance. Write briefly about the 6 major losses in total productive maintenance. Okay, TPM, total productive maintenance. What are the 6 major losses? First loss is unexpected breakdown loss. Sir, what do you mean by unexpected breakdown loss, sir? All of a sudden machine broke down. Because of that machine broke down, Nana, you will not be able to produce it. You will not be able to produce it. So it's a loss to the organization. It's a loss to the organization. Cost from equipment downtime, including lost production, labor and spare parts for repairs. Not only you are incurring cost for repair, but also the machine will be lying idle for some time. Altogether, you will be losing some productive hours. And this is called as unexpected breakdown losses. Next, Nana, setup loss or adjustment losses. From time to time, we have to adjust or we have to set up the machinery. During that time also, machine will be idle. From shift to shift, we have to adjust or we have to set up the machinery. During that time, the machine will be lying idle. That will lead to losses. That kind of loss is called as what? Result in loss of production opportunity. You could have used that time to produce goods and services, but unfortunately, because the time is used for setting up of the machine or for adjusting the machine, we are unable to produce during that time. That's why it is called as loss of production opportunity now. Idling and stoppage losses. What do you mean by idling and stoppage losses, Nana? Definitely in an organization, you will have some normal idle time, isn't it, my dear? Normal, and you will record it or you will not record it. You will not record it because it's a normal thing. Abnormal will be recorded, normal will be ignored. So cost of frequent, hard to record production downtime. Hard to record production downtime, which can lead to significant lost production, is often overlooked in efficiency reports. Because it's a common thing, you can't avoid it. That's why we'll ignore it, Nana. But at the end of the year, if you add up all these things, you would have lost considerable production time. It will lead to losses. Next, my dear, speed loss. To be on the safer side, rather than operating at optimum speed, you will operate at lower speed. To be on safer side, rather than operating at optimum speed, you will operate at lower speed. Because of that also, there will be productivity losses. Quality defects and rework losses, Nana. Cost for equipment malfunction and poor performance that led to defective products. So once the products are defective, what you need to do? Either you declare it as scrap or you do rework. When you do rework, that means when you rectify that particular time of damages, obviously you will incur some extra cost. That is another loss. So results in low standard production. Last one, equipment and capital investment loss. Cost from wear and tear on equipment that shortens its lifespan, leading to more frequent need for replacement and capital investment, results in wear and tear. You should have used it for a single shift in a day, Nana, but because of high demand, you started using 2 shifts in a day. So because of this excessive usage, what will happen, my dear? It leads to higher wear and tear. So rather than using for 10 years, you will use for only for 5 years. So because of this, again, you have to invest some amount of money to purchase a new item, isn't it, Nana? So all these will lead to what, my dear? Losses. So these are the 6 major losses. Thus, TPM targets eliminating the above. So because of these losses, what we are doing, Nana, we need to carry out productive maintenance regularly. If we don't carry out productive maintenance regularly, obviously we'll suffer from these losses. Machine may break down at any given point of time. We need to spend regular time in setting up of adjusting the machine. If we carry out productive maintenance regularly, there is no need to set up, but there is no need to adjust machine regularly. Sunday వచ్చి సెటప్ చేసి వెళ్ళిపోతున్నాను అనుకుంటున్నాను, అంటే మెయింటెనెన్స్ చేసి వెళ్ళిపోతున్నాను. There is no need to set up everything again and again. Okay. Next, Nana, if total productive maintenance is done, there is no need to stop production regularly. Am I clear, Nana? There is no need to idle it also. There is no need to stay idle. There is no need to stop production regularly. We can keep on using the machine continuously. Example, RTC buses. If regular maintenance done, there is no need of any overheat of the equipment. There is no need to stop the bus at regular intervals. You can keep on using it regularly. Once I'm confident that as soon as my shift is over, the bus is in the shed, the productive maintenance is done. Next day morning, I can use the bus as usual. There is no need to worry about overheat or other problems and stop the bus regularly, Nana. There is no need to operate the machine at lower speeds because maintenance is regularly done. There is no need to worry about defects in the machine, Nana, because during maintenance, they will carry out trial run and they will see whether every machine is working properly or not. And last one, my dear, because of regular maintenance, there is no need to worry about wear and tear. Am I clear? So by carrying out total productive maintenance, we can avoid these above 6 losses. What is meant by overall equipment effectiveness? Overall equipment effectiveness. How effectively we are using the machines. How effectively we are using the machines is called as overall equipment effectiveness. We are not talking about product here, we are talking about equipment. So overall equipment effectiveness is a key measure for measuring manufacturing productivity. A perfect OEE score of 100% means, so if the overall equipment effectiveness is 100%, it means what? We can guarantee 100% quality, all parts are good. Not the product. We are not talking about the product, my dear. We are talking about what, Nana? Equipment. If it is 100%, we can guarantee that all parts in the equipment are good here. All parts are performing 100%. Now. That means fastest possible production. All parts will be working at optimum level. A speed lo work cheyali, a speed lo enta time work cheyali, anta time work chestayi. Okay. 100% availability. That means what? No production interval. There is no need to stop the machine at regular intervals. As desired, we can use the machine continuously till the end of the shift. So that is OEE, overall equipment effectiveness, Nana. When it is 100%, we can guarantee these things. All parts are of good quality. Whatever the defects are there, we have replaced them with good parts. All parts will be performing at 100% level. And all parts can be used for long period of time or whatever time they are prescribed to be used, my dear. So that is quality of parts, performance of parts, availability of parts. Overall equipment effectiveness is the best tool for identifying losses, tracking progress, and enhancing equipment productivity by eliminating wastage. When it comes to formula for overall equipment effectiveness, the formula is this one, Nanam. Availability into performance rate into quality. So here we are multiplying 3 factors: availability of the equipment, performance rate, and quality, my dear. That is a formula for overall equipment effectiveness. Now, what do you mean by availability? The portion of time the machine is actually running versus the time it should be running. Nothing but ratio between SH and AH. Ratio between SH and AH, Nana. In simple terms, Okay. For how many hours it should be working? 8 hours. And how many hours we have actually worked on? Is it 8, less than 8, or more than 8? Okay. That one. Next, what do you mean by performance rate? Now, performance rate is the difference between efficiency rate or rate efficiency and speed rate. Nana. Efficiency rate and speed rate. Here, rate efficiency means what? Are we using this machine to the maximum possible extent or not? And at the maximum possible speed or not? Okay. For example, out of 8 hours, machine is running for 7 hours. Now, in these 7 hours, to what extent we are efficiently using that particular machine? Am I clear, Nana? The portion of time the machine is actually running versus the time it should be running, Nana. Next, performance rate means rate efficiency and speed rate. Now, what do you mean by rate efficiency? It is given the difference between actual and design cycle time due to jams. Jams nothing but normal loss. Okay. So to how many in 7 hours, how we are using that machine? Next, speed rate, Nana, difference between actual and design cycle time due to reduced speed. So at what speed we are operating? Are we operating at maximum speed or not? And the last one is quality rate, the percentage of good parts produced out of the total. So what is the defective rate? Okay, with this machine, how many good units we have produced, and what is the defective rate? All those things. So if we multiply all those things, we will get what? Overall equipment effectiveness. When it comes to overall equipment effectiveness, what is the benchmark, my dear? 85%. It should be at 85% now. That is a benchmark. Above that, very good. Below that, you have to think where we are losing it. Okay. So here we talk about availability. Next, performance, how well the machine is performing. And last one is quality. Okay, machine has performed well, but what is the quality rate here? Out of the total units produced, how many units are good, how many units are defective? When we talk about performance, not only we talk about the actual hours that the machine is working, but also the speed at which it is working. Okay, so that is overall equipment effectiveness. Last concept when it comes to theory. What are the 3 core concepts when it comes to total quality management? Okay, when it comes to total quality management, first of all, you need to understand the 3 concepts. What are the 3 concepts? First one is quality control. Second one is quality assurance. Third one is quality management. Okay, when we say quality control, we focus on past data. We focus on past data. Okay, focus on past data to stop production of defective units. Basically, we'll compare the actual current with the past. In this way, you will control it. Okay, quality assurance means what? When you will give assurance before start of the production or after production? When a person will give assurance before production or after production? Before. That means you are talking about future, isn't it? Talking about future. Concentrates on current system to prevent defects in future. Am I clear? Quality control means to control anything you need standard information. Standard means what? Past information. So focus on past data to stop production of defective units. Quality assurance concentrate on current system to prevent defects. And what about management, my dear? Looks to the future, managing continuous improvement in products and services. Am I clear? Control means past, assurance means current and future. Management means we're always talking about future. How to manage things in future. Am I clear? Am I clear? Control ante current, past. Assurance ante current and future. Management, it's all about future. Okay, these are our experience. So how to manage quality in future. So steps for implementation when it comes to total quality management, my dear. Whenever we talk about quality, we need to understand from production point of view or consumer point of view. When we talk about quality, do we need to understand it from production point of view or consumer point of view? Consumer point of view. That's why we have 8 dimensions of quality, right? All these dimensions are from consumer point of view. Am I clear now? In simple terms, if we are able to manufacture goods as per the expectations of the consumer, that means our products are qualitative products. When our product is said to be qualitative, when you are manufacturing goods of good quality or when we are manufacturing goods as per the expectations of customers? When we are manufacturing goods as per the expectations of the customers, then the product is said to be qualitative product. So when you talk about quality, you need to understand it from consumer point of view. So here when we talk about total quality management, everything will be focused on consumers now. So what are the steps involved for implementation of total quality management? First, identify the consumer or customer groups. Identify the customer. As I said, you can't sell your product to everyone in the market. So what you have to do? You have to divide the customers into different segments and choose appropriate segment. Okay, so use a team approach for determining major customer groups and set priorities. So out of the total customers, you have to choose one particular segment now. How to divide these customers into segments depending on various bases. Either it can be demographic basis or psychographic basis. Okay, now once you identified the customer, then you need to understand the expectations of the customers. What customers are expecting? Are they expecting features? Are they expecting performance? Are they expecting reliability? Are they expecting durability? Are they expecting reputation? What are the things that they are expecting now? Determine the decision making needs now. Basing on that, develop a system to understand and meet the customer decision making needs based on managerial perception. So develop a system to understand and meet customer decision making needs now. Okay, based on manager perception. Spot the problems. Use brainstorming and voting to identify problems and weakness in them in meeting the customer needs. Okay. Next, Nana, benchmarking. You have to set a standard. Compare your firm's strength and weakness with others to see how they are handling the similar issues. Okay, some problems will be faced by everyone in the organization, everyone in the market, but some are able to manage it well better than others. We have to study Nana, how other companies are able to manage the situation much better than ours. That means they have set a benchmark. So we have to see how competitors are doing that. Let's gather customer feedback. Obviously, that's the most important thing. Okay. Next, identify improvement opportunities. Is there any chance of improving the product or not? And implement the improvements. So these are the steps involved when it comes to total quality management. It starts with customers and ends with customers now. Okay, right, Ra. So with this, we will go through the solved questions, my dear. This question is related to data envelopment analysis. Data envelopment analysis. There is only one question in that particular chapter, Nana. It's all about efficiencies, either in terms of input or output. Okay, how to calculate productivity? Basically, productivity means what, my dear? Output divided by input, right? Productivity means output divided by input. For 1 kg of input, how many kgs of output we are producing? That is called as productivity, Nana. So here also we'll discuss the same thing, my dear. So what is given in the question and what they are trying to explain here. Okay, let us go through that once, my dear. There are 4 firms A, B, C and D. Please read, Nana.
There are 4 firms A, B, C, and D which operates under similar conditions and are comparable. The top management of firm B is worried about the profitability of the firm and anticipates that the firm's operational efficiency is relatively poor, which is projected in declining market share of the company as well as other operational ratios. Miss Izumi, the cost accountant of firm B, have been authorized by the top management to look into the matter and report back. Miss Izumi is able to extract the following data of the 4 firms. She is of opinion that value added is that the value added is the comparable output and the capital employed is comparable input.
Calculating value. Okay, for identifying what are the reasons why firm B is inefficient, they have focused on 2 aspects. Now, one is value added, which is comparable output, and capital employed is nothing but comparable input, Nana. So we have output and we have input. You can easily calculate the productivity. Okay, Nana. Next round.
Accordingly, she extracts the data of the 2 variables across the firms.
Okay, Nana. So this is the data, Ra. In the examination, listen, in the examination, this will be given and this will be given. I think there is no need to explain what you mean by capital employed, how much amount of capital that we are using and what is the value that we have added. So value added means nothing but output, capital employed means nothing but input. Straight away I can calculate productivity, isn't it, my dear? What is the formula for productivity, Nana? Amma? Output by input into 100. You have the calculators. Output is how much, my dear? 1.8 divided by 8.6. Just check it randomly, my dear. Okay, no need to multiply with 100, Nana. Just keep it as a, so 1.8 divided by 8.6, 0.209. Okay, so nothing but they're talking about efficiency here. Okay, next, Nana, what 0.20 divided by 2.2. In this way, you're going to calculate. If you observe carefully, out of all the companies, whose company efficiencies or productivity is very, very low, my dear, is it A, is it B, is it C, or is it D? B is the least efficient company, isn't it, Nana? That's why that company is worried about it. Okay, so this information is given. In the examination, what they will do, they will ask you to calculate input slack, output slack. Input slack, output slack. Slack means nothing but wastage. Slack means nothing but wastage. In simple terms, sir, company A is there. It is producing 10 kgs from 2 kgs of input. This is output, this is input, my dear. Company B is there. It is producing 10 kgs from 4 kgs of input. Which company is efficient? Which company is inefficient? A is efficient, B is, because B is using more input. Now, how much more input it is using? 2 kgs extra compared to A. This 2 kg is nothing but your input slack. So if you want to become efficient, what you have to do? You have to reduce this input slack. That means instead of using 4 kgs, you have to use 2 kgs. Or you can do one thing, Nana. Increase the output. Use 4 kgs of input, but increase the output. That's what we have to do in this particular problem. Okay, if I'm not wrong, it was asked in earlier attempts, 2 attempts earlier in the examination. Okay, right. So this is the information that is given here. Now let us see what they have done. First of all, what you will do, this is step 1, calculate relative efficiency. Calculate relative efficiency. So out of all the firms, which one is efficient, my dear? Out of all the firms, which one is efficient? Yeah, so this will be taken as 100. In comparison to A, what is the efficiency level of other companies? So if A is 100, B is 43.40, C is 85.88, D is how much? 62.80. Okay, whatever the content that is given here, you can understand that easily. DEA stands for Data Envelopment Analysis. Am I clear, Nana? DEA stands for, DEA does not mean Drug and Enforcement Agency. Okay, it means Data Envelopment Analysis. Data is given. How you are going to analyze that particular data? What is the meaning of envelope, sir? Entire data, Nana. Whatever the data that is given, you will use that entire data. Okay, whatever the data that is given, you use that entire data. You are not using one specific data, you are using the entire information. That is called as envelopment now. Right, so how to calculate? So let us see what they have given here. The input target for firm B is the amount of capital employed that will enable the firm to have the same ratio of value added to capital employed as firm A. So what is the objective here, Nana? We want to increase the efficiency of B so that it is same to that of A. Am I clear, Nana? That is the objective here. So how to do that, Nana? We can either adjust the input or we can adjust the output. Okay, let us focus on input first. So input target, what do you mean by input target? Actual input into relative efficiency. Actual input into relative efficiency. Am I clear, Nana? So that means what? Out of the given total input, that is my total input, right? 2.2. 2.2, Nana. Okay, if I'm able to reduce that input 2.2 by 43.40%, then obviously I can improve my efficiency. That's what they are saying. Ms. Izumi uses the formula and calculate input target of firm B, that is 2.2 into 43.4% or 0.434. You will get how much, my dear? 0.955. So what Ms. Izumi is saying, Nana? By using 0.955, if you produce the same output, then efficiency level will be equal to A. How much is the output, my dear? 0.2. Output is how much, my dear? 0.2. 0.2 divided by 0.955. How much you will get? 0.209. What is the efficiency of A, my dear? 0.209. Am I clear, Nana? But they are using different terminology here. This is called as input target. You highlight this one, Nana, in your material. That is more than sufficient for you. Later on, you go through line by line, you will be able to understand it. Okay, that is input target. So our input should be how much, my dear? 0.99. As of now, how much input we are using? As of now, how much input we are using? 2.2. So subtract this, Nana. Difference is what, my dear? 2.2 minus 0.955. 1.245. This is called as input slack, which is given here. In the examination, they will simply give the data and ask you to calculate input target, input slack, output target, output slack. 4 marks. Now, how to calculate from output point of view? For input, we have multiplied the percentage. For output, we have to divide it. We need to divide it, Nana. Okay, so output target or output, what they have given here. Okay, output target, my dear. What is the actual output of B company? 0.2 is the output, my dear. 0.2 divided by 43.4 percentage. How much you will get? 0.461. So output target will be 0.461. Actual output is how much, my dear? 0.2. Isn't it, Nana? So output slack will be how much, my dear? 0.261. That's given here, right? 0.261, Nana. In terms of percentage, Nana, 0.261 divided by 0.2 into 100. 130%. So you have to increase your output by how much, Nana? 130%. Same in case of output. Input also you can do it, my dear. How much input you have to reduce, Nana? 1.245, right? What is the original input, my dear? 1.245 is the input that you have to reduce. From what is the base level of input? 2.2 into 100, my dear. How much, Ra? So you have to reduce your input by 56.6, or you have to increase your output by how much, my dear? 130%. These calculations are quite easy, important from MCQ point of view. Am I clear, Nana? Just understand how they have done the calculation part. Don't get confused with the terminology. Input target, output target. Input slack. Slack means extra. Waste. Slack means extra. You are using extra means nothing but waste, Nana, here. Okay, input point of view. So input target ante enti. As of now, you are using how much, Nana? 2.2. But your target should be how much, my dear? 0.955. If you target that level of input, obviously your efficiency will increase. So this is your target. 2.2 is your actual. Difference is how much, my dear? 1.245. That is your nothing but input slack. In terms of percentage, base is 2.2. Extra is how much, Nana? 1.245 into 100. You will get the percentage. Same in terms of output also. Next question, Nana, DuPont analysis. Okay, so the following is the information given related to Tinku LLP and Pinku LLP, Nana. Okay, 2 years information is given. Let us see. Net income is given. I think profit after tax, isn't it, my dear? Revenue from operations is given, Nana. Twice it is given. I think one time is sufficient. Okay, revenue from operations means nothing but sales. Average assets is given. Average equity is given. Okay, why they have given in that manner, I can understand now, Nana. Division between these two. Division between these two, you will get profit margin, isn't it, my dear? Isn't it, Ra? Division between these two, you will get asset turnover. Are you able to follow, Nana? And division between these two, you will get equity multiplier. Equity multiplier. You can simply calculate the percentages for both 21, 22 for both the companies, Nana. Basing on that, you can give your suggestions, my dear. Okay, so we have the same thing here we have done it. Now from this, what you will observe, ROE of both the companies has increased from 50 to 60% for Tinku and 42 to 60% for Pinku. But what are the reasons for increase? If you observe carefully, especially I will focus on Pinku, my dear. When it comes to Pinku LLP, profit margin has remained the same. Okay, now that's a danger sign. Profit margin has remained the same. Asset turnover has remained the same, but there's a huge increase in equity multiplier. That means debt burden of the company has increased. Am I clear? That is about Pinku. What about Tinku, my dear? Profit margin has increased nominally. Asset turnover has also increased nominally, but luckily or good thing is that equity multiplier has decreased. The same thing you have to interpret here. So at the end of the day, what you will conclude, my dear, you as an advisor, what you will advise to invest in Tinku or Pinku? Tinku, Nana. Okay, let us see what they have given here. The investors of Pinku LLP should be concerned because the additional borrowings has increased the ROE, but actually did not change the company's net income, revenue or profit margin, which means that high financial leverage makes the firm more lucrative to the shareholders, but fails to create real value. You have to be very careful here. Okay, the same thing is given here. Am I clear, Nana? If you go through it line by line, you will be able to understand it. Am I clear, Ra? Understood, Nana? Next, Ra. This is also same thing, Nana. Question is quite lengthier, but problem is quite simple, my dear. What they have asked, Nana, using the information given, you are required to use suitable DuPont analysis, show how the return on equity of the company is changing due to profit margin, asset utilization, and leverage turnover. That means we are using 3 component or 4 component. Profit margin, first one, asset utilization, second one, leverage, Nana, third one, 3 component. Understood? What is the formula for profit margin, my dear? Net profit means profit after tax, isn't it, my dear? Is it given here, Nana? Yes, given. Profit after tax divided by sales. Where sales given, my dear? Previous page. Total revenue. I think this was December 22 examination, 12 marks. Answer is only this much. Just that you need to be aware of the formula and you should be able to analyze some data of it now. Understood, Ra? Okay, that is about profit margin. What about asset utilization and sales divided by total assets? Where are total assets, my dear? This is your total assets. I'm only focusing on 1 year as of now. Okay, Nana. What is the third one, my dear? Leverage. Leverage means total assets divided by total equity, isn't it, Ra? Total assets, we have total equity, my dear. Return on equity, my dear. Basing on that, we have given the analysis. The above DuPont analysis shows the return on equity of the company has increased from how much, 24.24 to 25.58. Now, what are the reasons? The main drivers or reasons behind such increase is profit margin has increased from 21.3 to 23.369. Leverage is also increased from 1.544 to 1.622. Though the asset utilization has come down from 0.7062, but better use of profit margin and leverage has resulted in higher ROE. Okay, am I clear, Nana? So that's how you are going to explain it, Nana. This is from suggested answer. We have copied it from suggested answers. Okay, that is more than sufficient, Nana. Don't be in a wrong illusion that you have to write more here because of 12 marks. Okay, next, Nana. This is also same thing, my dear. See, the net profit margin of Ruhi Limited, June 24 examination, 7 marks. June 24 examination, how many marks, my dear? 7 marks. Why have I added this thing? Just to give you some sort of confidence, Nana. The net profit margin of Ruhi Limited, how much, my dear? So this is 1, right? Profit margin, 5.95. Operating efficiency by using net assets, asset turnover, how much, Nana? 4.40. That is second one. Total debts of the organization is 3,80,000. Equity capital is how much, my dear? So equity is 10 lakhs. Debt is how much, my dear? We will simply assume that summation of these two is equal to assets. Summation of these two is equal to assets now. Obviously, you have a debt, you have equity. You will use these two things for purchasing assets. That will be the assumption, which is not given here. You have to take that assumption. If benchmark of the industry with expectations of the investor is 25% and 40%, then come up with explanation now. Right. So what we have done here. So as usual, net profit margin is taken, asset turnover is taken, total debt is given, total equity is given. First, we need to determine the equity multiplier, my dear. Equity multiplier formula, total assets divided by equity. We will assume that total assets is the sum of total debt plus total equity. So total assets, how much, my dear? 13,80,000. Obviously, your equity multiplier will be how much, Nana? 13,80,000 divided by equity, 10 lakhs. You will get how much, my dear? 1.38. Now simply multiply, Nana. Return on equity will be equal to 0.0595 into 4.4 into 1.38. How much you got? 0.361. That is 36.1%, right? 36.1%, Nana, or 36.29%, something like that. Okay. Now, there are two cases given. If the expected return on equity is 25%, but you are getting 36%, that means it is better to advise in that invest in that particular company. That should be your suggestion, if I'm not wrong. If benchmark is 25%, ROA is 36.29, that is higher than the industry benchmark. Okay, reasons we have to write it down, my dear. Okay, and if benchmark is 40%, ROA is only 39%, which is lower than the industry standard. We have to write down the reasons here. equal to 7 marks. If you want, you can give a suggestion also. Okay, analysis play very important. You have to analyze from that particular data, and also you have to analyze. Analysis means not only you have to mention the facts but also the reasons. దేని మూలంగా పెరిగింది, దేని మూలంగా తగ్గింది. Sentence formation is up to you. Okay, so there is a high possibility that you may get an MCQ or you may get a 4 marks or 7 marks question, especially when it comes to DuPont analysis. Okay, so with this we have completed 2 chapters now. Next chapter, third chapter, Nana. Okay, right. That is economic efficiency of the firm. In this chapter, the key important thing is the maximum minima problems. Remaining everything is nothing but related to MCQs, my dear. We have added one question related to key performance indicators, because in the entire syllabus we come across key performance indicators, but there is no way detailed explanation about key performance indicators apart from this particular chapter. That is the reason why I have taken this particular question. When we talk about key performance indicators, what are the key performance indicators? Basically, how many perspectives we have. Okay, let me rephrase the question. Where we have come across this term key performance indicators. If I'm not wrong, we have come across this one in balance scorecard. Balance scorecard. In balance scorecard, we'll try to understand the performance of the organization from how many different point of views? 4. What are those? Financial, customer, internal, and learning and growth. In these 4 perspectives, we have different objectives. To measure the performance in respect to these objectives, we need to identify certain performance indicators. For example, when we talk about financial, the key performance indicators, return on investment, profit, net profit, all these are okay. Right. The same thing is given here also. Read it, my dear.
Elaborate the key metrics of 18 key performance indicators. Financial metrics. Profit. Despite its limitations, profit is a key performance indicator.
No need to go through the details. Okay, what are the different financial key performance indicators when it comes to financial metrics? First one is profit. Next one, my dear.
Cost.
Next.
Revenue versus target.
Next, Nana.
Expenses versus budget.
Next.
Cost of goods sold.
Next.
Day sales outstanding.
What are your outstanding sales? Next one, Ra.
Sales by reason.
So these are the few things that we need to focus when we want to measure the financial aspects of the business, my dear. Next, Nana, customer aspects, my dear.
Customer lifetime value.
Okay.
Customer acquisition
What
cost.
do you mean by customer lifetime value, Nana? Helps build a long-term customer relationship. It is called as lifetime. Okay. Next one, customer acquisition. To acquire new customers, what is the cost that we need to spend, or what is the cost that we will incur? Customer satisfaction and retention.
Net promoter score.
Net promoter score means what, Nana? Out of all the customers who have become our brand ambassadors, that is called as net promoter score. Okay,
Number of
that
customers.
is clearly given here. Nana, 1 minute, my dear. Net promoter score shows potential for long-term growth by measuring how likely customers are to recommend the company. Okay, if customers are happy with our product, definitely they will recommend the company. For example, I am happy with Skechers shoes. Yes, it is expensive, but I'm happy with that one. If someone asks me and they are not worried about the price, I will definitely recommend them Skechers. That means I have become a brand ambassador for Skechers. I have become a promoter of Skechers. That is called as net promoter scores. Out of all the customers, how many customers have become the promoters of the brand? Okay. And last one, number of customers, nothing but market share. Nana. When we talk about process metrics, what we need to see here? Customer support tickets. What do you mean by customers? Tickets means issues, my dear. Tickets means issues. Complaints. So whatever the complaints that we are receiving, how we are processing those complaints. Okay. So customer support tickets, tracking new issues, resolved issues, and resolution time help in building a top-notch customer service department. When you say that you are going to rectify that complaint in 24 hours, you should not wait till the 24th hour. If possible, you have to do it now itself. Okay. Unable to understand, sir. I am using ACT fiber network, nano Wi-Fi network. Once in air, what will happen is that because of some technical issue, the network will become quite slow, or everything is on, everything is working, but I'm unable to use the net. So as soon as I lodge a complaint in their app, within a fraction of few minutes I will get a call. Sir, from our end everything is okay. Is everything working from your side? Yes, everything is working. You do one thing, sir, you please switch off the router for 3 seconds and then switch it on. Let us see, they will be online and they're trying to resolve the issue in real time. Even after that, it does not happen anything, Nana. What they will do? Okay, sir, from our end, we are changing your password. Immediately after a day, you change the same, you change the password into a new one. Okay, they have resolved something and they have changed the password, my dear. And they have asked me after 24 hours to change the password. Everything is working normal as usual. I have raised a complaint and within a fraction of few minutes, the complaint has been resolved. Obviously, I will be happy with the company now. That is called as customer support ticket. So what sort of support we are providing to the complaints issued from the customer? Next, Nana, percentage of, it should be high. Is it high or is it low? That we need to see. Overall efficiency measure. Efficiency varies by to what extent everyone is performing efficiently. For example, in manufacturing, it is measured by number of units produced per hour and percentage of time the plant is operational. All these things, Nana. Last one, my dear, people metrics. Here, when we talk about people metrics, Nana, what are the key performance indicators? First one is labor turnover rate or employee turnover rate. It should be as low as possible. If it is high, that means company is unable to retain the employee. Percentage of response to, once you have given an ad, how many people are responding to it? Once you have given an ad, how many people are responding to it? And last one is employee satisfaction. Okay, gauging means nothing but measuring. Employee satisfaction through surveys and other methods is crucial, as happy employees help the organization achieve its goals. Okay, Nana. That means you need to, just like you're trying to understand the expectations of the customer, you need to understand the expectations of the employees. What they are expecting. A small sweet box for a festival. Okay. And that may play a very important role, Nana. Okay. Anyway, you are giving them increment as promised. Bonus also as promised. But once a year for one festival, at least for one festival, if you give them a box, sweet box, obviously it will have a very big impact on the motivation and morale of the employees. అది ఎంత చేస్తారు ఏం చేస్తారు వేరే విషయం అది. ఓకే, క్యాబిన్లోకి పిలిచి చాలా బాగా పనిచే ఒక మాట మాట్లాడి ఇచ్చారనుకున్నాను, వాడు బయట అంత తిట్టుకున్నా సరే బయటికి వెళ్ళేటప్పుడు సార్ ఇచ్చారా, మోటివేషన్ అది. కిడ్స్ లాగే నానా, మీరు బాగా అల్లరి చేస్తూ ఉంటారు, చదువుతారు కూడా, పక్కొచ్చి మీతో పాటు నేను అల్లరి చేసి చదివారా, బాగా చదువు, ఇలా చదవరా అంటే మీరు మోటివేట్ ఫీల్ అవుతారు, అరే సార్ చెప్పారు చదవమన్నారని చెప్పేసి. అది ఎంత ఏజ్ పెరిగినా అది ఉంటుంది. బికాస్ ఎవ్రీ వన్ వాంట్స్ టు బీ రికగ్నైజ్. స్టూడెంట్ అల్లరి చేస్తున్నా అంటే హీ వాంట్స్ రికగ్నిషన్. వాడికి ఆ రికగ్నిషన్ ఇచ్చేసాం అనుకో, క్లాస్లో హైలైట్ చేసాం అనుకో, కామ్గా ఉంటాడు ఆడే. అంతే కదా, ఎవ్రీ వన్ వాంట్స్ రికగ్నిషన్. నాన్న వాడు బాగా గోల్ చేస్తున్నాడు అనుకోరా, రికగ్నిషన్ కావాలి వాడికి. రోడ్ మీద ర్యాష్ డ్రైవింగ్ చేస్తున్నాడు అనుకో, నుంచో పెట్టేసాడిని, రే నువ్వు సూపర్ డ్రైవర్ రా, నువ్వు హెవీ డ్రైవర్వి నువ్వు అనుకో, వాడు హ్యాపీ ఫీల్ అయిపోతాడు. ఓకే, సో here also same thing. Now briefly discuss the internal and external factors. Now what are the internal factors, what are the external factors now when it comes to pricing? Okay, so internal factors that affect the pricing, Nana: strategic goals, cost, organization, considerations. Nana, let us see one by one. Nana, what are the strategic goals? Pricing aligns with the company's long-term goals such as profit growth and market share. See, this question is about what are the different factors which affect the pricing decision of the firm. That means when the company thinks of fixing price of a particular product, what are the different factors which affect the pricing decision? Why it should be 10 rupees, why not 15 rupees, why not 8 rupees? So while taking a decision regarding fixing the price, what are the factors which will play an important role? These factors have been divided into two, Nana: internal factors and external factors. Now, what are internal factors? Strategic goals, my dear. What are the long-term objectives of the organization? Profit growth, market share, depending on that, price will be determined. Next, Nana, cost. Nana, cost of production plays a very important role. Lower the cost of production, there is a possibility of fixing lower price. But if the cost of production increases, automatically price will also increase. Nana. And organizational considerations. Different departments may have conflicting interests. For example, finance department focuses on profits, sales department focuses on market share. But both cannot go hand in hand. And if you want to increase your profits, you have to increase the price. But market share will decline. If you want to increase the market share, you have to reduce the price. But profits will decline. So you have to set a balance between the two. Pricing decisions should involve input from various levels of management to unify the interest. Everyone should be taken into consideration. You have to discuss with everyone and then come up to a common point, Nana. Marketing mix strategy. What do you mean by marketing mix strategy? When it comes to goods, Nana, we have 4 P's: price, product, promotion, place. Price play a very important role. That means what? Whenever we talk about any product, before inquiring about the product, the first thing that we see is price. The first thing that we see is price. In fact, while searching the product itself, the first filter that we put is price. So price play very important. Then we'll go into the specifications. Product. Okay, that's how we search. That's how we look for things now. If I want to buy a car, first thing I will see the budget. What is the budget? That means what is the price? Okay, I can afford only 10 lakhs of car, but that does not mean that I will look for 2 crores of vehicle, right? Budget 10 lakhs say. So I will search in that bracket. So what are the cars which are available in this particular budget? My search will be in that particular manner. And based on that, I will choose it. Okay. And next one, Anna, external factors. What are external factors? Market demand. Higher the demand, higher the prices. Lower the demand, lower the price. And depending on the season also will differ the prices, my dear. Example, ice creams. Example, ice creams, my dear. Okay. In winter season, they will give offers. In summer, they will not give any sort of offers. Because in summer, without any offers also, people will consume it, my dear. Next, competitors. Depending on the competitors also, prices can be determined. Nana. Lower the competitors, higher the price. Higher the competitors, lower the price. Nana. Government policies will also affect the price. Increase in taxes, prices will increase. Increase in subsidies, prices will decrease. An economy. If the economy is strong, companies can raise prices, because if the economy is strong, means people income is increasing. When the people income increases, they can afford more prices. So there are several factors which will affect the price of the product, my dear. So this is about the theory questions. Let us focus on problems, Nana. These problems are based on maxima and minima. Now listen. When we talk about maxima and minima, there are 2 points that we need to remember, Nana. First one, derivative. First case derivative, second case derivative. First case derivative, Nana, d by dx should be equal to 0. By doing so, what we will do, Nana, you will find out critical points. Critical points, my dear. d by dx, derivative of a function in terms of x, is equal to 0. By doing so, you will find out critical points, my dear. Once you have done it, Nana, again you will derive it. You will do the second time derivative, Nana. You will do the second time derivative. You will do the second time derivative. Okay. Now, when you do the second time derivative, what do you mean by second time derivative, sir? Once you have done the derivative, that equation again will be derived again. That equation, once you have done that, for example, let me take an example here, Nana. The cost of a firm is given, not this one. I will take this one. Okay. A manufacturer can sell X items. X items nothing but quantity, right? X items means what, Nana? Quantity. At a price, how much, Nana? 300 minus X. So P is equal to how much, my dear? 330. Sorry, 330. 330 minus X. The cost of producing X items is how much, Nana? C equal to, so this is C, right? C equal to X square plus 10X plus 12. Okay, that is total cost, my dear. How many items should he sell to make maximum profits? Also determine the maximum profit. So here we want to maximize profit or minimize profit, Nana. So what I have done here, listen, Nana. First I have written the given data. Okay, then what I have done, Nana, since we are talking about profit, first we need to find out profit. How to find out profit, sir? How to calculate profit, Nana? Total cost minus total revenue. Total cost already given in the question. How much, my dear? X square plus 10X plus 12, Nana. Total revenue. How to calculate total revenue, Nana? It is price into quantity. Price, how much you got, Nana? 330 minus X, Nana. Quantity is nothing but X, right? So it is 330X minus X square. 330X minus X square. Isn't it, my dear? Are you able to understand, Ra? I think it should be in reverse mode, my dear. Like this. It's your profit. So this is an equation. Let us say this equation as y. Now they're asking us to find the output where profits are maximum. First do the derivative dy dx. That means derivative of y in terms of x. That is d by dx of 320x minus 2x square minus 12 nana. That is 320 minus 2 into 2 4x, right? Isn't it nana? And this will be 0 ra. That is, and this one will be made equal to 0. So when it is made equal to 0 nana, what will happen ra? 4x equal to 320, x equal to 80, right? X equal to, that is first order derivative. Second order derivative, this equation which we got after derivative should be derived again. So d square y by dx square is equal to d by dx of 320 minus 4x. So it will be how much? Minus 4, which is negative, right? That is nothing but less than 0. If it is less than 0, then the equation, this equation, this less than 0, then profit will be maximum at x equal to 80. Profit will be maximum at x equal to 80. Have you understood, my dear? Have you understood, Ra? So here what we are doing, Nana, I have calculated profit. After calculating profit, they are asking me to maximize or find out the output where profit is maximum. So what I have done, I have derived that profit equation and made it equal to 0. So I got x equal to 80. X stands for what, Nana? Output equal to 80. Now I have to see whether that x equal to 80 profit is maximum or not. When profit will be maximum, Nana? When this equation, whatever the derivative that we have calculated, will be derived again. And if it is equal to or less than 0, then we can say that at x equal to 80, profit is maximum. Understood, my dear? So what I'm doing here, this is nothing but d by dx of, okay, if it is less than 0, it will be maximum. If it is greater than 0, it will be minimum. If you have any doubts, you can refer to the question that is given in the main material. Okay, right. Let me complete this one, Nana. So what we have done here, so let us go back through it, Nana. So yes, so which is negative. Therefore, profit is maximum at what, Nana? X equal to 80. So what I will do, I will substitute this x equal to 80 in profit equation. That is this one. So what is my maximum profit, Nana? 12,788. Am I clear, my dear? Understood, Ra? Right. Next, Nana. Next, Ra. Let us go through problem number 1. They have given a cost equation. C equal to 4x cube plus 9x square plus 11x plus 27. They're asking us to calculate marginal cost. Marginal cost means how much, Nana? How to calculate marginal cost, Ra? Total cost divided by quantity. Isn't it, my dear? I think solution is given to you, Ra. This is total cost, isn't it, my dear? How to calculate average cost, Nana? I'm writing the formula here. Total cost divided by quantity, where Q is equal to X, Nana. Quantity equal to X. How to calculate marginal cost, Nana? D by dx of total cost. D by dx of what, my dear? Total cost. You will get marginal cost, Nana. How to calculate average variable cost? Total variable cost divided by quantity. Cost divided by. Now you know the equation. Total cost is equal to total variable cost into, total variable cost plus, my dear, total fixed cost. Are you people aware of this particular equation? Mama? Total cost equal to total variable cost plus total fixed cost. What is the features of total fixed cost? Fixed cost changes with the level of output or does not change with the level of output? So it has nothing to do with output, but total variable cost changes with the level of output. So I can write total variable cost as variable cost per unit into quantity. Isn't it, my dear? Variable cost per unit into quantity plus total variable cost. That means here quantity is nothing but X, right? X, isn't it, Nana? Quantity is nothing but your X. Listen. Quantity means nothing but your X. So in total cost equation, whichever number is accompanied with X is your variable cost. whichever number is accompanied with X is your variable cost. So quantity is equal to X. So this is my total variable cost and this is my total fixed cost. So average variable cost means total variable cost divided by quantity. Nothing but you do simply in this way, Nana. 4x cube by x plus 9x square by x plus 11x divided by x. You will get this one. Understood? Understood, Nana? Right. Average fixed cost again. Total fixed cost divided by quantity. Nothing but 27 divided by x. That is there. Understood, Nana? Next. Right. This one, my dear. Read the question, Nana.
The cost function of a particular firm is C equals to 1 by 3 x cube minus 5x square plus 75x plus 10.
That is total cost, my dear. Okay, which is given here. Next, Nana.
Find at what level the marginal cost attains its minimum.
Marginal cost is minimum means what, Nana? Second derivative d square by y divided by d square should be greater than 0. If it is greater than 0, then you will get minimum. If it is less than 0, you will get maximum. Am I clear? That means you have to do derivative 2 times. Okay, first you have to do the derivative for original equation. Then whatever the derived equation you got, again that should be derived, Nana. Second time derived. Okay, let us go through that once again, Nana. So cost is given. They are asking us to find out marginal cost. How to calculate marginal cost, Nana? Do the derivative of cost function d by dx of c. So I'm writing down here d by dx of c, which is equal to 0. So d by dx of c, Nana, that is how much, Ra? So if I do that here, 1 by 3 into x to power of 3 minus 1 minus 5 into 2 into x to power of 2 minus 1 plus 75. Isn't it, my dear? So 3 will get cancelled off. So you will get x square minus 10x plus 75. This is your marginal cost. That is your marginal cost, Nana. Okay. Now we have to find out whether at which level of output marginal cost is minimum. That means what? This particular equation should be derived again. This particular equation should be derived again. And before that, we will make that equal to 0 to find out critical points. So make it equal to 0, Nana. Have they done that here, Ra? Okay. First, so marginal cost ki derivative katal, Ra. Marginal cost ka dedi. Marginal cost minimum ante enti. Marginal cost is minimum antunadu. That means what? Marginal cost should be derived twice, Nana. D by dx of mc, which is equal to 0. Then whatever the equation that you get, again you have to derive d by dx of mc. So that's what we have done it here. We have found the marginal cost. Now we have to find the level of output at which marginal cost is minimum. So in order that the mc to be minimum, its second derivative value must be positive. Let us use the first derivative now. First order derivative. D by dx of x square minus 10x plus 75. How much you got? 2x minus 10 equal to 0. X equal to how much, my dear? 5. At this 5, if it is minimum, that means second order derivative should be positive. Second order, this is second order derivative. Second order derivative. Okay. So what is second order derivative? This should be derived again, Nana. That should be derived again. Okay. That is nothing but I'm writing here. D by dx of 2x minus 10. That is d by dx of 2x minus 10 means nothing but 2. 2 is nothing but greater than 0, which is positive. Therefore, x equal to 5. MC will be minimum. Understood, Nana? Okay. Am I clear, Ra? Now, at 5, MC is minimum, right? So, substitute this x equal to 5 in marginal cost. Substitute x equal to 5 in marginal cost, Nana. What is a marginal cost equation? X square minus 10x plus 75. CRD4. Cost is equal to how much, my dear? 300x minus. Okay, they have given a question asking us to calculate marginal cost at output at which marginal cost is minimum, Nana. First we need to find out marginal cost. Marginal cost means what? D by dx of cost. You will get marginal cost, Nana. So d by dx of 300x minus 10x square plus 1 by 3 x cube. So it will be 300 minus, Nana, 20x, 10 into 2, 20, Nana, plus 1 by 3 into 3x square, right? X square, that is your marginal cost, Nana. Now for this you have to apply first order and second order. For that you have to apply what, Nana? First order and second order. So d by dx of mc, d by dx of mc, Nana. So it will be how much, Ra? Minus 20 plus 2x, okay, which is equal to 0. So x equal to 10. X equal to 10, Nana. Now if we want to know whether it is minimum or not, Ra, this equation that I have derived of marginal cost should be again derived, Nana. So d by dx of minus 20 plus 2x, you will get 2, which is greater than 0. So at x equal to 10, marginal cost will be minimum. Same in case of average cost also. How to calculate average cost? Now this is your total cost, right? Average cost means total cost divided by quantity. You will get average cost. For that average cost equation, apply first form of derivative and second form of derivative. They're also same thing. Now output at which marginal cost is equal to average cost. Simply equate the equations. Marginal cost how much? Average cost how much? Average cost how much, Nana? 300 minus 10x plus 1 by 3 x square. So what they have done in the end, Nana? They have simply equated these two. This is your average cost. This is your marginal cost. They have equated and they have found out the equation. So x equal to 15. Am I clear, Nana? Okay, right. Last problem. And then you can do that easily now. What is the equilibrium point of the firm? MC equal to MR. MC equal to MR. It is called as equilibrium point of the firm, Nana. Okay. So basing on that logic, this entire problem is done. Basing on that particular logic, the entire problem is done, my dear. A company sells one of its products in the domestic as well as export. But this eighth problem is relevant to your problem on price discrimination. We had done a problem on price discrimination, if you remember carefully, Nana. That is nothing but your CRD or problem number 7, Ra. Okay. Price discrimination. Similar to those lines, in those lines only we will do this problem number 8. The company sells one of its product in the domestic as well as export market. The relationship between the price and demand in the two different markets is as under, Nana. Domestic market is given how much, my dear? This is the price, right? P in domestic market. Price in export market is given here, where Q1 Q2 represents quantity of demand, Nana, in thousands, my dear. Everything is in thousands. The variable cost per unit of the product is represented by 38 minus Q. What is this 38 minus Q? Variable cost per, what is your total variable cost then? Into Q. Variable cost per unit. Total variable cost formula is variable cost per unit into quantity. Variable cost per unit how much, Nana? 38 minus Q. Quantity is nothing but Q, right? So into Q, you will get how much, my dear? 38Q minus Q square. 38Q minus Q square. That is your total variable cost. That is your total variable cost. Okay. So that is the information. Find the optimum selling price and total contribution in both the markets separately. Optimum selling price and total contribution in both the markets separate. Let us see how they have done it now. Okay. So in simple terms, they have not mentioned how much quantity it is to be produced. To calculate contribution, we should know the quantity that is to be produced, my dear. Quantity produced and sold. When it is not mentioned, we will simply take an assumption that the company is producing and manufacturing producing and selling the output at which MC is equal to MR. Marginal cost is equal to marginal revenue. That is nothing but equilibrium point of the firm. Will not produce more than that or will not produce less than that. Now, so basing on that, price in domestic market is given. Are you able to follow, Nana? Price in export market is given. Total quantity is equal to quantity in domestic market and quantity in export market. Average variable cost is given. We have calculated total variable cost. Directly, we have concluded that total cost is equal to total variable cost. Why is that? Because total fixed cost is not given in the question. It is an assumption. It is an assumption. There is no other alternative apart from that, Nana. It is an assumption. Okay. Next, step 1, what we need to do. See, our objective is to calculate MC and MR of two markets, isn't it, Nana? To calculate MC, I need to calculate what? TC. To calculate MR, I need to calculate what? TR. Derivative of d by dx of TC, I will get MC. D by dx of TR, I will get MR. So first, I need to calculate TC and TR, Nana. TR means what? Total revenue. How you calculate total revenue? Price into quantity. You have price, you will multiply with quantity. Multiply with quantity, Q1. That's one missing, Nana. Please note it down. So you will get total revenue. That is in domestic market. In export market also, Nana, same thing. Multiply, you will get the value. Now you need to calculate what? Marginal revenue and marginal cost. Marginal revenue domestic market, Nana. Derivative of total revenue. How much you got, my dear? 136 into 16 Q1. Derivative of total revenue in export market, Nana. So nothing but 228 into 40 Q2. And you will calculate MC, Nana. Derivative of total cost. You got this one. Okay, simple calculations. Now step 3. Calculation of Q1 and Q2. How is in domestic market? In domestic market, Nana. In domestic. This is in domestic market. In domestic market, MR1 equal to MC1. Equate it, you will get Q1. In export market, equate MR2 equal to MC2. You will get Q2. You got quantities. You got quantities, my dear. Are you able to understand, Nana? Doubt undi akkada na? Liku. Okay. Once you have calculated quantities, you need to calculate price. Because in the question, what they have asked you, Nana, to calculate selling price as well as contribution. To calculate contribution, first you need to calculate what, Nana? Price. Okay, and contribution price into quantity. Okay, right now let us see, Nana, selling price. So how to calculate? Once you calculate Q, Nana, substitute those values in the equations. So P equal to 136 minus 8. So what is price in domestic market, Nana? 136 into 8 Q1. Okay, you will get price in domestic market. This is price in domestic market. Next, price in export market, my dear. 228 minus 2Q. That is 128. 80, 128. Now you need to calculate contribution. For marginal costing, you have learned one thing. Contribution means sales minus domestic market. In domestic market, sales minus variable cost. In export market, sales minus variable cost. That's your problem. That's it. Right, Nana. Last module, in SPM, risk enterprise risk management. In this particular module, problems play a very important role. Definitely you should get a problem or two. What about theory, sir? You will get it a theory also, Nana. You can take it as a choice, but problem will be given. And what we have seen is the lengthier the problem, easier the solution. Especially Z model problem, Nana. Z score problem. Okay. Before going to that question, that problems, let us go through some questions, Nana. What is risk management and its process? Read, my dear.
Risk management is the process of identifying, evaluating, and prioritizing risk, followed by integrated and economical application of resources to reduce, observe, and control the probability of impact of unfortunate events or to maximize the realization of opportunities.
First of all, what do you mean by risk, Nana? Risk means what? What do you mean by risk? Things happening as expected or not happening as expected? Not happening as expected. You were expecting a return of 10%, you got a return of 6%. That 4% is nothing but loss to you, nothing but the risk that you have taken. Am I clear, Nana? So generally, when we talk about risk, we will discuss it in negative terms. So as a business entrepreneur, I know that factors in the environment keep on changing. When the factors keep on changing, definitely there are different scenarios which I can't plan for. That means I'm taking some risk now. So what are the factors which will lead to losses that I have to identify? Then I have to evaluate. So basing on the evaluation, I will identify few factors as most important, few factors are less important. I will focus on more important, prioritizing. Then what I will do, I will look at my resources that are there available with me. Using those resources, I will try to reduce, absorb, or control the risk. This is called as risk management. So when we talk about risk management, are we talking about past or future? Future. So these are the problems that I may face in future. That is a risk now. Out of all these problems, which is the most important problem? And that you will evaluate. After evaluation, you will prioritize. This is the most important one. Then what you will try to do, are you going to sit idle or are you going to try to reduce those effects? No. That is called as risk management. Okay, now what is the process of risk management? Obviously, first you need to identify the risk. Next, analyze the, prioritize the risk. Mitigate means reduce. And it's a continuous activity. That means you have to monitor the risk, my dear. You have to see how these steps that we have taken are working, Nana. Okay, are the risk within the control or not? That we have to do. So these are the process involved in risk management. Next, Nana. According to what are the steps to be followed for managing risk? Now, this is according to ICMAI. ICMAI means Chartered Institute of Management Accountants. Chartered Institute of Management Accountants. So whatever the things that we are learning in cost accounting, all those are given by ICMAI. Okay. So here what we need to do, according to ICMAI framework, the managing risk is a process which comprises of 5 distinct aspects. What are those? First one, risk assessment. Assess means identifying, classifying, assessing, evaluation. Nana. Okay. Present each risk in a structured manner. Assess the risk to what extent you are going to suffer the risk. First you have to identify, you have to classify, and you have to evaluate to what extent this is going to affect your organization. Next, you have to talk about risk management policy. What do you mean by risk management policy? To what extent management is willing to take risk or accept risk? That means we're talking about organizations' risk appetite, hunger. Are they willing to accept that they are going to face risk or not? Because if the organization is willing to accept that they are going to face risk, definitely they will take some corrective action. It is called as appetite, response of the organization, Nana. And next, Nana, risk, basing on this appetite, we will define the response. Basing on the appetite, Nana, we define the response. Select and implement measures to manage prioritized risk. It is called as response. And this is dependent on what, Nana? Organization's risk appetite. So when we talk about risk response, it is of 4 types, my dear. What are those? First one is risk avoidance. Second one is risk reduction. Third one is risk sharing. Fourth one, risk acceptance. So these are the 4 responses that these are nothing but mitigating. So if you want to reduce something, these are the 3 things. These are the 4 things available to you now. So what are the 4 different risk responses? Means risk avoidance. First option will be to avoid the risk completely. If that is not possible, you try to reduce it. If it is not possible, you try to share it with others. Last but not least, you have to accept it. These are the 4 responses of risk management, Nana. And last one, once you have done all these things, you have to report the risk both to the internal as well as external stakeholders. And last one, you will calculate residual risk. Residual means what? Residual value. Depreciation, residual value. Yes, end value, Nana. Value that is left. It is called as residual. At the end of the life, whatever the value that is left is called as residual value. Here, residual risk value means, residual risk reporting means what, Nana? Before risk response, what was your risk? After taking the risk response, what is your risk? Difference is nothing but residual risk. That means before taking any sort of response, your risk was 10%. After taking the response, your risk is 7%. Okay, right, my dear? So if the response, so compare gross risk and net risk to evaluate the effectiveness of the risk, Nana. Okay, the difference is nothing but residual risk reporting. To what extent your risk has decreased. Okay, you will respond this one as well as this one. After taking the response, our risk has decreased by 3%. Now, as of now, the risk is how much, Nana? 7%. So basically, residual risk means we're talking about 7%. ఎంత ఉంది ఇప్పుడు risk? 7%. How it came down to 7% after taking the responses? Before that, it is how much, Nana? 10%. Now it is how much, Nana? 7%. Okay. So these are the steps as per the SEMA, Nana. What are the methods of risk analysis? I think this was asked in recent MQP. What are the methods? We have 3 methods, my dear. Qualitative, semi-qualitative, and quantitative. Read it, my dear.
Qualitative methods. Description. Based on judgment, experience, and intuition rather than numerical data.
Intuition means nothing but sense. Basic. See, intuition is nothing but 6 assumption, Nana, basically. Basing on experience, you will derive certain assumptions. It is called as intuition. Sorry, Nana. Based on judgment, experience, and intuition rather than numerical data. Here we are not focusing on data. It's all about experience, Nana. That means it is not objective, it is subjective. It differs from person to person. Next, continue, my dear.
Usage. Ideal for low risk situation where detailed analysis is unnecessary or when data is insufficient.
Next, Nana.
Benefits. Helps prioritize high impact risk and reduces uncertainty, serving as a foundation for more detailed quantitative analysis.
Okay, now next.
Techniques. Brainstorming.
Brainstorming means nothing but a group of people sit together and will discuss the issue. It's like a debate rather than argument. Okay, next, Nana.
Questionnaires and structured
A
interviews.
list of questions will be given. Same questions will be given to group of people and we'll ask them to come up with reasons, my dear. Next, Nana.
Evaluation by multidisciplinary groups.
Different groups, Nana. Okay, different technical people will evaluate the same problem in different ways. Next, my dear.
Expert judgment.
Both are one and the same. Brainstorming and expert Delphi technique. Okay. Next, Nana.
Semi-quantitative methods. Description.
1
Classify.
minute, right. Please be careful, Ra. Qualitative is related to low risk, Nana. Semi-qualitative related to classify risk as high, medium, and low. Okay. Next, my dear.
Classifies risk as high, medium, or low, providing detailed description of likelihood and consequences.
Okay.
Usage. Uses a defined scale for calculating risk levels, emphasizing careful scale selection to avoid misunderstandings.
Out of all the methods, the most important one is quantitative, Nana. Here we'll use what? Data. Okay, most important method of all is what, my dear? Monte Carlo method. Here we use what? Simulation. Simulation, Nana. Range of possible scenarios. Computer simulations. Okay, rather than testing in real world, what we will do? We'll use the computers to test out the different things, my dear. So here, what are the components that we use when it comes to quantitative method, Nana? Analysis of likelihood. What are the chance of suffering from so-and-so risk? That is called as likelihood. What is the chance of suffering from so-and-so issue? Next, if we suffer from that, what are the consequences of it? These two things will be studied using what, Nana? Computer simulations. Likelihood and a percentage, probability of occurrence. Probability of occurrence. Now, if it occurs, what sort of consequences you will suffer? These things will be tested using computer simulation. That means you will keep on changing one factor at a time and you will see the end result in the system itself now. Okay, so using that data, you will take the appropriate decisions. That is about different types of methods when it comes to risk analysis. Now, next.
What are the different methods of risk analysis used in decision-making process?
Okay, first one is bow tie
analysis.
What do you mean by bow tie analysis? See, why it is called as bow tie analysis? It will be in this manner, Nana. It will be like a bow tie. Causes, risk, consequences. It is presented in that particular manner. Because of these causes, we suffer from risk. And if it occurs, what are the consequences that we face? The diagram is present in that manner. It's like a bow tie that you have for the suit. And that's why it's called as bow tie analysis. Okay. Read it, my dear.
Purpose. A qualitative method to identify causes and consequences of potential project risks.
Okay.
Process. Identify project risks. Analyze causes and consequences.
Causes, consequences. In between you have, that means because of these causes we are facing the risk, And when it occurs, we will face these consequences. When you have all these things, Nana, you have to come up with solutions. How to avoid these causes and how to reduce these consequences. How to avoid and how to reduce. There is no question of avoiding consequences. Once you have faced it, you have to make sure that you are able to reduce it. Am I clear, Nana? Next round.
Develop risk mitigation strategies. Versatility applicable across various industries.
Next, Nana. Risk analysis matrix.
Purpose assesses the likelihood and severity of risks to prioritize them.
Next, Nana.
Usage helps managers create effective risk management plans.
Okay, go to risk register. Risk register. When we say register, Nana, here we will maintain all the data. A key project management document that lists all the potential risk. Detailed information will be maintained. What are the different risks we face? What are the causes and what are the consequences? And the content includes details about each risk. Who are the parties responsible for it? I mean, not the risk, Nana. I mean, not the problem, but if this risk occurs, which party should be responsible for solving it? Okay. Mitigating strategy, reduction. Mitigation means reduction, Nana. And required sources. Everything will be there. That means it acts as a Bible for the risk management. Everything will be there. These are the risks. And everything will be predetermined, Nana. So if we face so and so problem, you can simply refer to the register and apply the solution. Next, Nana, swift analysis.
Purpose identifies potential risks associated with project changes. Method facilitator leads a brainstorming session to generate what if questions.
So here, what if, Nana? Here we will apply what if analysis. That means we are coming up with different scenarios. We are coming up with number of scenarios. That's why it's called as what if. And that will be done in a structured manner, one after the other, Nana. Team assesses likelihood and consequences of identified risks. It's a brainstorming session. What do you mean by brainstorm? We all sitting together and each one will talk about a single risk. Sir, if this risk occurs, what we shall do? So in this way, multiple people will come up with different types of risk, Nana. That's nothing but brainstorming session. That is called a swift analysis, structured what if analysis. And there is no limitation here. Everyone will talk about different types of risk, Nana. We will note it down. Then we will analyze to what extent which one is realistic and which one is unrealistic. Last one, my dear, Monte Carlo.
A quantitative risk analysis technique that uses probability simulations. Function represents reality through a mathematical model by randomly assigning values to variables, generating different scenarios.
Meaning is clearly given. It represents what? It is not reality. It represents reality. That means it will create a real life situation, just like a video game. That's it. The best example for simulator is your video game. Video game that we are playing as of now, where everything is realistic. Best example for simulation is nothing but the army games that you play or the racing games that you play now. Almost everything is realistic. And because of this only, we have a concept called as virtual reality, VR. It's nothing but a simulation, where you will feel that you are in reality. So that's the kind of situation that, in fact, it's not reality. You are creating a situation, okay? So represents reality through what? Nana, mathematical models by assigning randomly assigning values to variables. When these variables change automatically, you will get different scenarios and different outputs. Process, Nana.
Conduct many iterations
Iterations means repetitions.
to ensure a representative sample of outcomes.
Okay.
Perform statistical analysis on results to derive mean, maximum, minimum values and other
You will
metrics.
come up with all data. Now, what is the average? What is the maximum? What is the minimum? All those things. What is the upper limit? What is the lower limit? What is the mean? Everything will be determined. Okay. It's a completely statistical thing there. Application widely used in finance. If you remember stock market, Nana, upper limit, lower, upper cut, lower cut, and circuit, upper circuit, that is used using this Monte Carlo itself to a certain extent. Okay. As soon as you reach upper circuit, the trading will be stopped for that particular stock, isn't it, my dear? Okay, why? To avoid fluctuations, to reduce the risk. Reduce the risk, Nana. It may be beneficial to one party, but at the same time, on the opposite end, someone is else suffering. In stock market, if I am earning profit, someone is suffering from losses. That's the thing. There is no question of generating additional revenue there. One person's gain is other person's loss. That's the only thing, Nana. So to control that one, to have a proper control on that one, they have defined upper circuit load, nothing but using Monte Carlo. Key features of Monte Carlo method, Nana. Flexibility,
Inputs can be adjusted to reflect changing situations.
Next, Nana, because you are not doing anything realistic there. Everything is done in the system, Nana. So you can change variables as and when you require. Next, my dear.
Decision support aids analysis by modeling a range of potential outcomes and eliminating uncertainties.
Next, Nana.
Simulation provides a computer-based model that visualizes problems and solutions, making results easier to interpret.
Okay, this is about the three different types of different methods when it comes to risk management. Okay. Next one, Nana. What do you mean? What are the fundamentals of risk mapping? Okay. So when we talk about risk mapping here, risks are classified into how many types, my dear? High risk, low risk, and medium risk. Nana. And this classification is done on two factors, my dear. One is likelihood, and the one is severity. One is likelihood, another one is severity. Basing on these two parameters, we have defined the risk into three different categories: high, low, and in fact, we have two mediums, my dear. Okay. So if you refer to this one, you can easily understand what I'm talking about. So we have low risk. Low risk means what? Low impact, low life. There is less chance of occurring this risk occurring, and if it occurs, the impact will be very, very low. No need to worry about it. So since the loss will be low, Nana, it is better to accept it. It is better to accept it. Am I clear, my dear? Next, Nana. High risk means what? High chance of that risk occurring, and if it occurs, the impact will be very, very high. The response for that one is try to reduce it and control the risk. Are you able to understand, Nana? Next, when it comes to medium risk, we have two types of. What is that one, sir? First one, high impact, low likelihood. Second one, low impact, high likelihood. Nana. When it comes to high impact and low, that means first, this one will be the first one, Nana. Low likelihood, but if it occurs, it will have a very high impact, Nana. Control the risk. High likelihood of that occurring, but the impact is very, very low. Share it with others. Share it with others. Am I clear? First comes likelihood, then comes impact, Nana. What is the chance of that particular risk occurring? If it occurs, what will be the impact? Okay, basing on that, we have come up with responses. This is important from MCQ point of view. Okay. Right. Next, Nana. What is the importance of risk mapping? That you can go through it on your own, Nana. Risk retention means what? Retention means what? Retaining. So and so player has been retained in IPL auction. Retain means what? Rejecting it or accepting it? Accepting or holding. Accepting, Nana. So how many types of risk response we have? 3 or 4? 4. First one is avoid. Second one, reduce. Third one, transfer. Fourth one, accept. When we talk about risk retention, we talk about acceptance. If you go to the entire question, the one thing that you will understand is we are talking about cost benefit analysis. How much cost you are incurring and what is the reduction in risk. You are spending 1 crore and reduction in risk is only 10 lakhs. Is it advisable to spend that much amount of money to reduce it? No, it's better to accept the risk. At least you can save 90 lakhs. Am I clear, my dear? So in simple terms, if the cost of reducing the risk is far more than the actual risk, it's better to accept the risk. It is called as risk retention. Am I clear? So if you go to the entire question, you understand the same thing, my dear, here. Okay. Example is also given. Cost incurred is 1 lakh, but you are reducing the risk by how much, Nana? Only 10,000. So it means you're wasting 90,000 unnecessarily. Those are the things, Nana. Basel Agreement 1 and 2. Basel Agreement 1 and 2, my dear. You go through it on your own. Basel is a place, Nana, where all the central banks of the world gathered together and formed banking regulations, so that there is some sort of uniformity when it comes to banking regulations throughout the world. Because we are living in an isolated economy or globalized economy. Globalized economy. That means all the banks should be trading with, or all the banks will be dealing with one another now. So to maintain some sort of uniformity when it comes to banking regulations, all the central banks of the world have gathered at a place and they have come up with different agreements. Basel 1, Basel 2, Basel 3 in that particular manner. So the same thing is covered here, Nana. Okay, that means what? In these agreements, what they have focused is that as a bank, we face different kinds of risks. What are those risks? We may face credit risk, we may face market risk, we may face operation risk. When we are facing these risks, obviously to overcome this, we have to maintain certain amount of reserves. So how much reserves are to be maintained? How much reserves are to be maintained so that we can overcome these risks and we can be solvent. So that's about Basel 1, Basel 2 and Basel 3. Am I clear, Nana? So here it's all about capital adequacy ratio. How much capital is to be maintained so that we can overcome the risk. Now, Basel 1 is an age-old agreement. The improvement of Basel 1 is nothing but Basel 2. So in Basel 1, Nana, it's all prescriptive. They don't take risk into consideration. They have not taken risk into consideration because different assets have different kinds of risk, my dear. And they have not taken these risks into consideration. What is an asset to the bank, Nana? The loans that they offer. Isn't it? For a bank, deposit is liability, loans are assets. Okay, when they offer loans, automatically they're taking the risk. What sort of risk? They may be able to recover it or they may not be able to recover it. You can say it as a loan or an investment, whatever the case may be. Okay, so how much risk they are facing? Basing on that risk, they have to decide how much capital is to be maintained. That is the crux of Basel agreements. Okay, so it's an age-old agreement, Nana, so it's not a risk sensitive, but when it comes to Basel 2, it is risk sensitive. All credit exposures carried risk weight of how much, my dear? 100%, except some foreign, some sovereign. Sovereign means government, Nana. Except some government loans, all other loans have 100% risk. Okay. Now when it comes to Basel 2, here what we have done, Nana, we have given different risk weights to different credits, different loans. Different risk weights to different loans, my dear. The minimum capital requirement in Basel 1 is 8%. The risk capital is credit exposure into risk weight into how much, Nana? 8%. Here there is no strict rule that you have to maintain 8%. Banks have the freedom to maintain different percentages of capital depending on the risk attached to the assets, Nana. Am I clear? So this is Basel 1 and Basel 2. Implications are given there. You can go through it. My advice is that if you go through the institute material, you can understand. Institute material means I'm talking about MM material. Okay, you can understand that easily. Okay, as I said. Let us go to Z score, Nana. Basel 3, Nana, same thing, same thing. After 2008 financial crisis, here banks focus on increasing the capital, Nana. And here they consider not only credit risk, but also market risk, credit risk and liquidity risk. Okay, so they have come up with different ratio. Capital ratio 4.5%, leverage ratio 3%, liquidity coverage ratio 100%, Nana. Just for the information sake, I have given that to you. Okay, you can simply focus on these three things for MCQ purpose. That's it. This one for MCQ purpose and this one also, Nana. Point number 3 for MCQ purpose. What are the different risks covered in Basel 3? Okay. No, Altman Z score. The only thing that I'm concerned about is the formulas, my dear. Altman Z score. This is useful for determining what, Nana? For determining the financial distress of a company. But to know whether the company is in distress or not. If the company is in distress, that means very soon it is going to get bankrupt. So for that purpose, Altman came up with different equations, Nana. So altogether we have 3 equations, my dear, where he is focusing on 5 ratios. Altman Z score in case of which company? Private company. Okay, this is nothing but your 1968, Nana. Okay, coefficients you have to add 1.2, 1.4, 3.3, 0.6 and 1. Someone will use it as 0.999. Okay, both are okay with that. There is nothing wrong in that. Am I clear, Nana? Okay, those are the coefficients, Nana. Now each coefficient is given for a separate ratio. What is that? What do you mean by x1, my dear? Working capital divided by total assets. X2, retained earnings divided by total assets. X3, my dear, EBIT divided by total assets. X4, Nana, market value of equity divided by book value of total liabilities or total debt. Next, Nana, sales divided by total assets. This is the formula. The formulas will remain the same, but when it comes to private company, the coefficients will change. There is no other alternative. You have to remember these coefficients and formulas. That is the only thing he will be expecting from you people, Nana. Am I clear? There is no other alternative. There is no other alternative. Let me explain it, Nana. So these are the two formulas. This came in 1983. Okay. First we came up with public sector, then we came up with private sector. Now here's the thing, Nana. When it comes to private sector, obviously you will have book value of equity. You will not have any market value of equity. But when you want to sell your private company to others, obviously you want to know the reasonable value of or comparable market value of equity. Isn't it, my dear? I want to sell my company to others, Nana. So obviously I want to know what is the market value of my equity in the real world. Okay, that means I want to know the comparative value. So basing on that thing, Nana, Altman Z score in case of private company which has market value of equity. See, the coefficients will remain the same. But here X4 means what, my dear? Book value of equity divided by book value of total liabilities, right? In place of book value, we'll write market value. Okay. On this model, in 3 previous exams, they have given the problem where they have mentioned market value of a private company. Okay. That is the point. So in simple terms, in case of private company, if market value of equity is given, in place of book value of equity, use market value of equity. Am I clear, Nana? Altman Z score, Nana. Okay. Interpretation is given here. Remember interpretation. If Z score is about 2.99, the firms are financially safe and healthy. Between 1.81 and 2.99, the company is on alert and is said to be in the gray zone. That means in future, as of now, it is healthy. But in future, if things are not, if steps are not taken by the management, it will turn into a bankrupt company now, or distress. And last one, right? If Z score is less than 1.81, at this stage, there is chance that the firm is going into bankruptcy in the next 2 years. This is called as distress zone. In future, there is a high possibility that it may become bankrupt. Okay, so you have to calculate these things and you have to find out the score, Nana. If it is more than 2.99 or greater than or equal to 2.99, Nana, then it means it is safe and healthy. Between 1.81 and 2.99, it's in gray zone. That means doubtful. We are doubtful about it. If it is less than 1.81, we can be sure that in coming 2 or 3 years, the company may become bankrupt. Why these things are important? For investors' point of view, if these things are available, they can decide whether to invest in that particular company or not. So if you observe carefully, they have focused on how many ratios, Nana? 5 ratios. Working capital to total assets, retained earning to total assets. So altogether, how many formulas we have on assets, Nana? Altogether 4 formulas. Working capital to total assets, retained earnings to total assets, earnings before interest and tax to total assets, sales divided by total assets. Then after we have X4 also, market value of equity divided by book value of total liabilities, or book value of equity divided by book value of total liabilities. ఈ పాయింట్ గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి, మనకి మెటీరియల్లో ఎక్కడ లేదు. We don't have this point in any of our institute materials now, not in the old edition or in the new edition. But in examination, they have given a problem on this and they are using market value of equity formula. So upon reference, I have found out that for private companies, there is no question of any market value. But sometimes when the private company wants to sell their company to others, they want to know what is their market value of equity. Okay, probable value, Nana. So in such a case, if market value of equity is given in the question, you have to take market value in place of book value. It will be more accurate. It will be more accurate. Okay. So that is about Altman Z score. Basing on that only we have problems. What about NCAER model? Now read it, my dear.
The National Council of Applied Economic Research gave a very precise definition of industrial sickness while conducting a study for the Punjab National Bank.
1 minute, my dear. Altman Z score is about financial distress. NCAER is about industrial. The company is sick or not. Okay, both are not one and the same. Next, Nana.
According to NCAER, an industrial undertaking may be financially viable if its three elements are proved to be positive.
Okay, what are those three elements? These are given. Three elements are three parameters. Next, Nana.
These three parameters are
Continue with them. The NCR study on corporate distress prediction
prescribed the following three elements or parameter for predicting the stages of corporate sickness.
Okay.
These parameters are profitability measure reflected by cash profit position, net profit plus or minus
Plus, not minus. Plus.
net profit plus depreciation and other non-cash written off.
Write off. Not non-cash. Premium expenses written off. Non-cash expenses written off. Premium expenses written off in that manner. Next round.
A liquidity measure by net working capital position. Current assets minus current liabilities.
Solvency measure, that is by net worth position. Share capital plus reserves and surplus. If all these three are positive, then we can say that company is not sick. But what will happen if any one of these parameters is negative, Nana? If any one of the above three parameters are found to be negative, it may be considered that a firm has tendency to become sick. It's not sick, but if things are not rectified, it may become sick. Tendency to become sick. If any two of the above three parameters is found to be negative, it may be considered that the firm possesses incipient sickness. That means very soon it is going to become sickness. Coming days it will become sickness. Nana. Out of the three, if two are negative. Out of the three, if one is negative, Nana, it has the tendency to become sick. It may. Out of the three, if two are sick, very soon, there is no doubt, but very soon the company will become sick, Nana. If all the above three parameters are found to be negative in the firm, it may be considered that the firm is fully out. Okay, you can conclude it. Okay. So this is about NCAER model. Basing on that only we have the problems, Nana. Okay. In examination, since they are asking for 7 marks question rather than 12 marks and 14 marks, I am expecting problem in that regard. Where everything is given, just you need to remember the coefficient and formula. That's it now. No need to calculate. In earlier versions of examination, they used to ask 14 marks question, 12 marks question. A single question will be given 14 marks. Now they're asking for 7 plus 7 or 8 plus 4 in that particular manner, 8 plus 6 in that particular manner. Am I clear, Nana? So there is no question of asking a in detail question. They will give the information in this manner and they will ask you to calculate Z score. Okay. The same thing they have done it in MQPs also as well as MTPs. To see, you can clearly see July 17 examination, 12 marks. You have to calculate entire thing, my dear. You మొత్తం calculate చేయాలి. Bluebird చూడండి ఒకసారి ఎప్పటికీ అది. December 22, 12 marks. December 18, 12. That means in old scheme, not in new scheme. Am I clear? As of now in examination, they're asking for 7 marks or 8 marks. So most probably the question will be in this particular manner. This CRD1. Working capital to this ratio is given, Nana. That is X1 is given, X2 is given, X3 is given, X4 is given, X5 is given. You remember the coefficients, calculate Z score. Sir, which coefficients, sir? Since book value is given, Nana, we are talking about private company. They have mentioned private company, but they have given market value. You have to calculate, you have to use the coefficients related to private company with market value. That means coefficients of private company will be there, but formula will be market value to total debt, total liability or total debt. Am I clear? Understood, Nana? So since it's a 7 marks problem, 6 marks problem, it will be quite easy for you people. Okay. What about preparation, sir? MCQs, you know how to do. If you don't have time when it comes to SPM, prepare maxima, minima, Z score. And second chapter, few areas, Nana, especially the questions which have multiple references. Am I clear? In fact, whatever the questions which have multiple references, almost all those questions are covered in this material. Not saying everything, but almost. Okay. If you don't have any time, you can refer to this marathon material with MCQs that you have prepared on your own. You should be able to answer more than 80% of SPM question paper. Am I clear, Nana? That's it. All the best, Nana. Thank you, Nana.